The Billionaire's Secret Desire. A Holiday Romance Audiobook. Secret Babies Book 1. By Michelle Love.
Chapter 1.
Amber Duplass squinted at her oldest and dearest friend as he handed her a plate of perfectly cooked eggs. "Knox, Renaud, you are a pain." Knox, his green eyes amused, grinned at her. "Well then, my work here is done." "But why?" Amber sighed and bunched her auburn hair up into a ponytail. "You're one of the wealthiest landowners in New Orleans, an incredibly successful businessman, and, according to Forbes, one of the world's most eligible bachelors. And yet you stand in your own palatial kitchen," she gestured around the vast room, "cooking me eggs for brunch yourself. Haven't you heard of chefs?" Knox shook his head. He was used to this line of questioning from Amber. "You know I don't like a lot of people around me, Ams." Amber forked some egg into her mouth, almost swooning at the taste. "Which is why you're a pain. I'm worried that you'll become a hermit." "I think hermithood arrived a while ago," Knox said mildly. "Look, I know you mean well, but I'm nearly 40 and I'm set in my ways. I like being alone." He dumped a panful of eggs onto his own plate and sat down. "And anyway, in a few days the best and brightest will be here to drink my champagne and bother me all night. Gosh, why do I do this every year?" He groaned and Amber laughed. "Such a Grinch." She ruffled his dark curls and he grinned, though he was sighing on the inside. The Renault family had given a Halloween charity benefit since way before Knox's birth. It had been a special project of his beloved mother's. Before the tragedy, of course. Despite his solitary nature, Knox could not bear to dishonor his mother's legacy. His eyes flicked over to the framed picture of her and Teague, his adored elder brother, on the kitchen counter. Both of them dark and beautiful, laughing and hugging. Both of them gone so senselessly. The tragedy of the Renault family was known throughout Louisiana and beyond. Tynan Renaud, a respected businessman, adoring husband to the Italian-born Gabriella, and heroic father to his sons Teague and Knox, had suffered a psychotic break and gunned down his wife and eldest son one night before turning the gun on himself. Knox, away at college at the time, had been destroyed. After dropping out of school and coming home to the huge plantation mansion out on the bayou, he had struggled for years to understand what his father had done. Amber and his other friends had tried to persuade him to sell the place where his mother and brother had been murdered, but Knox refused. He took over his brother's business with his friend Sandor, and together they had made a success of it. The company, Renault, quickly became an outlet to forget his pain, with Knox pouring 20 hours a day into the work. Luxury food importing had never been his dream, was it anyone's, but he had found something he was good at, and that was enough for him. His boyhood dreams of becoming a musician were pushed aside for something that would utterly distract him. The studio his mother had set aside for both of them to work in had stood empty for almost 20 years now, as had Knox's heart. He realized he wasn't listening to Amber now, and apologized. She rolled her blue eyes. "Knox, I'm used to you spacing out on me, but listen, this is your party. I'm just saying, why don't you try to be more gregarious for a change? These people pay a lot of money to come here." "Mostly to see the murder house," he mumbled, and Amber made an annoyed click with her tongue. "Maybe so, but the money we raise goes to a good cause, doesn't it? Something good to come out of. Damn it, Knox, you're not the only one who lost someone." To his horror, he saw tears in her eyes. He reached over and took her hand. "Ams, I'm sorry, I know. I miss Ariel too, every day." He sighed. So much pain, so much death. Amber was right. He needed to get out of this self-pitying funk. "All I ask is for you to do your part on the night. Mingle and talk to your guests." Amber's tone was calmer now, and she smiled at him, her face soft and her eyes on his, holding them for a beat too long. Knox nodded, looking away finally. "I promise." After Amber had gone, he wandered into his living room and flicked on the television. Local news station WDSU was doing a feature on Halloween New Orleans, the magical manic mayhem of the festival the city threw every October. Knox sighed and waited for the inevitable mention of his party. Wait for it, he muttered to himself. Will it be the Renault family curse or the mansion with the dark secrets first? The anchor looked serious. Of course, before the festivities kick off on Halloween night, the New Orleans elite will gather at the Renault mansion out on the bayou. Regular viewers will know that the annual Creepy Cocktails Gala benefit is held every year at the place some locals call the mansion with a dark history. More on that after these messages. Knox clicked off the television with an annoyed flick of his hand. Same story every year, and now his guests who watch the news would be all the more curious about the only remaining Renault. Damn it. His cell phone rang, and he answered it gratefully. Sandor, man, you have impeccable timing. His friend laughed. Any time. Listen, we may have a deal on the Laurent restaurant chain. Knox sat up. Really? The Laurent business was worth twice what they had offered, but had been on the market for 2 years with no interest. Knox knew if they got it at a cheap price and refurbished it, it could make them a fortune. He and Sandor had decided to branch out into buying restaurants to serve their luxury foods as a new income stream. Not that either of them needed it, but they both were bored with their business. They wanted to get their hands dirty and do something physical rather than just importing food for, well, people like them. Yep. Gustave Laurent is getting a divorce, and he wants to get rid of the property quickly. Knox was astonished. Gus is divorcing Catherine? Seems so. Seems like she was sleeping around on him. Knox made a half-amused, half-scornful noise. Like Gustave hasn't been cheating on her for years. You know Gus? Sadly, yes. Listen, I can be there in a half hour. Good, Sandor replied. And afterward, I'll spot you lunch. Deal. Knox smiled down the phone. Deal. See you then. Livia Chatelaine balanced 3 plates expertly along her left arm and carried them to the table. The 2 women and the child seated at the table smiled gratefully at her as she laid their food in front of them and returned their grins. Enjoy, folks. Let me know if you need anything else. She skirted back to another table that was waiting for their check and settled up with them quickly and with her innate friendliness. She had been working at Le Chat Noir Café in the French Quarter for 3 months now, ever since she had packed her whole life into her battered old gremlin and driven across the country from San Diego. Moro, her best friend from college, had been in New Orleans for a year and had gotten her the job at the cafe. It didn't hurt that the owner, a handsome dark-haired Frenchman called Marcel, had a huge crush on Moro and would have hired anyone she recommended. Thankfully, though, Livia and Marcel had become good friends, and Livia showed up early, stayed late, and worked hard for him. In return, he gave her the shifts that fit best with her studies, and paid her enough that she could afford the tiny apartment she shared with Moro. Livia had decided, as she left San Diego, that she wouldn't return to her hometown again. It held no interest for her now, and there wasn't any family left there that she cared about. An only child, her mother had died when she was young, and Livia had brought herself up. She'd worked hard at school and at various jobs to put food on the table, while her father drank himself into a stupor every night and screamed at her if she disturbed him. Livia had stopped caring years ago about the man. As far as she was concerned, he was merely the sperm donor. What she remembered of her mother were warm, happy memories. Cancer was a monster, and it had stolen her happiness away when she was 5. Livia's last memory of her mother was of the beautiful woman kissing her goodbye one day before school, and that was the last time she had seen her. Her father hadn't let her see her after she died. Livia had put herself through college on a scholarship and by working 3 jobs, and it had become second nature to always fight and scrape for everything. It gave her energy and reason, and when she had graduated top of her class, it had all been worth it. Her tutors had been loath to let her go, and had championed her to apply for postgraduate research scholarships, but it had taken Livia 4 years to finally secure an offer from the University of New Orleans. "Hey, dreamer." Moro nudged Livia out of her reverie, and her friend smiled at her. Moro, a tiny Japanese-American of exquisite beauty, and she knew it, hoisted herself up onto the counter. "Marcel needs a favor." Livia hid a grin. When Marcel sent Moro to do his dirty work, it meant that, whatever the favor was, it would be a big and probably inconvenient one. "What is it?" "Well, he's been asked to cater the Renault party on Saturday." "You know which one I mean?" Livia shook her head. "Nope." Moro rolled her eyes. "It's an annual thing Knox Renault does. He throws a Halloween gala party and gives a ton of money to charity." "Never heard of him, or it. So what's the favor?" Livia thought she could guess. Marcel needed waitstaff. A moment later, Moro confirmed her suspicions. He was going to hire in silver service staff, but apparently they don't want anything but canapés and cocktails. Silver service staff would cost him more than he's making, so. Livia smiled at her. "It's no problem." "Usual uniform?" She pulled down on her too tight white shirt and tucked it back into the black mini she wore to serve. It barely contained her lush curves and softly curved belly. Her legs, long and slender, were encased in black tights, and she wore flat pumps, absolutely refusing to wear heels to wait tables. Livia wasn't the tallest girl, but her long legs made her look taller than her 5'5" height, and her long tawny waves were her crowning glory. She had pulled her almost waist-length hair into a bun, but it was forever escaping the clips. Moro grabbed it now and twisted it up for her. Livia shot her a grateful smile. "Thanks, boo. I really should cut it all off." "No way," Moro said, her own shiny black hair falling in a straight curtain down her back. "I'd kill for your curls." "So, Saturday night, waitressing for the rich muckety-mucks?" "I'll be there too." "Hey, at least we get to snoop around the rich guy's house." Livia sighed to herself. She honestly didn't mind helping Marcel out, but she had very little time for rich boys with too much money. She'd had to wait on them enough in her time. She went back out to the cafe and grimaced. 2 regulars had just come into the restaurant. Speaking of rich muckety-mucks, she thought, plastering a fake smile on her face. The woman, an icy-looking blonde with bright red lipstick and cold blue eyes, looked at her dismissively. Egg white omelette with spinach and a mangotini. She didn't look at the menu once. Her companion, a suave-looking man who at least smiled at Livia and said please and thank you whenever he was in, nodded. "Same for me, please, Liv. Good to see you again." Livia smiled at him. She judged him for the company he kept, but if she was fair, he was always polite to her. She knew his companion was called Odell, and her father was one of the richest men in the state. It didn't impress Livia. "You too, sir. Sure I can't interest either of you in some French fries to go with your salad?" Odell looked horrified, but her companion grinned. "Why not?" Livia grinned and disappeared into the kitchen. Marcel slunk in and smiled at her. "Thanks for Saturday, Livy. I'll pay you double." She kissed his cheek. "No problem, pal." Marcel, his eyes so dark you couldn't see the pupils, nodded to the restaurant. "I see Elsa and Lumiere are in the restaurant." Livia laughed. "You're getting your Disney all mixed up, and anyway he's okay. But yeah, she is the Ice Queen. Don't let their wealth get to you. It was all inherited, not earned." "Oh, I know, and it doesn't bother me. Money can't buy breeding." Livia shrugged off the woman's rudeness. "I can honestly say these people and their ways don't keep me up at night, Marcel. I'm just saying because I know the man, Ron St. Mark, is Knox Renault's best friend. It's more than likely they'll be at the party on Saturday." Marcel grinned at Livia, who rolled her eyes. "Just promise me you won't tip their meals into their laps." Livia snorted. "I promise, honey." "Good girl." Livia finished out her shift, then walked home through the busy streets of the French Quarter. She had fallen in love with this city, the slow, sensual heat, the sultry, laid-back nature of the people. Strangely, for a city known for its voodoo and black magic, she had never felt uneasy walking the streets at night here. Moro was still at work when Livia got back to their apartment, so Livia took a long hot shower, then made herself a bowl of soup, grabbing some saltines from the pack in the kitchen. As she ate, she flicked through the television channels but soon got bored. Dumping her bowl in the sink, she washed it out, then decided to go to bed to read. She had a piano recital coming up, and she wanted to go through the score again, miming her keystrokes in the air. She fell asleep with Moro's cat cuddling in next to her, and didn't hear her roommate come home. Out on the bayou, Knox too had fallen into a deep sleep, but his was not so peaceful. The nightmares came swiftly. A young woman, strikingly beautiful yet familiar in a way he couldn't place, called out to him, her voice desperate, pleading for rescue. Shadows cloaked the grand mansion as he ran, heart-pounding, through endless halls, hindered by an unseen weight that slowed his steps. A dark, oppressive presence loomed, blocking his path to her. Her cries fell silent, sharp and sudden, and he knew he was too late. Collapsing to his knees, Knox was consumed by helpless grief. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up. His mother was smiling at him. "Don't you know you'll never save them?" she said softly. "Everyone you love will die, my beloved son. I died, your father, your brother. Ariel. You'll always be alone." Knox awoke, gasping for air in a pool of his own sweat, the certainty of his dream mother's words screaming around his mind. Don't fall in love. Don't risk it. Don't let anyone else get hurt.
Chapter 2.
Odell Griffonji lit another cigarette and stood out on the balcony of her bedroom. She hated this holiday and hated this party. And yet Renaud, of course, wanted to support his best friend Knox, and so now they were getting dressed to attend. Thank Knox never had a dress code for the cocktail party. Odell would have feigned a headache otherwise. She glanced back into the bedroom where Renaud was getting ready, his dark gray suit complementing his striking features, medium brown hair and vivid blue eyes. His strong, confident presence filled the room, and she couldn't help but admire how effortlessly he carried himself. Renaud St. Marc was alongside Knox, one of the most captivating men in New Orleans, perhaps even the state, and he was hers. Odell might have been brought up in the upper echelons of New Orleans society, but she knew her brittle beauty would only last so long, and that her cool, aloof nature wouldn't make her many friends. That's why she was staggered when Renaud, known as the fun-loving one in his group of Harvard grad friends, made a play for her. He could have had anyone. Odell turned back to see the crowds on the streets of the city. New Orleans went crazy for Halloween. Parties everywhere, people haunting the streets, and the locals playing up the myths and legends to sell more drink, food, and tourist crap. The normally serene street where Odell and her cohorts lived were no different. Pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns, trees bedecked with twinkle lights and fake cobwebs, and Odell's least favorite thing, kids trick-or-treating at every house. Her doorbell rang, and although Odell knew her staff would answer it, she couldn't help an irritated, "Oh, buzz off." Her voice carried down to the street, and she heard Renaud's throaty laugh from behind her. "Don't be scared, Deli. It's a rite of passage, trick-or-treating." Odell made a disgusted noise. "I never did that." Renaud smiled at her, sliding his arms around her waist. "No, you were too busy casting spells and mixing potions." Odell studied him coolly. "You think I'm a witch? Cute cheesy line from me about you casting a spell on me. No baby, I don't think you're a witch, and mostly not even difficult. You just have a warmth deficiency." He said it with a grin, and although Odell knew he meant it as a joke, it still stung. "Because it's true," she told herself. "What is wrong with me? Why can't I be more like Renaud? Or Knox, whose heart was so big it actually scared Odell? Or even Amber, her frenemy, who had once had a thing with Renaud?" "No," Odell told herself. "Don't go there. Not tonight." She attempted a smile as Roan brushed his lips against hers. "You're right. It's just one night." "That's my girl," Roan said, his eyes sweeping over Odell in her elegant black dress, a spark of admiration lighting his gaze. "Knox won't mind if we take a moment." Odell smiled, turning to lean against the balcony railing, the city lights twinkling below. She glanced back at him, her heart fluttering as she lifted her hand to beckon him closer. Roan chuckled softly. "Out here? What will the neighbors think?" With a warm grin, he stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, his touch gentle yet firm. Odell sighed, leaning back into his embrace, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against her. She turned her head, and their eyes met, the connection between them electric yet tender. Her fingers brushed against his, and she shivered with warmth, lost in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Roan turned her to face him, his hands cupping her face as he kissed her deeply, his lips soft and full of promise. "You drive me wild, Odell," he murmured, his voice low and sincere. She grinned, resting her hands on his chest, feeling the warmth of his affection. "One more moment like this, and then we'll head to the party." With a shared smile they lingered, wrapped in each other's arms, the world fading away as they savored the closeness before stepping back to join the evening's festivities. Livia and Moro helped Marcel and his sous chef Katerina, Kat, load the trays of canapés into the restaurant's van before Liv and Moro hopped in the back for the drive to the Renault mansion. Livia was trying to keep the trays from tipping, and tying her thick mane up into a chignon at the same time, but the weight of it would not stay clipped. Moro grinned at her. "Just pull it back. You'll never get it all up." "I refuse to be beaten," Livia muttered. Eventually, Moro pushed Livia's hands out of the way. "Let me." As Livia held the trays of food, Moro deftly worked Liv's hair into a messy bun at the nape of her neck. "That's the best you're going to get, girl, so live with it." Livia tentatively patted it. "You're a miracle worker. From now on, I'll pay you to be my hair wrangler." Moro laughed. "You couldn't afford me." When they arrived at the mansion, they were stunned into silence. The old plantation home had been modernized to some extent. A plaque on the door detailed its history and its passage to the Renault family in the 1800s, wherein all slaves were freed and the plantation became a family homestead rather than a working freehold. The imposing white building with shuttered windows and soft light radiating from within was decorated with high-quality Halloween trimmings. Moro grinned at Livia as they passed a batch of expertly carved pumpkins. "You think they got Michelangelo to do them?" Livia rolled her eyes. The place screamed money and opulence, but Livia wasn't impressed. As they moved into the kitchen, she saw Marcel talking to a young man who was dressed in a dark navy sweater and jeans, and who Livia guessed was the owner's assistant. He had dark curls and the most intense and beautiful green eyes she had ever seen. The stranger sensed her scrutiny and looked up. Their eyes met, and Livia felt a shudder of desire ripple through her. Gosh, if even the staff looked like supermodels here. She nudged Moro. "Does Marcel want us to change now or after we've set up?" "After. Apparently, there's a dedicated room for us." "Fancy." "I know, right? Usually we have to squat in the back of the van to get ready." Livia snorted, and between them, they quickly arranged the canapés on the silver trays. When they had finished, Livia saw the handsome assistant had gone, and Marcel was nodding at them. "Lovely job. The food looks great. So this thing kicks off in an hour, but guests are starting to arrive, so we'll start with the welcome pumpkin spice sidecars first up. Think you can cope?" "No worries, boss." Moro hugged Marcel, who turned red with pleasure. "We'll show these rich kids a good time." "Wait, that sounded dirtier than I meant it to." Livia snorted with laughter as Moro shrugged. "Come on then. Let's get dressed." A half hour later, Livia was regretting the tightness of her skirt. It had been her go-to throughout college, short, black and figure-hugging even back then when she was 10 pounds lighter. She dragged it out of her closet this morning. It had been the cleanest, most professional skirt she could find. I need to go shopping, she told herself as she plastered a smile on her face and made the rounds with a tray of drinks. The mansion's main ballroom, she'd muttered to an amused Moro. Because the other ballrooms are too small. Was decorated beautifully, even the cynical Livia had to admit. Twinkle lights draped the walls, and soft music was playing as the guests milled around, talked and drank. Moro was making the first pass with a canapé tray, and Livia could tell her friend was gritting her teeth, fending off unwanted remarks and come-ons. Hey Livy. She heard Roan St. Mark's voice behind her and turned. She was actually relieved to see a friendly face. If the guests weren't turning their noses up at her presence or trying to talk her into bed, they looked through her as if she were invisible. Roan's smile was friendly. He indicated the man he was talking with, a tall, dark-haired man with a neatly trimmed beard and dark brown eyes. San, this is my friend from my favorite restaurant. Livia, this is Sandor Carpentier, a good friend of mine. Sandor Carpentier had a warm, open smile as he shook Livia's hand. She grinned at them both, happy to see friendly faces at last. Can I get you fellas a refill? She waved the bottle of Krug she was holding and topped up their glasses. Boss tells me the good bourbon will be out soon, she said with a wink. If I know Knox it will be, Roan said and looked around. Speaking of whom, have you met our Lord and Master yet, Liv? She shook her head. But he would probably tell me to get back to work. Nice seeing you, Mr. St. Mark, Mr. Carpentier. Sandor please, the man said, and Livia decided she liked his merry twinkling eyes. He didn't seem as aloof as the others. And if you knew Knox, you'd know that's unlikely. He'd probably insist you join us for a drink. Livia smiled and made her excuses. Despite what they said, she didn't want Marcel to get into trouble if she was caught fraternizing with the guests. She made her way back to the kitchen to refill her tray. Moro was just coming in from the garden. Hey boo, I just finished up my break, and Marcel told me to let you grab one now that I'm done. There are a couple of good places to hide, and take your shoes off out there. Livia smiled at her friend gratefully, and headed out of the kitchen door into the lush gardens. It was darker down here than at the front of the mansion, and she could see a fog coming in off the bayou at the end of the property. Livia thought it was much spookier, befitting the Halloween vibe of the party, and yet more beautiful than any of the decorations inside. With a soft moan, she eased off her heels, and wondered why she hadn't worn her usual flats. No, she knew why. She had wanted to make a good impression for Marcel. She knew she could pull off the cool professional vibe with her heels on, and at least it gave her a few extra inches when she needed to be seen. Still, her feet pulsed with pain, and when she put her hot soles on cool ground, she sighed with relief. She crept barefoot into a little grove, and seeing the edge of a stone seat, headed for it. She stopped, seeing the other end was already occupied. Sorry, she said, then saw it was the assistant she'd shared a moment with earlier. He had changed out of his sweater and jeans, and was now wearing what looked to be a very expensive black suit. Perks of the job, she suspected, but her attention was drawn by the way it fit his broad shoulders and slim figure so well. She meant to turn and go, but the sheer sadness in his eyes took her breath away. Are you okay? Her voice was soft, and the man stared at her, his eyes intense, before he half nodded then shook his head. Not really, but common manners dictate I say I am. So? His voice was deep, a beautiful deep baritone that sent a shiver through her. Livia hesitated for a moment, then sat down next to him. Escaping from the melee? Me too. Just for a minute. She smiled at him, noticing again how gorgeous he was, except for that pain in his eyes. She wished she could take it away for him. Are you hiding from the muckety-mucks? His mouth hitched up in a half-smile. Kind of. She leaned forward conspiratorially. I won't tell, she whispered, and he laughed. It changed his whole face, turning it from brooding and slightly dangerous into a boyish, joyful thing. Right back at you. He looked at her name tag. Livia. Not Olivia? She shook her head. No, just Livia. She shivered at the cool air coming up from the water. It really is beautiful here. He nodded, and seeing her trembling, he shrugged out of his jacket and put it around her shoulders. She felt her face get hot. Thank you. They gazed at each other for a long moment, and Livia felt tongue-tied. He smelled wonderful too, all clean linen and woodsy spice, and for a moment she found herself having to resist the urge to run her fingertips over his long, thick lashes. They were so black, they looked like he had eyeliner on. She swallowed hard, the desire to kiss this stranger overwhelming and bewildering. She cast around for something to say. I was thinking, that mist from the bayou must have known there was a Halloween party here tonight. Gosh, could she have sounded any dumber? She cursed herself, but he smiled at her. I guess it must have known. I find it romantic. Dark and malevolent, perhaps. But also sensual. Livia felt her heart race, a warmth spreading through her that she hadn't felt in ages, if ever, if she was honest. A spark of connection crackled in the air between them, intense and undeniable. She took a steadying breath, trying to ground herself before she acted on impulse. She had Marcel and Moro to consider, and she couldn't let her emotions lead her astray. She nudged him with her shoulder. Hey, you better get in there before all the food is gone. Honestly, they're like sharks, these people. Fins and everything. The food is really good too. I hope your boss agrees. Another smile, amused and sweet. I'm sure he does. He stood and offered his hand. Shall we sneak into the kitchen and grab something then? Trembling, she took his hand, the skin surprisingly soft and dry, and stood. Okay. But afterward you have to tell me your name. Their bodies were close now, and Livia could feel the warmth of his presence through her clothes. He gently traced a finger along her cheekbone, sending a shiver through her. She smiled but took a small step back. I think we'd better head inside, she said softly, her heart racing with the unspoken pull between them. His smile remained warm, and he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Of course. Knox. A woman's voice called from across the garden. Knox, where are you? A flicker of surprise ran through Livia as her companion responded. Right here, Ams. I'm coming. Livia froze for a moment, realizing this was Knox Renault. He flashed her a playful grin, pressing a finger to his lips briefly before his smile widened into a shared secretive moment. I have to go. She nodded, slipping off his jacket. Here, you'll need this back. I'm heading inside anyway. He thanked her, taking the coat, and with a final lingering glance, he turned toward the voice calling him, disappearing into the garden's shadows. Oh no, Livia muttered under her breath. Way to keep it professional. Catering Rule 1, don't almost kiss the client. Goodness. Her face flaming with embarrassment, she went back into the kitchen and managed to work the rest of the party while avoiding any contact with Knox Renault or his friends, difficult but not impossible. When it became clear the party was winding down, Livia hid out in the kitchen and dealt with the cleanup. Marcel was all smiles when he came to thank them both. Liv, you didn't need to do this, he said, looking in amazement at the stack of empty, clean trays she was loading into the van. She grinned at him. No problem, boss. She made herself busy untying her apron. Did you get good feedback? Very good feedback. And a somewhat unexpected bonus, which you'll find in your paychecks. No, don't argue. Say what you want about the Renault family, but Knox is a very generous man. He also told me that I was his go-to caterer for the future, which isn't saying a lot because he rarely entertains guests, but it's still something. It is something. It's a big something. Moro kissed Marcel's cheek and he gave her a hug. Thanks, Maury. He also said he'd be recommending me to his friends and clients. Good guy. Geez, look at the time. Come on, kids, let's get out of here. I'll buy you both a late dinner. Later, at home in bed, Livia could not help but look up Knox Renault on the internet. She flicked through pages of photos of him, drinking in the shape of his face, the green eyes that looked just as sad in his childhood pictures as in every photo of him as an adult. She traced his face with her finger. In some pictures he had a beard, which made him look even more handsome, she thought. When she began to read about his history, the murder-suicide of his parents and brother, the mysterious death of his teenage sweetheart, the years of suspicion aimed at Knox himself, she learned he'd been thoroughly investigated after the death of Ariel Duplass. Knox was only 18 at the time and was the only suspect, but the police had completely exonerated him. The piece Livia was reading made it clear that his family's deaths had broken the handsome young man. Since his family tragedy and the subsequent investigation, Renault has kept a low profile. His luxury food importing business with friend Sandor Carpentier has made him a billionaire, but this has just served to draw more attention in comparisons to other tragic figures. Many locals refer to him as New Orleans' own Howard Hughes, a reclusive man with a myriad of secrets. Only once a year do we really get to see the man, at his annual benefit on Halloween, but it doesn't stop gossip magazines the world over wondering about the romantic life of this devastatingly, and some say dangerously, handsome young man. As he approaches 40, will Knox Renault ever break free of his past? Gosh, I hope so. The thought came unbidden to Livia, as she slid her finger over his photograph. Not that it would have anything to do with her, but she had sensed something special in the man she had met, that he was more than just another handsome rich boy. There were hidden depths there, she was sure of it. When she went to sleep that night, she dreamed of Knox Renault and his beautiful green eyes, and of the moment his lips would press against hers.
Chapter 3.
Amber rolled her eyes as Knox sat down at the table. It was the French Quarter, with busy streets and lunchtime crowds, and the restaurant Amber had chosen was almost full. "You're late again, Renaud. Where's the Rolex I bought you last year?" Knox sighed, kissing her cheek. "You know I don't like to wear it out in public. It looks too ostentatious. Not that I'm not grateful for it," he added, seeing Amber's frown. "It was a lovely gift. I just don't know if it's really me." Amber opened her mouth to argue, then gave up. Knox looked different and had seemed different, lighter, since the party. Amber had wondered if it was just the relief of getting it over and done with for another year. But it had been a week since the party, and every time she had seen him, Knox had been happy. "What's going on with you?" she asked him now, and Knox, who was reading the menu, glanced up and smiled at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you look different. You look lighter." "I haven't lost weight, far from it." Amber rolled her eyes again. Knox was nowhere in the vicinity of overweight. "I mean, emotionally. You seem to be carrying yourself more cheerfully than usual." Knox laughed, his green eyes twinkling. "Do I? Fine, don't tell me then." Amber snatched the menu from him grumpily and sulked behind it. Knox smothered a grin. "Ams, you ever have one of those moments in life, however fleeting, where someone or something just reminds you why you're alive? Someone who sets off a thought process that makes you reevaluate your entire existence? Is this your fancy way of saying you got laid?" Amber felt a twinge of jealousy go through her, and brushed it away. "He doesn't belong to you, he never did." Knox shook his head. "No, I haven't. No. I just had a moment with someone, a woman at the party. I'd like to see her again, is all." "Really?" Amber ran through all of the party guests in her head, and Knox just smiled and shook his head. "Who?" Knox hesitated, and smiled ruefully at her. "Can I just have this secret for a little bit? I swear, the moment it becomes more than a moment, you'll be the first to know." Amber relaxed. "Of course, honey." She reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm very happy for you. It's about time you got your pickle tickled." Knox burst out laughing and Amber joined in, her blue eyes amused. As they ordered their food, she studied her friend. They had known each other for more than half their lives. They'd been drawn together by Amber's twin, Ariel, who had come home from school one day and told her family that she had met the most beautiful boy in the world. She hadn't been wrong. Knox Renault was the kind of boy that sculptors made statues of. That strong jaw, those perfectly symmetrical features. Big green eyes. Sensual mouth. Gosh. More than once since Ariel's death, Amber had wondered if she and Knox would end up together, mostly out of convenience, but he'd never made an advance and she had never found the courage. She had to admit, it hurt a little that Knox had finally shown interest in someone and it wasn't her, but she could not begrudge her friend his happiness. Amber's own love life was complicated. She always kept 2 romantic partners at a time, but never let either near her heart. Her beauty, her wealth, her position in society, she didn't need a husband, which made her lethal to the women of New Orleans who kept their husbands away from her. Little did they know, Amber wasn't interested in any of them. What she wanted was far more complex. Far more Knox-like, she told herself, then pushed the thought away. He would never be hers, and she would have to accept that. "So when are you going to make your move?" she asked Knox, who blinked with nervousness. To her amazement, 2 spots of pink appeared on Knox's cheeks as he shrugged. "I don't know. I've been working on getting the courage up to approach her." Amber almost spat her water out. Knox Renaud, billionaire, drop-dead gorgeous businessman, was nervous about asking a girl on a date. "Wow. I haven't seen you like this since." She trailed off and looked away. Ariel was always there, always between them. Amber swallowed the lump in her throat. Knox's smile had faded and he nodded. "I never thought this day would come, Ams, and look, no one will ever replace her." "I know that, sweetie, but hopefully someone will mean just as much to you someday." His eyes danced in a way she hadn't seen for years. "I hope so too, Ams. I really hope so too." Livia tried to stop thinking about Knox Renault as she practiced her scales up and down, using the plain rhythm to distract herself. In the weeks since she'd met him, her body had felt wired, her brain whirling. To have that much chemistry with someone she probably would never see again, it didn't seem right. She faltered in her playing, and then crashed her fingers down on the keyboard. "Unless you're going for some kind of weird Stockhausen thing," a voice behind her said. "I'm guessing you're having an off day." Livia turned to smile at her tutor. In the few months she had been at the college, her tutor, Charvy Sood, had become more than just a teacher to her. The 2 women had bonded over their love of jazz, of Monk, Parker, Davis, and to Charvy's delight, their mutual admiration for Judy Carmichael, the reason Livia had fallen in love with the genre. Listening to Carmichael's radio shows when she was living at home with her father, her headphones plugged in to dull the sound of her father shouting drunkenly at the television, she had used the genre as her way to transport herself out of the San Diego heat and here to New Orleans. Charvy put down the stack of scores she had in her hand and peered over her glasses at her young student. "You okay? You've been in here practicing all week. You can rest, you know. It may be your master's degree, but rest is vital for brainpower." Livia smiled at her. "I know. I'm trying to distract myself from thinking about a boy. It's very annoying." Charvy laughed, shaking her head. "It happens to the best of us. Want to share?" Livia picked out a tune with her forefinger. "It's embarrassing. He's way out of my league and—" "Let me stop you there, young lady. No one is out of your league." Livia sighed. "It's Knox Renault." That stopped Charvy. "Ah. Well, I would say the problem there isn't that you're out of his league, it's that he's Knox Renault." Livia looked at her friend curiously. "You know him?" "I knew his mother. I've met Knox a few times. He's an enigma. At least if you believe the gossip. He has the saddest eyes I've ever seen, and he seemed so sweet. Lonely but sweet. Nice. Gosh, nice is such a bland thing to say, but he was friendly and warm and—" "You have an enormous crush on him." Livia shrugged. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. It's not like we run in the same circles. Forget I said anything. Charvy smiled. Well now, let's channel that desire into your playing. Give me something slow and sensual. And make it up as you go along. Think about Mr. Renault, and let your fingers move across the keyboard. At first Livia was embarrassed, feeling exposed, but as her fingers stroked the keys she began to find a melody. She closed her eyes and thought about the feeling of him trailing his finger across her cheek, the scent of his skin, the ocean green color of his eyes. She played a melody so sweet she wanted to cry, and when she finished and opened her eyes, she felt her face burn red. Wow, you have it bad, Charvy teased her and held up her phone. It needs work, but there's something there. I've recorded it, and I'll email it to you. Your homework is to score it, and mold it into a piece you can perform at the end of semester recital. Livia gaped at her. Are you kidding me? She felt panicky at revealing something so personal to an audience. But Charvy nodded. I'm deadly serious. That was the most connected I've ever seen you with your piano, Liv. She checked her watch. And I have a seminar. Work on it, Liv, and I swear you'll see what I mean. Left alone, Livia checked her laptop. Charvy had indeed emailed her the MP3, and as Liv played it back she realized there was something there. She grabbed some blank score paper and began to write. Knox looked up as Sandor knocked on the door jamb. Hey. Sandor grinned. You still working? Dude, it's Friday night. Let's go out and have drinks. Knox chuckled. I would, but I'm waiting on a call from Italy. Haven't you got a date? Sandor shrugged. She blew me off. I'm kind of relieved, to be honest. I'm getting too old to be dating a different pretty girl each week. My heart bleeds for you. So I'm your consolation prize. Sandor grinned. Yup. Grab your cell phone and take the call on that. We're going drinking. Knox hesitated. All right, but let's go to the French Quarter. Wanna mix with the tourists? Come on then. An hour and 2 shots of bourbon later, Knox relaxed back into his seat and glanced around the bar. He hadn't told Sandor that the bar he'd chosen was across the street from Marcel Pessu's restaurant, or that ever since they'd gotten here, Knox had been looking for any sign of Livia. He hadn't had one night of peace since he'd met her. The feel of her soft skin, her huge chocolate brown eyes, the way her tawny hair fell in messy waves over her shoulders, it all haunted him. The faint flush of pink when he touched her face. He'd been so close to kissing her, which would have been entirely inappropriate. But gosh, the feelings he had thought he'd never feel again were whirling and thrashing through him like a storm. He had to see her again, to see if the connection between them hadn't been just that moment in time. To see if it was real, tangible, and something they could build on. Also, he really needed to kiss her gorgeous pink mouth. It was driving him crazy. Knox? Buddy. Knox blinked back into the present. Sorry, what? I was talking to Roan at the party. He seems pretty keen on working with us on the Feldman project. Knox snorted and sipped his bourbon. What does Roan know about the luxury food trade? Nothing, but he does know about the shipping trade. Sandor gave Knox a reproachful look. Look, I know you think he's a playboy, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. Besides, he wants to buy his way in. What? He told me he wants us 3 to go into business together. He wants in on the company. For the first time that night, Knox stopped thinking about Livia, leaning forward to study his friend. How come he hasn't said anything to me? Sandor chuckled. Because he knows you think he's a playboy. He's your best friend, but there's always been the joker in the pack, and it's always been Roan. He was feeling me out, in the hope I'd do the approach. So I am. I think it's something we should talk about. He wants to impress you, buddy, is all. Knox considered. I'm open to talking about it, certainly. Sandor smiled. So I can tell him yes? Talking about it, San. Nothing more at this stage. I love it when you get masterful. Another drink? Go for it. Knox leaned back, his eyes flicking automatically to the restaurant on the other side of the street. He could see the pretty Asian girl who was working with Livia at his party waiting on tables, but there was no sign of Livia. He thought about what Sandor had said. Renaud was Knox's oldest friend, but he was also someone who acted on impulse. He would best be described as reckless. Knox had worked too hard on the business, and not even his love for his friend could override the fact that Renaud was not a good bet. Knox rubbed his eyes. Maybe he should loosen up, take a risk. Take a risk. His mind went back to the lovely girl he'd met at his party. Yes, he would take a risk. Enough of skulking like a creep across the street. Tomorrow, he would go to the restaurant and ask for her. If she wasn't there, he'd leave his number. If she was there. He was still smiling when Sandor returned with the drinks. It was after midnight when Livia left the practice rooms, and as she didn't have enough cash on her for a cab, she decided to walk home. When she got back to the French Quarter, she decided to go to the restaurant and see if Moro wanted company on her walk home. As she turned into an alley leading to Bourbon Street, she suddenly felt herself being jerked back, and a heavy arm locked around her throat. Shocked into action, she threw her elbows back with all her strength, cussing and screaming at her attacker. "Get off me, creep!" She slammed her fist back into the man's groin and he groaned, releasing her. Her anger at full flood and the adrenaline spiking in her system, Livia punched and kicked the mugger until, still groaning, he took off. Yelling "wretch" at her as he ran, she unleashed a litany of curse words at him, beyond caring who heard her. Finally, she caught her breath and picked up her bag, turning to go to the restaurant. She stopped. Knox Renault was looking at her, astonished admiration in his eyes. Livia's breath caught in her throat. "Well," he said finally, a grin slowly spreading across his face. "Hello again."
Chapter 4.
"I'm absolutely fine," Livia complained as Marcel fussed over her, making her drink the tea he offered. Knox Renault sat across from her, a small smile playing around his lips. It was as if they shared a secret now, and Livia couldn't help but grin. "I heard you holler," Knox told her, "and came to help, but you'd pretty much scared the guy off by the time I got there. Pretty brave if you ask me." "A girl's got to look after herself," Livia said. She couldn't stop looking at him. She hadn't imagined how gorgeous he was. Those green eyes, that dark hair and messy curls, they were all as beautiful as she remembered. The way he was looking at her sent a shiver down her spine. Marcel and Moro seemed to notice the charged atmosphere, and after making sure Livia really was okay after the shock of her mugging, they discreetly disappeared. The restaurant was closed now, only a couple of lamps still on, and in the dim light Knox took her hands in his. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about you," he said honestly. "I admit, my friend and I came to the Quarter for drinks, and I deliberately chose the bar across the street from here. I hope to see you." "Which friend?" "Sandor. You might have met him at the party." Livia nodded. "I did. He seemed lovely." Knox smiled. "He is. But as lovely as he is, I don't want to talk about Sandor. Liv, those few moments we spent together in the garden. I don't want to presume, but to me, there was something there. I felt it too." She began to tremble as he got out of his seat and stepped closer to her. He was so tall, she felt tiny next to him. He pulled her out of her chair and gently rested his hands at her waist, tentative, a question in his eyes. "Is this okay?" Livia nodded and Knox smiled. He bent his head and Livia felt at last his lips against hers. The first kiss was brief, hesitant. But it didn't stop at one and went on, growing in intensity, his fingers tangling in her long hair, pulling her closer. Livia could feel the strength of his heartbeat as her own arms wrapped around him, grounding herself in the moment. Kissing him felt like being swept into a memory that hadn't yet been made, vivid, surprising, and full of emotion. The connection deepened with each shared breath, stirring something tender and unfamiliar in her chest. Finally, breathless, they broke apart. Wow, Livia breathed. Wow. Knox brushed his fingertips across her face. Livia, may I please take you on a date? His words seemed so formal after that breathtaking kiss that she giggled. Knox grinned. I'm sorry, I'm out of practice. What I mean is, I would like to see you again. And again. And again. His words made her melt, and she leaned into his embrace. She gazed up at him. I would like that too, Knox, very much. But what will your family, your friends think? I'm just a waitress. Well, a grad student, but I'm clearly not of your social circle. Won't they think badly of me? I really don't care. There is no just a waitress or a student. Both of those things are honorable, genuine things. But who cares what our jobs are? You're Livia, I'm Knox. The rest is just window dressing. Livia gave a soft laugh, and he tightened his arms around her. I'd just like to get to know you, Liv. We can work anything else out together. Let's just try, that's all I ask. He walked her back to her apartment, but didn't ask to come in. He kissed her again, and it was just as moving as their earlier kiss. She could feel the tension in his body, the way he held her close, but Knox Renault was clearly a gentleman. May I see you tomorrow? So proper, so polite. She nodded, grinning. Tomorrow is my day off, so yes. Then would you spend the day with me? I'd like that very much. Knox brushed his lips against hers, his hands gently cradling her face. Then shall we say 10 a.m.? Perfect. The kiss deepened, once again leaving Livia breathless. Knox smiled at her. Good night, lovely Liv. Good night, Knox. She felt a mix of joy and longing as she saw him walk away, turning to look at her once more before he turned the corner. His grin made her heart swell. For a moment or two she stood in the cool night, blinking. Did that actually just happen? She chuckled and went inside. As she opened the door to the apartment, Moro, dressed in Hello Kitty pajamas, held up a bag of potato chips and said, You on the couch now. You're not going to bed until you've told me everything. He had watched Knox and the girl Livia walk back to her apartment, following at a safe distance. They were obviously smitten with each other, and he guessed they must have met at the party. The party where she was a waitress, and Knox was the billionaire party host. He couldn't fault Knox on his taste. Livia was beautiful, all elegance and grace. But still a waitress. The gossip would be great indeed, especially amongst their social circles, but that wasn't what was making him smile. No, it was the thought of Knox and Livia possibly falling deeply in love, so deeply in love that when she was taken from him, Knox would finally be broken. And that was all he had ever dreamed of.
Chapter 5.
Moro was sitting on the bathroom cabinet, watching Livia apply her makeup. I can't believe you didn't stay over. Livia rolled her eyes. Dude, we haven't even been on a date yet. Prude. Livia grinned. Moro was a seize-the-moment kind of girl. Livia preferred the slow burn. Besides, if we'd had been intimate in the restaurant, Health and Human Services would have been outraged. Gosh, just thinking about being intimate with Knox was making her hot, but she brushed the thought aside before Moro could pick up on it. Look, we're going on one date. Don't jump the gun. Where's he taking you? Livia sighed. We're taking each other. I don't know. We haven't discussed that yet. Too busy enjoying each other's company. Livia laughed aloud. Well, do you blame me? Have you seen him? Now go away, I need to finish up here and you're distracting me. Moro hopped down grinning and tapped a closed drawer. Just in case, take what you need. Better safe than sorry. Livia pointed out at the door, and grumbling but grinning, Moro left her alone. Livia shut the door behind her and sighed, leaning against it. Her whole body felt as if she were wired up to the national grid. If Knox even touched her once, she would jump him. Calm down, she muttered to herself. Still, when she'd finished getting ready, she grabbed some from the drawer and shoved them deep into her purse. Knox was 5 minutes early. Sorry, couldn't wait. Livia saw Moro make a crude gesture behind Knox's back, and glared at her. Do excuse Moro, she was raised by wolves. All the best people are, Knox grinned at Livia's friend, who smiled back at him. Look after her, she said. Later, lovebirds. She disappeared back into her bedroom, while Livia's face burned red. So, she said, trying not to look flustered in his presence, what's the plan? Well, last night your roommate told me you hadn't been in New Orleans for long, so I thought maybe we could take a steamboat trip. We could see the city, and talk at the same time. What do you think? Livia smiled at him. I think that sounds perfect. The steamboat Natchez was full of tourists as it began to float down the Mississippi River, but neither Knox nor Livia cared. They sat out on the deck, the weather still very warm despite it being November, breathing in the fresh air. Knox asked Livia about where she had come from. Southern California, so I'm used to hot weather, she grinned. It is different heat here, more humidity. Sultrier. New Orleans is a very romantic city. Knox laughed. If you say so. I'm NOLA born and bred, but I have to admit, sometimes the heat during the day gets to me. So why did you leave SoCal? Livia looked away from his gaze. No family to speak of, and Moro was here. I managed to get a scholarship to the university, so that made it official. I haven't regretted it once. Especially now. They smiled at each other, and Knox leaned in to kiss her again. Livia, that night at the party. I haven't felt a connection like that in years. Really? She was delighted, then frowned. No, I mean really? Look at you, you could have anyone. I'm particular, he said lightly with a grin, but she could see something behind his eyes. You don't give away a lot, do you? I mean, I could see the sadness in your eyes when we met. You can talk to me, you know? Knox's expression changed for a split second, fear, but he shook his head. I'm a firm believer in the past, staying in the past. What I want now is for us to get to know each other. Is that something you'd like, Livy? She studied him, leaning on the railing of the steamboat. Charvy was right about you. You are an enigma. Charvy? Charvy sued? Knox's eyes lit up, and Livia nodded. Yes, she knew your mother? I'll say. Charvy was my mom's best friend. He looked so excited, like a little boy. I had no idea she was back in New Orleans. She is. She's my tutor, my mentor really. I'm sure she'd love to see you. Knox gave a short laugh. Why wouldn't she come to see me herself? He frowned to himself, obviously deep in thought, and Livia wondered if she had made a mistake mentioning Charvy to him. Knox shook himself. Well, yes, I'd love to see her. He smiled at Livia. So, you're a master pianist? She laughed. Oh no, I'm really just a beginner, at least when you consider the scope of the craft. My focus is on jazz piano, for this program at least. But really, I love all classical music. And rock and blues and on and on. I'm afraid my music knowledge extends as far as Pearl Jam and Tom Petty. That kind of music. I adore both, Livia encouraged him. For my undergraduate thesis, for the recital, I did a slowed-down piano version of Rearview Mirror. That line from the song always stuck with me, something about gaining speed when pushed. Knox quoted, and their gazes locked. Livia felt breathless. Anticipation is a marvelous thing, she said softly, and Knox nodded. Oh, I agree. He grinned and swept her hair back over her shoulder, brushing the back of his finger down her neck. Your skin is so soft. Tingling sensations raced through her body at his touch. She took a deep breath. But as she'd said, the anticipation of being close with this man was electrifying. I wonder how long we can hold out. Knox grinned. Personally speaking, And to be honest, I think it would be incredible just to hold you close right now and feel this connection deepen. But yes, let's keep this going until we don't have a choice. Why bow to society's pressure to rush into anything? Livia kissed him quickly, the gesture full of promise and heat. He gave a quiet groan. Try to make it easy on me, why don't you? She chuckled. Listen, you have all the cards here, Mr. Billionaire. This at least is on my terms. Knox laughed, burying his face in her neck. You smell amazing. It's intoxicating. She stroked his dark curls. How is it I feel like I've known you forever? Knox sat up and studied her. She gently touched the thick dark eyelashes she had been dreaming about, and he leaned into her touch. I know, I feel that too. She grinned at him. Knox Renault, we're going to have a lot of fun together. And she meant it. She wanted to erase the haunted look in his eyes forever, even if this thing between them was only fleeting. The thought caused an unexpected shock of pain. Already she felt so comfortable with him, they were so in tune with each other. A small voice inside her whispered, you don't know him yet, but she pushed it away. For now they would have fun, and that was enough. They spent a blissful 2 hours on the riverboat, and then took a cab back to the French Quarter, to an upscale burger joint that Livia suggested. Knox didn't seem the type to turn his nose up at everyday fare, and she was right. He practically swooned over the juicy burger, which was smothered in sautéed mushrooms and melted cheese. Livia grinned at him. It's good, right? Really good. He took a sip from his bottle of beer, and she grinned, picking a stray mushroom from his cheek. I like a man who enjoys his burgers. Knox muffled a belch in his fist and apologized. Livia chuckled. Excuse me, he said, and she kissed his cheek. There was already such a change in him now from when they had met. He was relaxed and laid back, and even the sadness in his eyes was less apparent. She couldn't believe it was because of her. Tell me more about yourself, Knox. Her smile faded a little, and she looked at him steadily. I'm so sorry about your family. There it was, the wariness in his eyes, and he looked away from her for a moment. I'm sorry, she said. I shouldn't have said anything. No, it's okay, he said. He wound his fingers through hers. I can't pretend it didn't happen, and I want to be honest with you from the start. Yeah, it was rough. That doesn't begin to cover it, but for now I'll just say, it took some getting over. Can you get over something like that? He shrugged. I don't know. Livia stroked the back of his hand with her finger. I think society places too much pressure on someone to get over things. Why? Why should we get over things? Can't we just acknowledge that the pain will always hurt, no matter how much time has passed? We just go on, live our lives, pretending we're okay when we're not. She cupped his face in her hand, her eyes locked on his. That night in the garden, you were so honest with me. I asked you if you were okay, and you said you weren't. Let's always be that honest with each other, whatever happens, wherever this goes. Deal? Knox's eyes were intense on hers. How old are you, Livia Chatelaine? Because you have the wisdom of someone much, much older. Yes, of course, deal. He leaned over and kissed her. We have so much to learn about each other, and I can't wait. One question. I'll be 40 in 2 years and you're what, 23, 24? 27. Does the age gap bother you? Livia shifted around and sat on his lap, not caring if the other diners were watching them. She hooked her arms around his neck and nuzzled his nose. You just said I was much older, she whispered to him. So what age gap? Knox slid his hand under her shirt and brushed her waist as she kissed him. The warmth of his touch made her skin tingle. I want to be close to you, she whispered. Knox smiled. Anticipation, remember? She wriggled slightly, resting her head on his shoulder, and he gave a quiet laugh. You are a heart stealer, Livia Chatelaine. The moment we take this further can't come soon enough. She hopped off his lap and smirked. Anticipation. Troublemaker, he said with a grin, and they both laughed. Amber sighed as she saw Odell approaching her. It was late afternoon at the salon, and Amber had just had a blissful massage. The last thing she wanted was for Odell to ruin her buzz. The blonde woman smiled tentatively at her, but it didn't reach her eyes. That wasn't anything new with Odell. "Always good to see you, Odell," Amber said smoothly and indicated the tea tray in front of her. "Won't you join me?" Odell nodded. "Thank you." She sat and Amber poured her some herbal tea. "Did you enjoy Knox's party this year?" Amber was being facetious. She knew Odell hated public gatherings. Odell, despite her beauty, didn't mingle well with people, and Amber had always wondered why. Odell's famed iciness aside, she rarely made the effort to get to know other people, almost as if she were protecting herself from something. Odell, Amber, Knox and Renaud had known each other since they were teenagers, but still Amber felt as if she had never really known Odell. All she knew was that Renaud had pursued the blonde woman, and that Odell had only ever opened up to Knox, who she regarded as an older brother. She studied Odell now. The other woman looked tired. "Is everything okay with you, Odell?" "Of course. Renaud and I are thinking of getting engaged." Amber tried not to spit out her tea. "Really?" She couldn't help the tone of cynicism that crept into her voice, but she regretted it when Odell flushed red with annoyance. "Is it so hard to believe?" "No, of course not, I'm sorry. It's just Renaud never mentioned it. Are you sure you want to be tied to, let's just say, to a man who has a wandering eye?" Odell's smile was bitter. "You think I don't know about his other women, Amber?" "Of course I do. Maybe not all of them, but I have my suspicions." She looked hard at Amber, who met her gaze steadily. "Then why would you marry him? Why not set your sights on someone else? Knox, for example. You adore him, and he thinks very highly of you. You think of our group as a revolving door of casual romance, Amber. Knox is my family. Renaud may have his flaws, but I assure you, it's me who he comes home to." Suddenly Amber realized why Odell had sought her out. She was warning her off. She wanted to marry Renaud of all people, and was making sure that his friends knew he belonged to her. Amber gave a sad smile. Poor deluded Odell. "I believe you." Amber casually sipped her tea, and they sat in silence for a while. When Odell left, Amber pulled out her cell phone. She listened to the buzz at the other end of the line, and when he answered, she didn't let him speak. "Renaud, just how long has Odell known about you and me? When did she find out we were seeing each other?" Renaud hung up the phone and rubbed his eyes. Trouble. He and Amber had been so careful, but now Odell knew he'd crossed the line. "Don't mess things up close to home." "I don't care about random flings," she'd told him the night he'd first mentioned marriage. "I do care about you getting involved within our circle." And he had been careless. Now he would have to lose all his other girls, and make things right with Odell. He should never have started up with Amber again. Amber, who had nothing to lose by admitting their affair. And that was the allure of the redhead. She simply didn't care about consequences. Except when it came to Knox, of course. Renaud couldn't help the jealousy he felt towards his friend sometimes. Knox was just so grounded, it was infuriating. Renaud sighed and grabbed his cell phone. He would forget the mess with the women in his life, and just focus on getting himself together for the meeting with Knox and Sandor. He wanted in on their company. He was ready to grow up, and he needed to focus, because there was one glaring problem in Renaud's otherwise perfect life. He was flat out broke.
Chapter 6.
After eating, they had wandered the streets, enjoying the atmosphere. Later in the evening, they found themselves at the Spotted Cat, a jazz venue that was jumping with music and crammed with people. Livia and Knox found standing room by the bar and ordered drinks. Livia looked excited. "I keep meaning to come here but never found the time." Knox grinned at her. Out of interest, how do you manage? I mean, I know you have the scholarship, but working at the cafe can't pay for everything. Actually, scratch that, it's none of my business. She laughed. It's okay. I get by. I've always had to fight for the basics, so it's become second nature. Sharing with Maury helps, and I don't need a lot. Thank God for the scholarship, though. Knox smiled at her openness. She really didn't care about money, and that was refreshing. He could imagine her happy with just a book and a sandwich. This wasn't a woman who needed diamonds and pearls. Of all the things he could give her, what she seemed to want was his time. He swept his hand into her hair and pulled her lips to his. You're gorgeous, he murmured against her lips, and I adore you. Livia chuckled. You barely know me, but I'll take that. You're not so bad yourself, rich boy. Her words were totally without reproach, and he felt her mouth curve up in a smile as he kissed her. A band was just setting up, and when they began to play, Knox slid his arms around Livia's waist and pulled her back against his chest. Livia leaned back into him, comfortable with the intimacy already. The band was wild fun, and Knox lost track of time in the sweltering heat, the drink, the heady feeling of this beautiful woman in his arms. More and more people were cramming into the space, and his arms tightened around Livia. She turned her head to smile at him, and something shifted in both of them as their eyes caught. He pressed his lips to hers, and she turned in his arms, her own wrapping around him. They forgot about the club, the music, the other people. He gazed down at her and mouthed the words, "Come home with me." Livia's smile grew wide, and she nodded. Enough anticipation. 20 minutes later, they were in a cab heading back to his mansion. Knox couldn't stop kissing her. Her lips tasted faintly of wine, and his fingers slid through her hair like he was memorizing every strand. Everything after that was a blur. Somehow they made it to his bedroom, laughter trailing behind them. He gently slipped the straps of her dress from her shoulders, his mouth finding the hollow of her throat as she pulled his t-shirt over his head. Livia giggled as he playfully kissed her stomach, making her squirm. Their clothes fell away between kisses and whispered words. She reached for his belt as he leaned down to kiss her again, their connection crackling with the kind of tension that had been building for days. He paused, brushing a strand of hair from her face, his gaze searching hers. You okay? He asked softly. Livia nodded, a flush rising in her cheeks. I'm perfect. I just want to remember this. He smiled at her tenderness, then leaned in slowly, savoring every heartbeat. As they moved together, there was no urgency, just the quiet rhythm of two people completely immersed in one another. Each caress, each kiss was a conversation in itself, building a closeness that went far beyond the physical. They held eye contact, breath catching as their connection deepened. Knox admired the way her body moved with his, how every curve responded to his touch. Livia's fingers dug gently into his shoulders as a wave of emotion rushed through her, and when she cried out his name, it was more than just desire, it was release, trust, and something dangerously close to love. Knox followed her over the edge, holding her tight as they came back to earth together, hearts racing. Afterward, they lay tangled in the sheets, laughter bubbling up between them as they caught their breath. I guess we didn't exactly hold out, Livia teased, rolling onto her side. I've been thinking about this for over a week, Knox grinned. We showed admirable restraint. She smirked. Okay, I'll give you that one. She leaned in to kiss him. That was incredible. And only the beginning. His hand skimmed gently down her side. You're stunning. She giggled, then playfully nipped at his chest. Speaking of stunning, I may have written a piano piece, inspired by you. Knox laughed, delighted. Seriously? A musical tribute? I don't even know what that means, but I'm definitely flattered. She shrugged, eyes twinkling. Just being silly. Don't make a big deal out of it. She rested her chin on his chest, glancing around the room for the first time. Your place is really beautiful, you know. He watched her take it in, the satisfaction clear on his face. I was hoping you'd like it. Knox watched as she took in the space, the navy-painted walls, the stacked fireplace, the cozy but polished furnishings. His bedroom looked like something out of a Tommy Hilfiger ad. Livia sat up and nodded with a smile. I like your room. Classy, elegant, just like you. She ran a hand through his tousled dark curls. Well, usually elegant. He grinned but paused when he saw her expression change, her cheeks flushed with color. She looked like she was working up the nerve to say something. What is it, Liv? He asked gently. She bit her lower lip, hesitating. Can I tell you something kind of personal? Of course, he said, brushing his finger down her cheek. Anything. I've never felt that way before, she said quietly. I mean, I'm not inexperienced, but what we just shared, it was different. So full on. Like every part of me was alive. Knox was quiet for a beat, studying her face. You mean you've never felt that connected? Or that overwhelmed? She nodded, her blush deepening. Exactly. It wasn't just about the moment. It was how safe I felt, how free. I didn't expect that. Knox smiled, deeply moved. I'm really glad I could give that to you, Liv. And I'll always make it my mission to make you feel that way, every time. Livia gave a soft laugh and bumped her shoulder against his. That doesn't hurt, Mr. Renaud. Especially considering you're ridiculously good-looking. He chuckled, brushing off her compliment with a small shake of his head. You know how you said you wanted honesty between us? That goes both ways, especially when we're figuring each other out. If there's ever something you don't like or need, just say it. And same for you, she agreed. Deal. She curled into his side, resting her head on his shoulder. So what now? Knox kissed the top of her head. Honestly? I'm starving. Want to grab something to eat? I can give you the grand tour while we're at it. Livia tilted her head, pretending to consider. Only if you promise to show me every ballroom in this palace. So far I've only seen the main one and ow. Knox. He'd started tickling her mid-sentence, and she shrieked with laughter, squirming away as he laughed along with her. Eventually, breathless and grinning, they got up, showered together in companionable silence, then made their way down to the kitchen, hand in hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. This looks familiar. Livia grinned at him, as she hopped up onto a seat at the breakfast bar. Is this your main kitchen, or do you have 11 smaller ones for each meal? Funny girl, Nick leaned over to kiss her. No, just the one. It's big enough to feed all 17 ballrooms, though. Livia laughed. Can I help? Nope, let me feed you, woman. Grilled cheese? Perfection. They chatted easily while he cooked, Livia admiring the way the muscles in his back flexed with every move. He really was something else. She adored the way his shaggy black curls fell in loose waves around his face, the way his green eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. It still felt surreal, being here after what they'd just shared, and yet everything about being with Knox felt perfectly right. She watched him openly, desire warm in her gaze. When he caught her staring, he slid the pan to the back of the stove and walked over to her. How, he murmured, brushing his lips lightly over hers, am I supposed to concentrate when you're looking at me like that? He stepped in close, drawing her legs gently around his waist. She was wearing his dress shirt, far too big on her, and he slowly began to unbutton it, letting the fabric part. His thumb traced a path from her lips to the hollow of her throat, across the curve of her chest and down to her stomach, making her breath hitch. You're breathtaking, Livy. She pulled him into a kiss, slow and deep. Time seemed to melt away as they held each other. The air between them charged again, soft and heady, until Knox leaned back slightly, a playful grin on his lips. I come prepared, he whispered, his tone teasing. She laughed, brushing her fingers along his jaw. Their laughter faded into something quieter, more tender. He kissed her again, deeper this time as they let themselves fall back into the moment. Their connection built slowly, no rush, no urgency, just the two of them skin to skin, breath to breath. Every touch was a conversation, every kiss a promise. She sank into him as if she'd always belonged there, and he held her like she was something precious. Later, tangled together on the floor, both breathless and warm with afterglow, Knox gave a low, contented laugh. "Livia, can we just stay like this forever?" She smiled, her cheek resting against his. "No complaints here." He kissed her again, softly, sweetly, like there was nowhere else he'd rather be. The grilled cheese was unsalvageable, so Knox made fresh sandwiches and they both ate like they hadn't eaten in days. "It's all the energy we burned," Livia said with mock seriousness, nodding wisely and making him laugh. "Don't mock. It's a fact that passionate activity consumes approximately 4.6 megatons of kilojoule energy per moment of peak enjoyment. You just made that up." "All right, I did. But still. Lunatic." She stroked his face. "You're gorgeous." He smirked. "Oh, I know." And he strutted around like a peacock, making her giggle. "What was that? Mick Jagger crossed with a chicken?" Knox gave up his comic strut. "Buzzkill." Livia giggled. "Gorgeous and funny. Knox Renault, how on earth haven't you been snatched up by some woman already? I mean, apart from that face of yours, you're the full package, aren't you? I don't get why you would ever be single." The smile cracked a little, faded, and Livia cursed herself. "Damn. I'm sorry. Did I put my foot in it again?" Knox was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He played with her fingers, as he tried to decide what to say. "Liv, when I was a teenager, there was someone. Ariel. We were inseparable, and we both knew it was inevitable that we would end up together. One night, I was getting ready to go pick her up for our senior prom. Amber, that's her twin sister, called the house in hysterics. Ariel was missing." A cloud passed over his handsome features, and Livia took his hand, holding it tightly. He looked at her gratefully before clearing his throat. "They found her the next day, laid out on one of the tombstones in the cemetery." His voice faltered and he turned away, blinking hard. Livia's heart clenched at the sight of tears in his eyes. "She didn't die quickly," he said quietly. "Whoever did it made her suffer." "Oh gosh, no." Livia felt cold. Poor Ariel." The heartbreak on Knox's face was still obvious even though 2 decades had passed. Knox looked at Livia now, his green eyes filled with pain. "I never thought anyone could ever. Not replace, I hate that word, and it's not true when you're talking about another human, but that I would meet someone who made my heart soar. I was wrong." Livia touched his face. "I want to make you happy again, Knox Renault." He wrapped his arms around her. "You already have, Livia." She kissed him, her heart pounding with sorrow for him. "What will your friends think about me? I mean, I know you're still friends with Amber. Will she think I'm just a gold-digging interloper?" "No. Amber has always told me that she wants me to be happy. I think for both of us, we had no closure over Ariel's death because whoever killed her is still out there. I think you and Amber would be good friends." "I certainly hope so. On my part, I have no qualms, except perhaps the total chasm in our social situations." Knox shook his head. "You shouldn't fixate on that. Really." "I promise," she smiled up at him, but then her face turned solemn. "I'm so sorry about Ariel. That's horrific. The police really had no clues?" "None. Ariel was the sweetest person. No one could have had a reason to harm her." Livia sighed. "Sadly, there doesn't seem to be much reason to kill a woman. Some do it just for the thrill." Knox was silent for a while, but Livia felt his arms tighten around her. "When I heard you scream that night," he said softly, "when I saw it was you. That was just some dude trying to mug me, Knox. I dealt with it. Badass. You betcha." He kissed the top of her head. "Okay, my little warrior woman. Let's go back to bed and keep each other up all night.
Chapter 7.
Livia's head was bent over her piano when she heard the commotion outside the practice room. She looked up as Charvy, followed by a couple of excited students, came into the room. Charvy looked stunned, overwhelmed, and shocked all at once. She nodded at Livia, and then the piano. "You might want to sit down and play that old wreck one last time." Livia blinked, completely discombobulated. She had been working on her composition night, her piano piece as she had told Knox, and had been so into it that the sudden interruption made her shake her head. "What?" Charvy smiled. "Your boyfriend is a very generous man." She turned as the wide doors of the music room were opened, and a gang of workmen, huffing and puffing, wheeled in a vast trailer. Livia stood as they maneuvered the covered item onto the floor. "You can take this one out," Charvy ordered them, tapping the piano Livia was working from. "Save us the trouble." The foreman shrugged. "Sure, no problem." Livia quickly grabbed her stuff from the rather battered but much-loved piano, even more confused. Charvy and her students grabbed the dust cloth on the new piano and pulled it off with a flourish. Livia couldn't help but gasp. Underneath the cloth sat the most beautiful instrument she'd ever seen. Charvy looked gleeful. "You know what this is?" Livia nodded her head weakly. "It's a Steinway, a Model D concert grand Steinway." Her legs were shaking. Knox had done this? "It's Judy Carmichael's piano. Not hers personally, but her piano of choice." Charvy was watching her. "That's right. And Knox donated not just one of these but 4. He's donated 4 of these babies to the university, plus countless other new instruments, and a huge endowment." Livia was shocked to her core, and also conflicted. She and Knox had only been dating for 2 weeks, and this was beyond generous. One of the other students was looking at her enviously. "Damn, you must be good in bed." "Tony." Charvy glared at the student. "That's enough." "Sorry." Livia shook her head. "It's okay. 4 Steinways though?" Charvy looked at the other students. "Give us the room, will you?" After they had gone, Charvy sat Livia down on the new piano stool. "You look like you're about to collapse. Sit, breathe." I mean what? What does this mean?" Charvy nodded, but she didn't smile. "I think it means he's smitten." "This is too much, Charvy. I mean, gosh, it's been 2 weeks. Not that I'm not happy for the university, but..." She opened the lid of the piano and began to press down on the keys. "Gosh, listen to that tone." She began to play her composition, listening to the deep bass of Swedish steel and copper wire, the treble so sweet and pure. She played through all she had written so far twice, forgetting Charvy was in the room. Closing her eyes and moving her fingers over the smooth spruce keys, she lost herself in the composition. Livia thought not of the notes she had to play, but of Knox and of making love with him, the fun and laughter they had shared over the last few days. They had become almost inseparable in such a short time. She sighed and finished playing, opening her eyes. Charvy gave her a round of applause. "That sister is coming along nicely." Livia grinned. "My piano piece?" Charvy laughed. "I don't think we'll call it that in the program. Do you have another title?" Livia flushed. "Night." Charvy sighed. "I guess it's no use now to ask you to be cautious with this man." Livia felt stung. "Charvy, what is it? Why are you so nervous about my relationship with Knox Renault?" Charvy rubbed her eyes. "It's not Knox himself so much as it is the people who surround him. I worry about them affecting you." Livia snorted. "Charvy, I can look after myself in that respect. Why is it I think you're keeping something from me? Tell me straight, is Knox dangerous? Tell me now before I fall in love with him, because that is a very real possibility." Charvy looked upset, and as if she were about to say something but then relented. Just be cautious around his friends. If Knox is anything like Gabriella, then I wish you two nothing but happiness. She was the best person I ever knew. Then he is like his mother, Livia said softly, trying to keep the tone of reproach out of her voice, and Charvy smiled apologetically. In that case. Charvy patted her shoulder. He might have donated the instruments, but you had already started to write that beautiful piece about him, and now you've given it his name. Have you invited him to the recital? Not yet, but I will. I just have to make sure it's perfect. You will. Livia looked at her watch. I have to go thank him. Thank him for all of us, would you? Obviously, the dean will be writing to him to express his gratitude, but from me, from the music department and faculty, say thank you. Livia hugged her teacher. I will. And you know, I think he'd love to see you again. Charvy's smile faded. I'm not sure I'm ready. Gabriella was like a sister to me. Her death still hurts and She sighed. I'm scared that if Knox has grown to look like his father too much, I might flip out on him and say all the terrible things I wanted to say to Tynan. So not yet, please. Let me work my way up to it. Livia nodded, sadness making her chest hurt. One moment in time, and so many lives had been wrecked. Of course. Let me just say. Knox is a wonderful man. You won't find a more generous or kind and open man. I believe you. I just need time is all. Roan stared at Knox, who looked back steadily. After all that, just know. Roan, you knew this was a long shot coming in here. If you need money, just ask, but we both know you're not cut out to be in this business. It's food importing. Roan threw his hands up in the air and stood up. Knox could see he was agitated, and shot a glance at a silent Sandor. Sandor cleared his throat. Roan, it's purely from a business standpoint. We've made our reputation on no drama and no gossip, by being above board and transparent on everything. And while you're a fantastic salesman, that's not who we are. He tried to lighten the mood. It would be like Freddie Mercury joining Coldplay. Or the Allman Brothers. Sigur Rós. Snoop Dogg joining the Spice Girls. You're Scary Spice. Am not. Roan's mouth hitched up at one side as he tried not to smile. Don't make me laugh. I'm mad at you guys. We're just saying we're too staid for you, buddy. Rather, this company is. Look, you want to talk about setting up a new company doing something entirely different, something that will suit you and that we could invest in, go for it. Roan, mollified, sat back down. You'd consider a new company? Sure thing. Something where you'd be the lead, and we would be silent partners. Roan chewed on his lip, and Knox shot Sandor a meaningful look. Sandor nodded. Look, I have to make some calls. How about I come back for you in 20 minutes, and we'll grab some lunch? Sure thing. When they were alone, Knox looked at his friend. Roan seemed diminished somehow, stressed, not his usual ebullient self. What is it, Roan? There's something going on with you, something more than wanting a new career. Roan sighed and rubbed his face. Don't worry about it. I do worry about it. Knox frowned. Do you need money? Roan stayed silent. You just have to ask, Knox said in a quiet, calm voice. Roan shook his head. Thank you, man, but I have to find my own way out of this. Surely Odell's family. Knox trailed off as Roan laughed. Man, if I could keep it my pants, maybe she wouldn't hate me right now. Damn, Roan. That's what I do. Maybe I should start a male escort business. Knox ignored that remark. Odell knows? Yup. Who? Roan hesitated before looking at his friend. Amber. Knox rocked back. You're kidding? Nope. Geez, Roan, don't you know not to shush? Damn, where you sleep? Yup. I'm that much of an idiot. Geez. Roan sighed. Look, I'll work on Odell, apologize, make it up to her. Marry her. Odell may be a strange fish, but she won't fall for any fake sentiments or actions. If you marry her, you had better damn mean it. Or you'll have me to answer to, as well as Odie. Knox was irritated, but Roan held up his hands. I hear you. He studied his friend. What about you? You made a move on the lovely Livia yet? Knox couldn't help his smile. That is going very, very well, thanks. She's adorable. You bringing her to Thanksgiving? You can, you know. She can meet the gang. Knox smiled but didn't answer. Look, get together an idea for the kind of business you'd like to run and we'll talk more. Make a business plan. There's a couple of empty offices here you can use as a base. Don't harass the female staff is all I ask. Would I? Yes. Roan laughed. I promise to be good. Thanks, man. I appreciate this. Just take it seriously. This could be a turning point. Roan smiled at his friend. You know, you're an excellent big brother. Knox ignored the pain that shot through him. An excellent big brother just like Teague had been, and hid it with a smile. Damn straight. And I will kick your ass if you screw this up. Roan stood and shook Knox's hand. I swear to you, Knox, I won't let you down. Go tell that to Odell. I will. Thanks, brother. Livia waited, as the receptionist tried not to stare at her. She smiled at the young woman, who flushed slightly. Sorry. Livia shrugged. It's okay. What's your name? Pia. Hey Pia, I'm Liv. I'm kind of seeing your boss. Pia smiled. She was young, early 20s, Livia guessed, with big blue eyes and jet black hair. Gorgeous. I know. He's such a great guy, great boss too. Livia smiled, and wondered if Pia had a crush on her boss. She couldn't blame her. The next minute, Livia realized Knox wasn't the object of Pia's affection, when Sandor came into the reception and handed her some notes. Pia flushed a deep scarlet, and Livia hid a smile. Sandor grinned at her. Hey Livy, great to see you. Does Knox know you're here? She shook her head. I told Pia I'd wait until he was free. Sandor threw a smile at Pia, which made the young woman light up. Now come on, it's only Roan who's in with him. Sandor led her back to Knox's office. As she walked with him, she nudged his shoulder. That girl has a king-sized crush on you. Sandor rolled his eyes. I'm old enough to be her father, Liv. So? Sandor laughed. I'm not a cradle snatcher. Livia felt a little sting. After all, there were 12 years between her and Knox. Sandor saw her smile falter and guessed what she was thinking. Totally different situation, he said hurriedly. I'm 45, Pia is 19. Oh, okay, I get it. Don't tell Pia I told you. Sandor knocked at Knox's door, grinning. I won't. She's young, she'll find some young boy to fall in love with next week. He opened the door. Hey Renaud, found this little treasure in reception. Knox looked delighted to see her. Hey beautiful, what a nice surprise. He came to greet her, kissing her on the mouth, lingering over it. Roan snickered. Get a room. Livia, blushing, giggled. Hey Roan. I was just telling Knox here that we look forward to meeting you formally at Thanksgiving. Livia rocked back a little. Formally? Knox rolled his eyes. He means properly, all of us. We'll talk about it over lunch. Guys, do you mind if I take a rain check? Nope. Not at all. Livia took him back to her apartment. He walked around the tiny kitchen living space and nodded. I like it. It suits you. Yeah, this is welcoming, warm. And even better, it smells like you, all soft flowers and fresh air. Flushing, Livia was pleased. Her and Moriko's home was small, but they both loved it, decorating it with colored scarves and art pieces and books. The couch was big and squashy, and Livia pushed Knox down on it before straddling him. So, Mr. Renaud, before I feed you, there's a little matter of a huge thank you to be discussed. Knox, I cannot believe your generosity. Thank you, on behalf of the university, the faculty, the students, and the music department. I'm overwhelmed. I thought you might appreciate practicing on the same instrument as your heroine, he said shyly, and Livia kissed him, crushing her lips against his. You're perfect, she whispered, and slowly began to unbutton her dress one clasp at a time. As the fabric slipped from her shoulders, Knox drew in a sharp breath, his eyes full of awe. She moved closer, and he pressed a kiss to her collarbone, his hands gentle, reverent. His lips moved over her skin, igniting sparks with every touch. Livia's hands moved to his shirt, undoing each button, tracing the lines of his chest, the warmth of his skin beneath her fingers. Gosh, I want you so badly, she murmured. With a quiet groan, Knox lifted her gently, lowering her to the floor as if she were something sacred. His mouth found hers again, the kiss deepening until the world around them disappeared. His lips wandered across her skin, each kiss slow and reverent, drawing sighs from her lips. Every touch seemed to echo, making her pulse dance beneath her skin. The air between them pulsed with warmth and wonder. I'm supposed to be thanking you, she said between breaths, and he gave a soft laugh, his voice brushing her skin. You are. He knew her now, not just her body but the silent language of her breath, her shivers, the way her fingers curled when she was close. With each gentle motion, he guided her higher, never rushing, never forcing. And when her body tensed, the moment crashing over her like a rising tide, she clung to him, whispering his name like a prayer. He kissed her deeply, hungry and tender, and she met him with the same intensity. Then it was her turn. She pressed soft kisses down his chest, trailing slowly, savoring the moment, the closeness, the quiet vulnerability between them. When he could no longer hold back, he pulled her into his arms and they came together, their movements instinctive and fluid. They moved together with quiet purpose, savoring every moment as if trying to imprint it on their souls. Nothing about it was hurried. Their eyes stayed locked, as if that gaze alone held the world steady. It wasn't just closeness, it was communion, the kind of connection that made time feel irrelevant. The way he moved with her, attentive, steady, wholly present, made her feel treasured in a way she'd never known. Every motion spoke of care. This wasn't just passion, it was something quieter, deeper. Something that asked for trust and gave it in return. Wrapped in each other's arms they drifted higher, until the moment broke over them like light pouring through a window, warm, blinding, absolute. In that breathless hush they held on tightly, as if the world had narrowed to just this, the sound of their hearts and the stillness after joy. Afterward, Livia lay beside him, her thoughts quietly swirling. She wondered briefly if she should tell him she was already on birth control. Part of her longed to feel every part of him without barriers, to surrender fully to that intimacy, but she knew it wasn't time for that conversation yet. Still, the thought lingered. Would he want that too? Her mind was hazy with warmth and wonder, her heart full. For now she simply rested in his arms, trusting the moment, knowing with quiet certainty. She was exactly where she was meant to be. Knox's lips were against hers. Gosh, you're beautiful. He smoothed the hair away from her face. Chocolate eyes. She grinned. Ocean eyes. He laughed and kissed her. So, what were we talking about? Your incredible generosity. Knox, you didn't need to do that. Knox smiled good-naturedly. I know, and it wasn't a thank you for being with me gift, so don't think that. It was time I did something for the university, and now I had a focus. Was Charvy pleased? Livia nodded. She was. Good, I'm glad. I hope that we can meet soon. Livia wriggled into his arms. I did speak to her about that. Knox, she's not ready. She told me she still has so much anger towards your father that if she saw that you looked like him, she might have some kind of left brain hip check and freak out on you. Knox was silent for a while. Livia studied him, her brow furrowed. I hope I haven't upset you. No. But he sat up and rubbed his face. He picked his shirt up and started to put it on. What? I guess I should tell you. Charvy and my mom, way before she was married to my dad, they were close. Very close. Romantic partners? Knox nodded. I was the only one who knew. My mom used to confide in me, and she always told me, although she never regretted marrying my dad and having Teague and me, that she hated being estranged from Charvy. That she had loved her entirely. Why did your mom leave her? Knox gave her a sad smile. Family. Enough said. Gosh, the tragedy of it all. She stroked his face. Do you think that's why your father went crazy? He found out? I don't know, Liv, I honestly don't. Dad was pretty open-minded, pretty progressive. I can't imagine he would freak out over something like that. Then again, I never imagined he could kill my mother and brother in cold blood. Livia shivered. My father was or is a drunk asshole, but he never laid a hand on me. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you. He kissed her forehead. That's the thing. He was a great dad. Really great. None of that machismo, you are boys so you must be tough, and women belong in the kitchen crap. I guess I'll never understand. Livia was quiet for a while. Why did the police believe he was guilty so easily then? Why didn't they look into it further? He looked surprised. It was pretty clear-cut, sweetheart. They found Dad with the weapon nearby, and all the evidence pointed to him. He could have been framed. Unlikely, according to the forensic team, but I appreciate you thinking well of him. He kissed her again. What about you? You don't talk about your family that much. She shrugged. Not much to tell. Only child. Mom was amazing, but cancer doesn't discriminate. If the world was fair, it would have taken Dad. Do you think you'll ever see him again? I doubt it. It's no loss, really. My family is here. Moro and I met first semester in college, and have been roommates ever since. She checked her watch. Speaking of which, she's due home any minute, so you might want to get dressed. Too late. The door was opening as Livia was speaking, and a grinning Moro strode in. Hey kids. Nice package, she added admiringly to Knox, who was trying to cover himself with his jeans and laughing. Livia burst into giggles, as she covered his groin with her body. Moro's high laughter rang out, as she disappeared into her room. Let me know when you're somewhat decent, and I'll come out. A few minutes passed, and Moro stuck her head out of the door. She looked disappointed. Oh. You're dressed. Give a girl a treat, why don't you? She winked at Knox, who grinned back. Livia shook her head. You are terrible. Look, we're going to order pizza and beer, want in? Hell yes, if I'm not disturbing anything. Not at all. When the pizza arrived, Livia passed out cold beers, and they sat out on the tiny balcony that looked over the city. If you squint, Moro told Knox, you can see Bourbon Street from here. Knox looked in the direction of the famous street. Really? Squint harder, harder. Now close your eyes and imagine Bourbon Street. Moro cackled at her joke, and Livia giggled, throwing a piece of pizza crust at her friend. Don't tease. No, Knox said, grinning. That's what best friends are supposed to do to the paramour. It is the law. Moro nodded wisely. You are wise, young Padawan. Livia coughed, and it sounded suspiciously like geek. Moro smiled cat-like. You may mock Liv, but me and Wondercock here are bonding. Knox choked on his pizza, laughing, and Liv threw an apologetic look at him. Sorry, she's not house-trained yet. The three of them were having such a great time that Knox decided not to head back to work. The late afternoon slipped into evening, filled with laughter, stories, and just enough wine to make everything feel lighter. At 10 p.m. Moro stood and stretched. Well, it's been swell, guys. I'm outie. Hot date. Livia teased. Tepid but doable, Moro quipped, slinging on her denim jacket. She gave Knox a wink. Good to meet you properly. Take care of each other, kids. She sauntered toward the door, then called over her shoulder, and keep those windows open, it reeks of romance in here. Yeah, it does, Livia mumbled with a dreamy grin, clearly a little tipsy. Knox laughed and gently pulled her onto his lap. You're drunk, he said, amused. Yep. She pressed a kiss to his cheek. And you're gorgeous. Take me to bed, Renaud, and sweep me off my feet. She squealed as he stood and tossed her over his shoulder, her laughter echoing through the hallway. He carried her into the bedroom, and the door closed behind them, leaving the rest of the night to whispers, kisses, and a world that belonged only to the two of them.
Chapter 8.
The lavender one. No, not that one. Does that look lavender to you? That one, yes. Moro was barking orders at Livia as she dressed for the Thanksgiving meal at Knox's home. The dinner with all his closest friends. All of them. And their girlfriends and boyfriends, and oh gosh. Livia felt sick with nerves. She stepped into the dress Moro had directed her to, then shook her head. No. I don't feel right in it. What about the white one? I don't want to come off like some innocent schoolgirl. And anyway, gravy stains. Thanksgiving dinner, remember? Moro sighed. Fair enough. So we're looking for something that says, hey, don't mind me. I'm the good-to-go but not slutty girlfriend from the wrong side of the tracks. I've got it. Let's go find some knocked up from the thrift store pink dress, and Ducky can take you to the dance. What the hell are you talking about? Livia was feeling irritated now. She tried on several of her dresses, and was getting down to the last few she owned. Moro rolled her eyes. Pretty in pink, doofus. Moro, this is serious. Knox is picking me up in 15 minutes, and I have nothing. Nothing. Geez, don't have a cow. Hang on. She disappeared, and Livia heard her rifling through her wardrobe and frowned. Dude, there isn't a chance in hell I'll fit into anything of yours. While Livia was curvy, Moro was a size 0, so stealing each other's clothes had never been an option. Which probably saved many roommate arguments, Livia thought now. Quiet, woman. Moro came back bearing a large box. I was saving this for your Christmas present, but I think you need it now. Open it. Livia's eyes widened when she saw the label on the box. Oh no, Maury, you can't afford this. Shut up and open it. Livia lifted the box lid and shifted the tissue paper. She gave a little gasp. She pulled out the mauve dress and held it up against her. Put it on, moron. Livia slid into it and turned to look at herself in the mirror. The neck came down in a V shape, not too low but low enough to show off her long neck and décolletage. The color picked out all the gold highlights in her golden brown hair and complemented her large eyes and creamy skin. It hugged her curves and fell to just above her knee. Classy and elegant. Oh, Maury, I can't believe this. Thank you so much. Moriko's eyes were soft. I knew as soon as I saw it, it was made for you. Wear your gold locket with it. Here, let me. She hooked the necklace over her friend's head. Lovely. And wear your hair up. Here. Once again she took charge, and a moment later, Livia's thick dark golden hair was swept up into a chignon, with a few strands falling down to soften it. Some subtle gold eyeshadow and a slick rose-pink lipstick, and Livia couldn't believe the reflection in the mirror. Was that really her? You look incredible, said Moro with a self-satisfied grin. Who's your mama? You are. Livia laughed and hugged her. Thank you, boo. Now I hear a car door, which means Knox is early, as always. Probably hoping to sneak in a little pre-dinner romance. Moro winked. Have a great time, and don't let anyone look down on you, okay? You're doing this for the sisterhood. Livia grinned. Looking like this? They wouldn't dare. She high-fived her friend just as the doorbell rang. She was rewarded the moment she opened the door. The stunned expression on Knox's face said it all. "Wow," he breathed, voice rough with awe. "Wow, Liv." Blushing, she kissed him, only to be interrupted by Moro emerging from the hallway, grinning like a troublemaker. She slapped a post-it just above his belt line and backed away dramatically. Knox laughed as he read it aloud. "Livia Chatelaine, do not touch, tempt or seduce this man until after the dinner party. Do not ruin my masterpiece." Livia let out a snort of surprise as Knox laughed harder. Moro gave them a mock salute and swept out the door. Knox offered Livia his arm. "Ready, beautiful?" The evening began as guests arrived at Knox's spacious, warmly lit home. Couples strolled in dressed to the nines, greeted by silver service staff carrying champagne cocktails and elegant appetizers. 20 guests in total, mostly couples, a few solo attendees, but only one woman drew the room's attention. From the corner, a man watched her closely. She didn't belong here, not in the world of crystal stemware and whispered judgments. He observed the way the other women looked at her, measuring, perhaps sneering behind practiced smiles. That part would be entertaining. But his true interest wasn't in them. It was in her. In Livia. He watched her carefully, the confident way she carried herself, the subtle curves beneath her dress, the softness in her smile. And he watched Knox, so clearly enchanted, so utterly captivated. That was the point, after all. It would come down to timing. End things too soon, and Knox wouldn't suffer enough. Let it drag too long, and someone might see it coming. But one thing was certain, Renaud would feel this loss. Just as he had with Ariel. He still remembered that day, how easy it had been. No one suspected a thing. The look in Ariel's eyes as she realized what was happening, the betrayal, the terror. It had stayed with him. He wanted that look again. And soon. The door opened fully, and Knox stepped in with Livia on his arm. Heads turned. Conversations quieted. The golden couple lit up the room, and as Knox introduced her around, the man who would one day destroy her watched silently, letting a slow smile spread across his face. "Yes," he murmured. "Renaud is in love again. Who knew?" He lifted a glass from a passing tray and stepped forward to join the party.
Chapter 9.
"Rules of society mean we shouldn't be sitting next to each other at dinner," Knox said to her, and grinned at her stricken face. "Luckily, I've never been one for rules." She pinched his buttock hard and he laughed. "You'll pay for that later, Renaud." "I do hope so. At last, Amber's here. Come on, you're guaranteed a warm welcome with her." Livia followed him over to where a stunning redhead stood talking to Sandor. Sandor winked at Livia, and she gave him a grateful look. Amber, too, smiled at them both. "Well, at last. Hi, Livia. It's great to meet you finally." "You too." Livia cursed the fact that her voice shook with nerves, but this was Knox's best female friend, and she wanted to make a good impression. Amber was sensational. There wasn't another word for it. Tall, at least 5'11", her long cherry red hair fell in waves down her back, her makeup was perfect, and her hourglass figure was poured into a red dress that should have clashed with her hair but worked perfectly on Amber. Amber watched Livia size her up with a grin on her face. "It's all artifice, darling. At the end of the night I'm in sweats, shoveling French fries down my throat and watching Netflix. I look like the Swamp Thing." Livia choked out a laugh. "Somehow I don't think so." Amber grinned. "Let's leave these dudes and go have some girl talk somewhere." Oh. Was this the "you hurt my friend and I'll hurt you" talk? Well, Amber was entitled, Livia thought, but she couldn't help throwing a nervous glance back at Knox. He winked at her and mouthed, "Don't worry." Whatever she expected Amber to start out with, it wasn't, "Thank you." Livia's eyes widened. "For what?" "For putting a smile back on my friend's face. It's been a long time coming." Here, she snagged 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Livia. Drink up. Let me give you some tips on how to survive this party. Believe me, it's nothing to be nervous about, just a crash course in who to avoid. Livia had just spotted Odell Griffonji walk in with Roan. Well, there's one I do know to avoid. Amber followed her gaze. Odell. Well, she's not the friendliest, but neither is she malevolent. Unlike Mavis Creek over there. She nodded to a squirrely-looking rail-thin blonde, who was making puppy eyes at Knox. Now, she has always had a thing for your man. Little does she know, we all call her Mavis Creep. Livia smothered a snort of laughter, as the woman shot daggers at them both. Amber pointed out everyone to avoid, which thankfully wasn't too many. Knox invites them out of politeness. I would have kicked them to the curb a while ago, but then I'm not as nice as Knox. Livia grinned at her. Is anyone? Amber grinned. Oh, he has his dark side, the same as all of us. But, she said in a stage whisper as Knox approached them, his weird fetishes are something we should discuss another time. Remind me to tell you about the thing he had for. Oh damn, Knox, you're here and it was just about to get interesting. Sorry, Liv, we'll have to talk about his peccadillos another time. Knox was grinning, clearly having heard her. Liv, don't listen to this one. Just go on pretending I'm perfect. Oh, I will. Livia winked at Amber, who grinned and excused herself. Knox kissed Livia, his lips soft against hers. You okay, sweetheart? She smiled up at him, as he slid his arms around her waist. I really am. I love Amber already. Good. Seriously, there's nothing to worry about. It may look elite, but really, it is just Thanksgiving dinner. Knox's idea of just Thanksgiving dinner was a lot different than most people's, Livia thought a half-hour later as they sat down to eat. 3 huge turkeys, perfectly roasted and ready to be carved by the waitstaff, sat on the sideboard. On the tables were huge silver platters of mashed potatoes, yams, bowls of cranberry sauce. Sure, Livia thought, all the same food, but you could tell how rich the food was. How it was expertly made by the best chefs money could buy. And when Livia put the first piece of moist, beautifully seasoned turkey in her mouth, she almost groaned with how delicious it was. The meal had its luxurious touches: shaved truffle on the turkey, a sharp sorbet between each course as a palate cleanser, but the whole atmosphere was just as Livia, who had never had a family Thanksgiving, had always imagined. There was love between these people, and she reveled in it. Halfway through the meal, which she had to admit she was enjoying with Knox on her left and Sandor on her right, she felt someone staring at her. She looked up and saw Odell gazing at her. Have we met? Odell's voice cut through the entire table's conversation, and Livia flushed red as everyone went silent and looked at her. Yes, we have. Where? Livia was at my Halloween party, Knox said smoothly, but Livia heard an undercurrent in his voice. Was he embarrassed, or was he angry with Odell? She couldn't tell. Odell studied Livia. No, that's not it. Livia sighed. Just get it over with. I work at Le Chat Noir. Of course there was a silence. The chef. This was from Mavis Creek. Creek, corrected Livia in her head. Amber was right, the woman was obsequious, she clearly knew Livia wasn't the chef. No, I wait tables. I bring you your egg white omelette, Odell. She couldn't read Odell's expression. The other woman simply nodded and turned back to her meal. Mavis Creek was sniggering to herself, nudging her partner, who rolled his eyes and tried to ignore her. Livia is a grad student at the university. She's earning her master's degree, Mavis, and working to pay her dues. The stuff of good character, wouldn't you say? Knox's voice was like ice, and Mavis's smirk disappeared. I worked the graveyard shift at Home Depot during my college experience. My father wouldn't pay for my tuition unless I worked too, Sandor piped up. I had to pay my own rent. Nothing wrong with working your way through. What are you studying, Liv? Amber jumped in now, and Livia told her. Amber looked impressed. That's fantastic. We need to hear you play, I think. Roan joined in, and she smiled at them all gratefully. Knox had good taste in friends. They had deftly diffused the situation she had been most wary of, and with class and good humor. Knox took her hand and squeezed it, and Livia felt tears well up in her eyes. Gosh, she loved this man. Who cared if they'd known each other less than a month? She adored him. Sandor nudged her and she turned to smile at him. Sandor nodded at Knox. He's very smitten. It's truly great to see. Thank you, Sandor. I'm crazy about him. Really truly crazy. I'm glad. He deserves happiness. Livia studied him. Sandor, with his dark brown hair cut short and neatly trimmed beard, was handsome, his eyes merry, his manner calm and friendly. What about you, Sandor? Anyone special? He grinned. Confirmed bachelor, Liv. I was married about 10 years ago, but it didn't stick. Shame. She was a nice girl, but I'm not good at sharing my life, I'm afraid. I get it. Before I met Knox, I was all set for a life of singledom. Sandor looked skeptical and grinned. Have you seen yourself, Liv? That would never happen. She blushed but laughed. Because I can't take a compliment, I'm going to swiftly change the subject. Sandor laughed as she grinned. What about your family? Sandor nodded. Only child, mom died of cancer, dad has Alzheimer's. Some days he has full recall, but mostly he's lost in time. Gosh, I'm sorry. Sandor nodded. It's okay. It's harder on me than him, but I can take it. He's usually locked back in a world where my mom is alive. Your parents? My mom had cancer too. She died when I was young, and my dad, well, I think of him more as just the sperm donor. He's a mean-ass drunk, and if I never see him again, it'll be too soon. Livia didn't know why she was sharing such intimate details with this man. She only knew that she had liked him from the first. He had a warm manner, open and friendly, and she could see why he was Knox's friend and business partner. You know how I met Knox. How about you? Sandor grinned. I was actually his brother Teague's college roommate. But here's the weird thing. My dad and Knox's dad were actually old friends, although they drifted apart. When Teague and I became friends, they reconnected for a while. Until the tragedy, of course. Livia nodded. Heartbreaking. Indeed. Still, I have to say, Knox looks happier than I've seen him in years, thanks to you. After dinner, some of the guests began to drift away, until only Amber, Sandor, Roan, and Odell were left. Odell was looking antsy to leave, but Roan showed no sign of leaving. Amber sat sprawled across an armchair, her long legs crossed over the side of it. Sandor sat with Odell, his arm around her shoulders, friendly, comforting. Livia sat on Knox's lap, shoes kicked off now that the formal dinner was over with. She ruffled Knox's curls, and he grinned at her. She tickled his beard and rubbed her nose against his. Did you have a good time, baby? She nodded. I really did. She lowered her voice. I love your friends. I mean, most of them. She grinned as he laughed. I have to say I had preconceived opinions, and I was wrong. For the most part. Knox nodded subtly at Odell. She means no harm, really. I get it. He stroked her cheek with his finger. Will you stay tonight? She leaned into him. You know I will. As the others left after midnight, all vaguely drunk except Odell, Roan hugged Knox and swung a giggling Livia around. You, my little pocket rocket, have made my friend smile. Adore you. She was still giggling when she and Knox walked back into the mansion. It was so quiet, and Livia looked back out of the window. The spooky fog is back. Knox joined her at the window, running a hand down her back. They stared out at the mist coming off the bayou. It's late November, Knox murmured, trailing soft kisses down her neck. Do you think it's too late for a little al fresco adventure? Livia grinned and turned to pull his lips to hers. If I ruin this dress, Moro will actually kill me. Literally. Not figuratively. Then you'd better take it off in here, woman, because there's no way we're not heading into that garden in 5, 4. Livia shrieked with laughter as he playfully advanced. She quickly pulled the dress over her head. Knox tugged off his shirt and swept her up into his arms. She beat a light-hearted rhythm on his back as he carried her outside. When he laid her down in the cool grass, she looked up at him with a twinkle in her eyes. You're a complete doofus. A doofus who's about to sweep you off your feet, again and again and again. They laughed, tangled together under the moonlight as the mist rolled in from the bayou. The air was crisp, but their shared warmth made the night feel electric. Time melted away in that small patch of earth as they held each other close, lost in whispered promises and soft kisses. Afterwards, wrapped around each other and catching their breath, Livia pressed a kiss to his lips. You make everything feel magical. You know what I'd love to do? What's that? Remember that little grove where we first met? They wandered there slowly, carrying their clothes, footsteps quiet over the damp earth. The grove was just as peaceful as she remembered, still and dreamlike. Livia approached the old stone bench and patted it. Come sit with me. He sat, his brow furrowed in curiosity. She smiled and cupped his cheek. When I first saw you here, I thought you were the saddest person I had ever seen. And something in me wanted to take that pain away. Knox leaned his forehead against hers. You have. I hope at least I've begun to. You deserve happiness, Knox. Every single moment of your life should be filled with it. It is when I'm with you. She kissed him softly. Remember that night? I was so sure you were going to kiss me. And when Amber called your name, I was so disappointed. I always wondered if I imagined that moment. Knox shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. You didn't. I wanted to do a lot more than kiss you. She laughed. Well, I wanted that too. So let's make good on that wish. Before she could say more, he pulled her into a deep kiss. When they broke apart breathless, he looked at her with raw intensity. God help me, Livia Chatelaine, he whispered, but I think I'm falling in love with you. Joy surged through her like wildfire. I love you, Knox Renaud. I don't care if it's only been a few weeks, I love you. They held each other tightly, oblivious to everything else. As their kisses deepened, and their closeness turned tender again, they never saw the figure slip silently from the shadows of the grove and vanish into the night. From the darkness the man watched them. The connection between them was undeniable. Every glance, every soft word, every kiss confirmed it. They looked otherworldly in the moonlight, a couple so full of light and hope. The sounds of their affection floated through the trees, soft, sweet, and unaware. He smiled coldly. They had no idea what was coming. Enjoy her, Knox. Enjoy her for as long as you can. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Livia's lush body. At dinner, he had studied her, those huge warm brown eyes, the way she had dealt with the sniping of Mavis Creek. Those pink full lips curving up in a smile. Yes, he imagined it would be very easy to fall in love with Livia Chatelaine. He would pay more attention to her, her life, her friends. It would be interesting to mess with her head too before she became his victim. In the meantime, Knox? He would make his old friend think he might be losing his mind. That was next, and he knew just how to do it. He looked back at the couple, crying out as they came, and smiled. Yes, enjoy the beautiful Livia while you can, Knox. Because sooner rather than later, before the winter is out, before the last of the pine needles has fallen from the Christmas trees, she'll be dead. And you, Knox, you will be rotting away in a jail cell, charged with the brutal murder of the woman you love.
Chapter 10.
Odell stared at Roan for a long moment, and then reached into her purse for a cigarette. Roan waited, his heart thumping against his ribs. Odell lit her cigarette and studied him. Why? Roan's mouth hitched up in a smile. Why else do people get married? I want to be your husband, of course. Odell didn't smile. Ron, I think we both know this isn't a love match. Why else would you be sleeping with other women if it was? She had a point, and Ron nodded. I admit, I have been. I'm immature, Odell, and that's not an excuse. I can change. Odell gave a snort of laughter. Be honest, Ron. I marry you, you get my father's money, and you'll be back to your old ways within a year. She sighed. I deserve better. I deserve what your friend and that waitress have. Did you see the way they were looking at each other? We used to look at each other like that. No, we never looked at each like that. Ron sat back in his chair. So you're saying no? Odell half smiled. I didn't say that. I'm saying I'll think about it. Prove to me you can stay faithful. Do this. I'll give you 1 week to finish whatever you've started with your tramps. 1 week's grace. Screw them and tell them goodbye. Do that, and I'll agree to an engagement. Ron nodded. Fine. He got up and went to her, trailing the back of his fingers down her porcelain cheek. Odell, we can make this work. I'm sorry I've made you feel. She looked at him steadily. Second best. He shook his head. You were never that. Then never make me feel that way again, Ron, or you won't know what's hit you. Agreed? He nodded, his blue eyes serious for once. Agreed. Livia grinned at Knox's text message as she pushed her way into her music room. Good to know you're on your way to practice your fingering. I hope to do the same later. I love you, X. She giggled to herself. Since Thanksgiving, and their unexpected exchange of I love yous, everything between them had become even more playful, and definitely more intense. Their chemistry was electric, and they'd found themselves wrapped up in each other in nearly every room of his sprawling mansion, except for the 2 he kept locked. She never asked about those. She figured they had something to do with his past, maybe the rooms where his family had once lived or died. The thought made her heart ache a little for him. She planned to ask Sandor or Amber one day if it felt right. Both had become her friends quickly, and it made her happy to see how warmly Knox's inner circle had welcomed her. Tonight, though, it was her turn. Her friends, Marcel, Moro, and a couple of co-workers from the restaurant, were finally going to meet Knox. She was even trying to persuade Charvy to come, though she wasn't sure if she'd say yes. The music room was quiet and still as she stepped inside. She dropped her bag onto the floor and approached the Steinway, gently running her fingers over its gleaming surface. Another generous gift from Knox. She smiled, then let her eyes close for a moment, letting the memories of that morning wash over her. Waking up wrapped in his arms. The way he trailed kisses down her skin, setting her entire body alight. The way he seemed to know her rhythms, how to bring her to the edge and pull her into bliss with nothing more than a touch, a whisper. She sighed, a soft flush blooming in her cheeks. Even now, hours later, her body still remembered the way he'd held her, moved with her, how completely they connected when they were alone. There was something about the way he made her feel, cherished, claimed, undone in the best possible way. She rested her hands gently on the piano keys, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. Hey! Livia opened her eyes to see Charvy frowning at her. Do you feel better? Livia was confused. Huh? You said you were sick and wouldn't be in today. Livia shook her head. Not me. You didn't call the admin office? No. Charvy shrugged. They must have gotten the names mixed up. Damn it, then the room is double booked. Oh. Livia was disappointed. No matter, I'll come back later. Shoot, no, scratch that. I promised Marcel a couple of hours at the restaurant. Well, it doesn't matter. Sorry, honey. Can't be helped. Livia started to pick her things back up. Charvy smiled apologetically at her. Hasn't Knox bought you a Steinway for home use yet? Livia grinned. Where the hell would I put it? And no. It's one thing for him to spend that money on the music department, quite another to spend it on a personal gift. He doesn't have a piano at the mansion? Livia shook his head. You know, I never even considered that, but no. Huh? Livia's eyebrows shot up. Why? You don't know. Charvi pulled out her iPad and flicked to a page on the internet. She handed it to Livia. It was a page from the archives of The Advocate, the newspaper of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette. The story was dated 25 years previously. Local boy wins prestigious music award. The son of New Orleans society, Maven Gabriella Renaud, has been awarded top prize for his solo composition, Lux, at the New Orleans Children's Music Awards. 12-year-old Knox Renaud wrote and performed the piece on the cello to an audience of local luminaries at the Lafayette Emporium Music Theater. Also rumored to be listening to the young prodigy were members of the illustrious Peabody Institute. Sources close to the Renault family, whose patriarch Tynan Renaud is one of Louisiana's richest philanthropists, say that the family is encouraging the young man to seek a future in music. Knox's elder brother Teague is currently being feted by Harvard and Brown, and the family has a long history of academic excellence. Livia looked up at Charvi. I had no idea. Why wouldn't he mention it? I don't know. But I'm guessing since he and his mother, she was a pianist like you, used to play together, it's too painful. Oh. Livia felt a little sick. And here I am, rattling on about? Gosh. Hey, no, don't do that. If I know Knox, this is like a lifeline. Not that he's using you to remember his mother, but through you, he can get something of her back, you know. I'm sure it's entirely separate from how he feels about you. Livia half smiled. We're having dinner with Moro and Marcel, and a couple of others tonight. Come. He'd love to see you. Charvi hesitated, but Livia could see there was a small desire in her to see her romantic partner's son. Please, Livia said softly. Charvi smiled. All right. Just tell me where and when. Livia grinned and hugged her. It will be wonderful, I promise. Charvi nodded. Look, the next student isn't due for 10 minutes. Have a quick practice before you go. I will, thanks. When she was alone, Livia couldn't stop thinking about Knox. He was a cello player. She wondered what his composition had been like. She could picture him, his dark curls messy, hanging in his face as he bent over his cello, the intensity of his green eyes as he played. She could see him as an adult, taking the applause of his audience, looking devastatingly handsome in a suit as he played. She had to get him to open up to her. She was still smiling as she opened the lid of the piano. An envelope slid out and to the floor, and as she bent to pick it up, she realized it was addressed to her. She didn't recognize the handwriting and assumed it was some college communication. She ripped open the envelope. Ice shot through her. Break it off with Knox, or I'll make your life miserable, you tramp. Livia gasped as the words hit her like a slap. Her fingers trembled slightly, the note burning in her hand. What on earth? She stared at the envelope, instinctively flipping it over before catching herself. Are you really looking for a return address? It was so cruel, so venomous, that for a moment she couldn't breathe. But then, like a match striking, anger flared. Who would send something like this? Whoever you are, she muttered, voice tight, you clearly have too much time on your hands. She crumpled the paper and shoved it into her coat pocket. Only one name came to mind. Mavis Creep. Grabbing her things, Livia strode out of the college toward the bus stop, a grim smile forming on her lips. Well, Mavis, she thought, if you wanted to scare me off, congratulations, you've only made me more determined. I'll hold on to Knox even tighter now. What do you think of that? She didn't say it aloud, but she imagined herself doing it, calm, composed, and unfazed. Let them try to break her. She wasn't going anywhere. She was so wrapped up in her thoughts that Livia never saw the man following her. He rode the bus with her back to the French Quarter, and followed her to Le Chat Noir. He watched her interact with her friends, the cute Asian girl, the darkly handsome Frenchman who clearly owned the restaurant. Close friends of hers, obviously. Good, that was good. It meant she was vulnerable. When her shift finished, he followed her home. Was she alone now? He imagined the fun he could have if he surprised her alone. But a quick thrill kill wasn't his plan for her. This was the long game. The note would have unsettled her, but not scared her. Probably just made her angry. It begins. He was going to enjoy this.
Chapter 11.
Knox felt something shift inside him as he saw Charvy arrive at the restaurant. His hand tightened reflexively on Livia's, and she smiled up at him. "It's okay, baby," she whispered and kissed his cheek. He stood to greet his mother's old romantic partner. Charvy looked nervous too as he kissed her cheek. "You look just like her," Charvy said, her voice trembling. For a moment, they stared at each other. Then, as a tear dropped down Charvy's cheek, they fell into each other's arms. "I miss her," was all she said, and Knox, overcome with emotion, nodded. I know. They sat down, Knox noticing Livia quickly brushing a tear away from her eyes. He kissed her. "Thank you," he murmured into her ear, and she smiled. "I love you," she said, sweeping a loose curl away from his forehead. After that, the tension had all but gone from the small party. Marcel and Knox chatted about business, Charvy, Moro, and Livia about nothing in particular. Easy fun. The restaurant they had chosen was spectacular. Knox liked Livia's small group of friends. They were funny, erudite, down to earth, just like Liv. She was sitting in the curve of his arm, her body next to his as she ate and laughed with them all. He buried his face in her hair and breathed her in as she talked to her friends, but he felt her hand on his thigh. Gosh, he loved this woman. His cell phone bleeped and he glanced at it. His throat constricted and he stiffened. Ariel. A photograph of her, laughing and smiling, her dark hair backlit by the sun. He frowned. Who the hell was sending him this now? There was no return phone number. Another text came through. This time it was a crime scene photo, one he'd seen so many times, it was etched permanently into his memory. Ariel, dressed in a gray gown, lay motionless atop one of the tombs in the Lafayette Cemetery, crimson stains seeping through the fabric and pooling across the white marble. She looked like a tragic offering to some dark god. The knife still protruded from her abdomen, her eyes fixed open, her mouth frozen mid-scream. A portrait of fear and agony. Knox felt the room spin, his stomach churning with a sudden wave of nausea. "Excuse me," he muttered and got up to go to the restroom. He made it just before he threw up. Someone was playing a sick game sending him those photographs. But this wasn't the first time. After his family had died, friends of Ariel's had sent him the photographs then, taunting him, making it clear they thought he was a killer. It had gotten so bad that in his lowest points he had even asked himself if he had done it, even though rationally he knew it was impossible. The police had questioned him for hours, days, after both tragedies, and had released him without any charge or any caution. Knox knew he was innocent, but it didn't stop him from feeling the weight of responsibility. He went back out to the group. Livia looked at him, concern in her warm brown eyes. "You okay?" He smiled at her. "Perfectly, baby. Sorry, just felt a little queasy for a second. Probably just a kickback from being nervous earlier." Livia slid her arm around his waist and kissed him tenderly. "I think it went very well," she said in a low voice, a subtle nod to Charvy. Knox nodded. "Thanks to you." Livia shook her head. "You would have found each other again, with or without me." Knox brushed his lips against hers. "I never want to be without you again." "You never will." After dinner, they said their goodbyes. Knox and Charvy had a moment alone together. Your mother would have been so proud of the man you've become, Knox. And she would have adored Livia. You two are made for each other. Knox smiled at her. I think so too. You promise you'll take care of my girl? With all my heart. Livia came back to stay with Knox again. As they walked into his bedroom, he smiled at her. Liv, you could move in here with me. Livia was silent for a while, and then she sat on the bed. Is it too soon? Knox felt a little stung, but he could see where she was coming from. I honestly don't know. But I do know I'd like it, very much. She half smiled at him. I would too, but I don't want to leave Moro in a difficult position. We can barely afford our apartment between the two of us, and before you make any grand gestures, hear me out. We both needed to do it. We both needed to prove we can make it on our own. Knox, you know that fact that you're rich has never bothered me. I'm not interested in your money, it's you I want. But neither am I naive. I still stay here with you, eat your food, travel with you. But it is important to me that I keep in touch with my base. I make my own money, I pay my own way. I have no earthly idea if I'll ever be on the same financial footing as you. As a musician, probably not, she laughed. But I have to have a balance. I won't be that woman, you know. Knox crushed his lips against hers. Do you know you're my heroine? With an E or without? She grinned and he laughed. Both. Definitely both. And yeah, I get it. Can we compromise? How so? At least bring some stuff over here. Take space in my closet so that when you're not here, you can dress up as me? Livia was grinning widely now, and Knox burst out laughing. Dang it, woman, you see right through me. I can picture it now, Livia said with a grin. You send me a text saying, I'm at home pretending to be you. Bring chocolate syrup and something dramatic. Knox laughed, and gently tackled her back onto the bed. Oh, really? Is that the kind of imagination you've got? She giggled, eyes sparkling. He caught the look and raised a brow. What? That idea actually appeals to you? She nodded, still laughing, her cheeks flushed with amusement. So, he said, nudging her playfully, what's your secret side, Miss Chatelaine? Anything I should know about? He brushed her dress upward slightly and kissed her stomach, eliciting another warm laugh from her. Well, that's a pretty sweet way to start, she teased. Sweet, yes, he said with mock seriousness. But not exactly unconventional. She gave a contented sigh. Honestly, I've never thought too much about that stuff. But with you, everything just feels right. Knox rested his forehead against her side for a moment, his voice low. You're going to be the end of me. He helped her slip out of her dress with care, taking his time, as if unwrapping something precious. You're beautiful, Liv. She ran her hand up his chest as she unbuttoned his shirt and loosened his tie. Holding it up with a mischievous grin, she said, Want to get creative with this? His eyes lit up with playful surprise. Now that's an idea I didn't see coming. He took the tie gently from her and wrapped it loosely around her wrists, lifting her arms above her head and brushing a soft kiss to her forehead. There, he whispered. Completely under my spell. She laughed, squirming dramatically beneath him. Oh no, whatever shall I do? They both burst into giggles as he leaned down and kissed her. I mean it, she murmured between smiles. Whatever makes you happy, I'm all in. He paused, meeting her eyes. You're everything I never knew I needed. They kissed again, the world fading away around them as they held each other close, warmth and love filling every quiet space between them. Later the room was still and peaceful, their hands entwined as they lay together, heart steady, breath slow, no rush, no noise, just the quiet certainty of something real. Livia sighed, a warm smile playing on her lips as she curled into Knox's embrace. Knox? His lips grazed the back of her neck, leaving a trail of soft kisses. Yes, my darling? She turned, locking eyes with him. I don't ever want this to end. He wrapped his arms around her tighter, as if he could fuse them into one. Then it won't. Not if I have anything to say about it. Their kisses deepened, laughter blending with affection. He cradled her gently, drawing her closer as they sank into the sheets again. It wasn't rushed or urgent, just two people fully immersed in each other. They moved together in quiet understanding, every touch deliberate, every breath shared. Later, as the room dimmed with early evening light, Knox released her hands and rolled onto his back, breathing hard. Livia laughed softly and tugged on his curls, making him grin. "Goodness, woman, you have the energy of 10 people." She kissed him, playful and tender, resting her forehead against his. "Maybe I just want to memorize every part of you. Keep you with me even when you're not around." He chuckled and gathered her close again, rolling them both to the floor in a tangle of limbs and blankets. He looked at her, gaze full of wonder. "You're absolutely beautiful." They stayed like that, touching, smiling, stealing kisses, until they ended up under the soft spray of the shower. The water ran warm over them, soothing and quieting everything around them. He brushed her hair back from her face, and she closed her eyes as if savoring every second. Afterward, dried and tucked under the covers, their bodies intertwined, Livia ran her fingers along his jawline. "I don't know much about what people call power dynamics," she said carefully, "but there's something about exploring trust like that with you. It doesn't scare me. It excites me." Knox looked into her eyes and nodded. "I've never tried anything like that either. But with you, I'd take it slow. We'd figure it out together. Whatever feels right. No pressure. Just trust." She grinned. "We could start with something simple, maybe a little dress-up, or letting go one step at a time." Knox gave a low, appreciative chuckle. "You're full of surprises, Miss Chatelaine." "Only the good kind," she whispered, pressing her lips to his. Their laughter filled the room again, and she rolled on top of him, slipping her arms around his neck. He held her like she was the center of his world. "I could stay right here forever," she murmured. "Then stay," he whispered. "I don't need anything else." They moved together again, slower this time, all teasing replaced by tenderness. No words were needed. Every look, every breath, every shared heartbeat said what they couldn't, that this was more than desire. This was love, deep, real, consuming. Much later, as they lay tangled in sheets and moonlight, Livia whispered, "I'm yours, Knox. In every way that matters." His heart swelled at the sight of her, glowing with emotion. "I love you, Livia Chatelaine," he said quietly, reverently. She leaned down, kissed him again, and for the rest of the night words were no longer necessary. Roan looked at the girl sitting in the passenger seat of his car, and tried to smile. "I'm sorry about this." Gosh, why had he picked such a young one? Someone who didn't know the game. Instead, there were tears in her big blue eyes, and he hated that it was he who had put them there. "Pia, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should never have picked you up that day." He tipped her chin to his. "Listen, you're beautiful. There's probably already a queue of people who would love to be with you, and I guarantee they'll all be a lot better for you than me. I'm broken, Pia. I'm not a good person. But I was falling." "No. Don't say that. You're too young to know what love is." She suddenly opened the door of his car and got out. Oh. This wasn't a good idea. It was past midnight, and the city was no place for a girl like Pia at night. He got out and called to her. "Pia, get in the car." "Screw you." He sighed. Would it be easier to let her walk away? Yes. It wasn't like she could threaten to tell Odell. She would just shrug and say, "What else is new?" And after all, he was doing what Odell had asked him to do. Saying goodbye to all his side pieces. Probably stop referring to women as side pieces too, he thought to himself reproachfully. He definitely shouldn't have started up with Pia. "Just let me drive you home." "No. Go. I only live 2 blocks from here anyway." She stopped and looked back at him, and her expression was resigned. Go, Roan. It's okay. I won't tell anyone about us. She stalked off and disappeared around the corner. Roan stood arguing with himself, then followed her. By the time he got to the corner, she was gone. Damn. Too late. He couldn't exactly blame her if she ran to Odell, or even Knox. Knox would be more problematic. He would not approve of Roan seeing his 19-year-old assistant. Roan wanted to convince Knox he was responsible? This wasn't the way to do it. Damn, he said again and got back into his car. Pia waited until she heard his car start up and go, before she ducked out of the doorway. She didn't want him to know that her home wasn't 2 blocks away, but a few miles. Still, she could walk it. Maybe it would get some of her humiliation out. She stalked along, her long legs carrying her easily. The night was cool, and she tugged her coat around herself tightly. Gosh, what the hell had she been thinking, sleeping with Roan St. Mark? The dude was a walking womanizer. Everyone knew it. But Pia had to admit, it had bought her some cachet in her peer group. Sandor wasn't showing any signs of interest, unless you counted paternally, so when Roan had put the moves on her, she'd gone along with it. And he had been a spectacular lay, she had to admit. She did wonder if he'd guessed it had been her first time, but he'd never said. At least now, she could finally say she wasn't inexperienced anymore. She snorted to herself. Telling him she'd been falling in love with him? Please. That had just been to make him feel guilty for walking away, and it had worked. Good. Turning down the next street, she barely registered the sound of footsteps behind her. Then a shadow blocked the streetlight. A man. Before she could react, his hand clamped over her mouth and he shoved her back against the wall. Panic exploded in her chest. She struggled to scream, but the grip across her mouth was too strong. Then the pain came, sharp, sudden, and blinding. He wasn't here to rob her. He wasn't here to threaten. He was here to kill. The blade plunged into her stomach, again and again. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the pavement gasping, her vision dimming. The attacker crouched beside her, his expression unreadable, his silence chilling. Why? She whispered, blood filling her mouth. There was no answer. Only the final blow, a strike to her chest that stole the last breath from her lungs. Pia's eyes fluttered closed, the question hanging in the air, unanswered and unheard.
Chapter 12.
Livia woke in the dark hours before dawn, to an empty bed. She shivered. The window was open and a cold breeze blew into the room. She got up, snagging Knox's shirt and pulling it around her as she went to close the window. Knox? The house was silent. Livia padded into the hall and listened. Something, water, was making a sound somewhere in the house, and she followed the noise to the far end of the house to where the 2 locked rooms stood. Hesitating, Livia reached out and turned the handle of one of the rooms. It opened, and she now heard the definite sound of water running. Someone was in the shower in the ensuite. She took a deep breath in, and walked silently to the door of the bathroom. She tried not to look at the room itself, but as she reached the bathroom door she glanced to her left, and saw the huge dark bloodstains on the floor. Oh gosh. Why, Knox? Why leave it like this? It was like some sort of macabre torture chamber for his psyche. Livia had no doubt who she would see when she pushed open the bathroom door. Knox was in the shower, scrubbing at his skin furiously. He looked up, but Livia could see he wasn't really seeing her. He was sleepwalking. He raised his arms to her. I can't get the blood out. I can't get the blood out. As Livia looked on in horror, Knox began to sob. I can't get the blood out, Ariel. God help me, what have I done? What have I done?
Chapter 13.
Amber got out of the car, and saw a pale, shaken Livia waiting for her at the door of the mansion. She came out to meet her and hugged Amber, and Amber could feel her trembling. "Thank you for coming, Amber. I got him back into bed, but I didn't know what else to do." Amber hugged her tightly. "You did the right thing, Livia. Is he asleep?" Livia nodded, her brown eyes large and frightened. Amber took her hand and they went inside. Knox was asleep in their bed, his handsome face racked with pain. Amber studied him for a moment, and then nodded for Livia to follow her out. They sat in the kitchen, and Amber made Livia drink some hot, strong coffee. It was a little after dawn. Amber, her face makeup free, her red hair tucked up in a bun, tried to smile at Livia. "First up, don't be too scared. He's done this before. Sleepwalked, I mean. Twice that I know of. Once when Ariel died, once after his family. Tell me, what did you two do last night?" Livia told her about the dinner, and the reunion between Knox and Charvy. Amber nodded. "Ah." Livia looked at her unhappily. "I blame myself. I encouraged them to reconnect. You know what, you shouldn't feel bad. At least we were able to control it, this way. What if he'd run into her unexpectedly? No, this is good. Maybe Knox will start to deal with all of it now. He never did, you see. He stuck his gorgeous head in the sand and just got on with the grief. He never processed what happened." Livia's eyes filled with tears. "Gosh." Amber patted her hand. "You're good for him, you know? This is a good time for him to start processing. He has you. I suspect he's never felt stronger." Livia smiled at her. "You are so kind." Amber sipped her coffee. "Anything else happened last night you can think of? Was it just seeing Charvy?" "There was something? He got a text message, and afterward, he went to the bathroom and got sick. He said it was just the release of nerves, but I don't know." "Where's his phone?" "Upstairs, I think. I'll go get it." Amber waited while Livia went to get Knox's phone, and when she came back her face was stricken. "Amber." "What is it?" Livia looked down at the phone. "It's Ariel. There's photos." Amber swallowed and held out her hand. "Livia, please." Livia hesitated, then handed over the phone. Amber knew what she'd see before she clicked on the message, but she couldn't help the small sob that escaped her when she saw the brutalized body of her twin sister. Livia's arms went around her then, and held her tightly while she cried. Livia smoothed her hair, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Amber pulled herself together, but leaned her head against Liv's. "Sorry, boo. Always a shock." Livia smiled at her, handing her a tissue. "I can't imagine what it must be like for you. Who would send this?" Amber sighed. "Hard to say. Someone messing with his head. The killer. No, he or she would have sent personal photos, surely. These are the photos the press used of Ari when she was alive, and a crime scene photo. Anyone could have gotten hold of them. But why? Why now?" Amber gave her a crooked grin. "If it's someone being malicious, someone jealous maybe, I would say it's because of you. Not you, Livia, but you and Knox. Anyone can see how in love you are. You know what? I forgot this." Livia went out into the hall, and came back with her coat. "This was left for me at the college yesterday." She handed Amber a crumpled up piece of paper. Amber read it aloud. "Break it off with Knox or I'll make your life hell, tramp." Delightful. Well then, I think we can guess who would be so spiteful. Mavis Creep. Livia's tone was icy. "Damn tramp. I'll rip her to pieces with my bare hands." Amber grinned at her. "At least we can rule out any actual threat." Livia frowned. "Threat? Don't you get why these pictures were sent to Knox, honey? They're implying the same will happen to you if you two don't break up." Livia snorted. "Then come at me, bro. I don't scare easy." "You're a feisty one," Amber grinned at her. "You have no idea." They both turned towards the sound of Knox's voice. He smiled at them both, his eyes exhausted, and he slipped his arms around Liv. Sorry I scared you, baby. Just a little nutty. No problem, big guy. I haven't even begun to show you my crazy yet. She grinned up at him, and Amber smiled. Now, if you two are going to get mushy. Seriously, Ams, thank you for coming. I don't know what I would have done. Livia's expression was earnest. You're a real friend. Amber reached for her hand. Listen, you two are good for each other. Which doesn't mean you're not going to go through crap like this, but I'll always be there. You, she fixed Knox with a steely look. I've played softball with you for 20 years now. Now that you have Livia, it's hardball from now on. You need to see a shrink, you need grief counseling. It'll hurt. It'll really hurt a lot, but it needs to be done. Knox nodded. I agree. It's time. She saw his arms tighten around Livia, and she smiled. Good. Now I'm going to leave you alone, but I'm a call away. Livia shook her head. Stay. Have breakfast. I would, but I left a rather attractive Australian in my bed, and I think I need to go deal with that. Livia groaned. Gosh, Amber, I'm sorry. I'm not. He woke up and wanted to talk, of all things. She grinned as they laughed. Bye, peeps. I'll see you later. As they watched her go, Livia looked up at Knox. She's good people. She is. Come inside, Livia. There's something I have to show you. Hand in hand, they walked upstairs to the room where Livia had found him earlier. This was my mom's room. Dad, this is where it happened, Knox said quietly, lowering himself onto the edge of the bed. The heavy coverlet stirred up a faint cloud of dust as he sat. The police told me Teague passed instantly, but Mom. He shook his head. It took longer. My father, he ended things in the next room. Livia sat beside him, gently taking his hand. Knox stared at the faint, worn stain in the carpet. I had to identify their bodies, he said, voice thick. Dad was hard to see. But Mom and Teague looked almost peaceful, like they were just asleep. It didn't feel real. I kept expecting Teague to open his eyes, flash that grin, and yell, Psyche? He let out a sharp breath, rubbing his eyes. Livia pressed her lips to his cheek. I've never seen a photograph of Teague. She tried to say it lightly, so that if he needed to break down, he could without thinking she was trying to jog him out of his melancholy. Knox stood and went to the dresser, picking up a frame. He handed it to her. Livia looked at the photograph of a happy family. Teague and Knox, both tall, were handsome and smiling. Knox had his mother's green eyes, Teague, his father's dark brown. Tynan Renaud looked so proud of his family. His wife, Gabriella, was beautiful, her arm around her youngest son. Livia traced her finger over Knox's teenage face. He looked so young, like a Greek youth, so gorgeous and free of hurt. She looked up at him. I wish I could take your pain away, Knox. He took her hand and pulled her into his arms. You do, Livia. You do. She touched his face. Come back to bed, Knox. I'll show you happiness. And she led him back to their bedroom.
Chapter 14.
So, Livia began awkwardly as she sat in the kitchen of Le Chat Noir with Moro. Their shift had just ended just after the lunch rush, and Marcel was talking to an attractive young woman out front. His sous chef cat was having a sneak cigarette outside, and Liv and Moro had the kitchen to themselves. So, a small smile was playing around Moro's lips, like she knew what Livia was going to say. She wasn't going to let Liv off the hook though, clearly, and so Livia took a deep breath. So, Knox has asked me to move in with him. Now, I want you to know, I gave him a big long speech yesterday about being independent and all that, but screw it, Maury. Life is short. I want to be with him. Moro smiled. It's not the biggest surprise, Liv. But, Liv went on, I'm still going to be paying half the rent on our place, the utilities, everything I'm paying now. Moro sighed. I wish I could tell you that was silly, but the truth is. Exactly. Look, please let me do this. I love Knox, but I hate to abandon you. You're not abandoning me, Liv. This is life, and I'm beyond happy for you. Also, however perfect he seems, he'll still get on your nerves eventually, and this way you'll have somewhere to come to cool off and have girls' nights in. Liv grinned. You got it, sweetie. When are you moving out? Not clear yet, but it won't be too long. Next couple of weeks. Moro nodded. Has Knox any idea of the tsunami of paperback books that's about to hit his beautifully appointed home? Liv grinned. He sort of knows, just not the extent. Well, I'm happy for you, sweetheart, I really am. Will you be okay? Moro rolled her eyes. Doofus. Livia hopped off the countertop and hugged her friend. Love you, Maury. Come on, I'll treat you to lunch. Knox spent the morning trying to find a good counselor. Overjoyed that Livia had agreed to move in with him, he was determined he would repay her trust by getting the help he had known he'd needed for years. He contacted his family's old doctor and asked for his recommendation, then made an appointment with a psychiatrist in the city. He had just hung up the phone when Sandor knocked at his door, a frown on his face. Sup, dude? Have you seen Pia this morning? She's usually at her desk before any of us, but there's no sign. Shannon from Human Resources called her home, but her mother says her bed wasn't slept in. Knox sat back. Really? Well, she's an adult, so I think the police will ask us to wait 24 hours. She could have hooked up with someone. I'll call her mother and see what she wants us to do. I'll get Shannon to give you the number. Sandor disappeared and Knox frowned. It was out of character for Pia to not show up. Knox had always been impressed with her work ethic, even at her young age. Damn. He hated this sort of thing, the uneasiness creeping over his skin, the same way it had all those years ago. He still remembered the police showing up at Ariel's parents' home to tell them a body had been found. He'd known even then that she was dead. He called Pia's mother, who tearfully asked him to keep her informed if Pia showed up. Then, needing to hear her voice, he called Livia. Hey, gorgeous. Her warm greeting made the tension in his body ease. He told her about Pia, and she expressed her concern but told him not to stress unless something concrete was known. I know it seems bad, baby, but she could just be around a girlfriend's house or a boyfriend's and overslept or so hungover that she forgot to call. She's 19. I know. I'm not trying to make unnecessary drama either. It's just that I worry. There was a small silence on the end of the phone. Did you make the appointment? Her voice was wary, like she didn't want to nag him, and Knox's heart warmed. This girl really did love him. I did, sweetheart. I promised I would, and I did. Dr. Feldstein will see me next week. Proud of you, Livia said, her voice catching. I love you so much, Knox. I love you too, funny face. Old man. Saddlebags. Livia giggled. That's so mean, but I love it. Listen, I have a tutorial. I'll call you afterwards, okay? I hope there's news on Pia soon. Roan walked into the Rencar offices, his portfolio and draft business plan under his arm, and asked to see Knox. Knox himself came to get him. Come on in, buddy. Roan smiled at his friend as he sat opposite him. Now, I know this is quick, and it's only a preliminary idea, but I wanted to run this by you. Awesome, Roan, let's get Sandor in here too. When the other man had joined them, Roan cleared his throat. The other day when we were talking, I was joking around and said I should start an escort service. He saw the alarmed looks on his friends' faces and grinning held up his hands. No, hear me out. I'm seriously not talking about a traditional escort/undercover prostitution service. In fact, penalties would be severe if any sexual activities were discovered. What I'm talking about is a kind of reverse Ashley Madison. Say there was a congressman who needed a dinner partner, but his wife was sick or just didn't like the spotlight. That's where I'd come in. I'd arrange for an escort. Now here's the rub. Say I have a female scientist who needed an escort for the same function. I'd partner them up for an introduction fee. Now, admittedly, this is all a bit hazy at the moment. Knox looked unconvinced. I'm just thinking, Roan, that despite your best intentions, it will operate exactly like a traditional escort service. People are people, no matter their social standing. If they want to be with someone, they'll do it. Seems to me, you're doing exactly what Ashley Madison does, but putting a different spin on it. Sorry, dude. Roan's shoulders slumped. What about if I put safeguards in place? Like contracts? Contracts don't mean a thing if two people want to break it. Who's going to sue them? Me. Knox shook his head. You'll lose. I can't think that there'll be one judge who'll rule in your favor on this, and your reputation, no matter how well-intentioned, will take a hit. Look at that guy who was the arranger for Berlusconi. What was his name? Tarantini, said Sandor, brushing down his trousers. He got 8 years, I think. In Italy. Roan rolled his eyes. Look, you said to focus on my passion. I like intimacy. Exactly. You care about real connection, and you're doing it without charging anyone. It's perfectly legal. But Roan, come on. You need to take this seriously. You're more than just some guy chasing thrills. It's time to grow up. You went to Harvard, for crying out loud. You have a business degree. Roan stared out the window, jaw tight. Maybe this whole thing is a mistake. Friends going into business together? Maybe I should just go find a job. He felt the sting of Knox's words still sitting in his chest, and now the silence only made it worse. It hurt when Knox finally nodded. Maybe you should. Roan stood. Well, thanks for your time. He didn't wait for a reply, just walked straight out of the building and into his car. Slamming the door shut, he dropped his hands onto the wheel and muttered under his breath. Well, great. He let out a long breath and started the engine, frustration simmering in his chest. Sandor and Knox sat in silence for a long moment. Well, that could have gone better. Sandor shook his head. What was he thinking? Knox looked unhappy. He wasn't. That's the whole problem with Roan. Sandor studied his friend. You notice something else? No, what? He didn't mention Pia. He always mentions Pia, always stops to talk to her. He didn't even glance at her desk as he came in. Knox paled a little but then waved his hand, dismissing Sandor's observation. He was too full of his damn fool idea. It isn't anything more. Later, as he was enjoying a light supper with Livia at his home, soon to be their home, Knox couldn't help but think of what Sandor had said. Livia smoothed her hand over his face. What's up? What's going on in that mind of yours? He told her about Roan's plan. She rolled her eyes as he'd expected, then related what Sandor had said. Livia agreed with Knox. It was nothing. Does Sandor not like Roan? I would never have guessed. He likes him just fine, I think. He's never said anything to the contrary. It's just a little strange he would say that. I mean, does Roan even know Pia? Knox considered. Well, he talks to her whenever he comes into the office. I don't think Sandor meant any malice. Livia thought about it for a moment more, then shrugged. Probably not. So no news? None. Gosh. I hope she's okay. Me too, darling. Let's change the subject. How did Moro take your news? Livia grinned. Surprisingly well. I told her I'd still be paying for half the rent, so it takes a little pressure off of her, and she was grateful. You could let me take care of that. I could not. She chucked his chin and he grinned. Actually, she was more worried that you have no clue what you're letting yourself in for. I have so many books and art supplies, and all sorts of music crap. Is that right? He put down his fork and took her hand. Come with me. He led her across the house to a room she hadn't even known was there. Just how many secret rooms does this place have? Livia grinned as Knox laughed. You haven't even scratched the surface, baby. Anyways, come on in. He said it lightly, but he felt his heart beating hard against his ribs. He opened the door, and Livia stepped inside. It was his and his mother's music studio. His old cello stood in its stand, his mother's piano covered in a dust sheet. Other, less played, less beloved instruments dotted the room. Livia looked at him with wide eyes. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this room earlier, he said softly. I didn't know whether I was quite ready. But after last night, I think it's important. Livia took his hand. How much does it hurt? Knox considered, then smiled ruefully. It's excruciating. Livia cupped her face in her palm. And it's okay to feel that. Acknowledge it. Speak it. We can go if you like. I think this is a huge step. Knox took a deep breath. No, I brought you here for a reason. My mother's piano. I think it should be heard again, and it just seems right it should be you. Would you play for me? Livia, trembling, nodded. Will you play with me? She nodded to his cello, and Knox hesitated. You don't have to, but I think it would be good for you. Knox touched his cello, dislodging a thick smear of dust. Do you know Sonata No. 3? Bach? I sure do. Let's see. Livia shifted the dust sheets from the piano and opened the lid. She pressed a few of the keys. Good, it's still in tune. I hope I can say the same for this thing. Knox rested the cello between his legs and took up the bow. Ready. First few bars. They played slowly at first, the music tentative but sweet. Then as they both settled into the rhythm, they played through the first act, both making minor mistakes but smiling encouragingly at the other as they did. Knox lowered his bow. Wow. How do you feel? Livia was watching him, and he smiled at her. Conflicted. Livia gently closed the piano lid and crossed the room to him. She lifted the cello back into its stand, then reached out and offered her hand. Let's create something new, she said softly. Let's change what this room means for you. Let's make it a place filled with better memories. He looked at her for a moment, then took her hand, allowing her to guide him out of the room and down the hall. In their bedroom, Livia slowly slipped the straps of her dress from her shoulders and let it fall to the floor. Knox sat on the edge of the bed, watching her in quiet admiration as she turned, a playful smile tugging at her lips. You still want this, don't you? She teased gently, glancing at him over her shoulder. Knox grinned. Always. Livia laughed softly and took her time, slipping out of the rest of her clothes, her eyes never leaving his. When she was standing before him, she stepped close and kissed him, softly at first, then deeper, her hands tangling gently in his hair. Stay just as you are, she whispered. This time let me lead. He nodded, his expression filled with warmth and wonder as she laid him back against the pillows. Their connection sparked instantly, tender and spoken electric. They moved together in harmony, as though they were composing a symphony with every glance, every touch, every sigh. What had once been a space haunted by grief now filled with something new, comfort, closeness, joy. The kind of intimacy built not just from desire, but from trust. They stayed wrapped in each other until the world faded around them. There was no rush, only the slow unraveling of two souls finding peace in one another. When at last their breathing slowed, and the night settled in, Livia curled into his arms. Knox pressed a kiss to her forehead, and held her close as sleep gently took them both. It was dawn when Sandor arrived with the police, looking pale and shaken. They had found Pia's body. A shocked and horrified Knox and Livia listened, as he told them she had been found laid upon Ariel's grave with a message scrawled in her blood across the cold marble. What did it say? Knox's voice sounded tight. Sandor winced and put his hand on his friend's shoulder. I'm sorry, Knox. It said, everyone you love. Geez. A worried Livia hugged Knox as he dropped his head into his hands. The lead homicide detective cleared his throat. I'm sorry to do this at what is obviously a very distressing time, but Mr. Renaud, I do have to ask. Where were you the night before last?
Chapter 15.
Moro listened, as Livia filled her in on what had been happening. Gosh, how awful. So they arrested Knox? Livia shook her head. No, they just wanted to ask him questions. He offered to go with them to the station for a formal interview, but they said he didn't need to, yet. Gosh, what a mess. Poor Pia. Were you close? No, but we met a few times. She was only 19. Geez. Livia nodded, miserable. Horrific. Marcel came into the kitchen. Hey, you okay? He frowned at Livia. You're really pale. Are you sure you're okay to work? I am, thanks, Marcel. I'd rather be here, it will take my mind off the other stuff. The restaurant was busy, in the run-up to Christmas. Although the weather outside was still mild, people were wearing coats and trying to get into a winter mindset. Livia wondered aloud if it ever snowed in New Orleans. Sure it does, Marcel told her. Last time was Christmas Day, appropriately enough, back in '04, before that in '89. It doesn't happen often, but we're lucky sometimes. We're due some this year, I believe, some weather phenomenon to do with global warming. I don't know, but yeah, you might have a white Christmas if you're lucky. Just don't count on it being several feet deep. Livia was daydreaming about sharing a white Christmas with Knox at his mansion, when Moro nudged her. One of your rich friends is in. Livia saw Odell Griffonji seated in her section, her back ramrod straight, and groaned inwardly. The woman creeped her out a little, she had to admit. She went over to her. Hey, Odell. Odell blinked at her, as if she had only just remembered Livia worked there. Oh, hello. It's Livia. Of course. Hello again, Livia. There was a small smile playing around Odell's lips, and Livia couldn't work out if Odell was mocking her or not. She decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. What can I get for you today? Odell was studying her. An egg white and spinach omelet, please. The smile was back, and Livia realized Odell was attempting to make a joke with her. She smiled back tentatively. Of course. And your company, if that's possible. Just for a few minutes. Livia's eyebrows shot up and she looked around. Well, if you can't, that's okay. Livia glanced at Marcel. I guess I'm due a break, but I'll have to run it past my boss. Of course. Livia spoke to Marcel, who seemed surprised but shrugged. Go for it. We're slowing down now anyway. It's just for 10 minutes at the most. Livia sat down with Odell, feeling oddly out of place. The blonde woman smiled at her, but her eyes were searching Livia's face. Finally she spoke. Knox is very taken with you. Livia nodded. And I with him, she said carefully, having no idea where Odell was going. Was she about to give Livia the full-on gold digger warning? Odell picked at her omelet. Knox is very important to me. You may have noticed that I don't make friends easily. I have a tendency to speak my mind, and people tell me I have no tact, so forgive me if I say anything out of turn. Sure. I like seeing him happy. He deserves it. Livia held up her hands. Odell, let me preempt you. I'm not interested in his money. But he does have money. It's his, not mine. Odell nodded. For what it's worth, I actually never considered you to be that kind of woman. You genuinely do seem to care about him. Livia lifted her chin. I do care. I love him, Odell. I believe you. What I wanted to say was this, Be careful which of his friends you trust. They are not always who they seem to be. Like Roan? Odell smiled. Roan, God bless him, is not blessed with brains or cunning. No, I mean Amber Duplass. Livia felt awkward. She has been nothing but kind to me, Odell. And I'm sure she means it. But she's also been intimate with Roan behind my back. Livia was shocked. Odell, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm not naive. I know who Roan is, I know who Amber is. I'm going to marry Roan, did you know that? Livia shook her head. I didn't. Odell, are you sure you should? Odell smiled. You see things as very black and white, don't you? I'm marrying Roan because despite his infidelities, and yes, there have been more than one, he needs me. And I need him. You might have seen I don't do well in social situations. He is my anchor and I am his. I gave him an ultimatum. Get rid of the other women. Do I think he'll be faithful forever? No, of course not. But he's trying. For me. Mostly for my money, to be fair, but also for me. Why are you telling me all of this, Odell? Livia felt uncomfortable. Odell smiled. Because I like you. I don't often feel that towards other women, but you, Livia, seem like the genuine article. No lies. Despite your relative low background. She stopped and held her hands up. There goes that sledgehammer tack again. What I mean is, despite the difference in our social standing, that's no better. Livia chuckled suddenly. It's okay, Odell, I get it. Sorry. But what I mean is, you are completely guileless. It's refreshing to me. Fair enough. Look, I really do have to get back to work, but... Livia pulled her notepad from her apron and scribbled her cell phone number down. She gave it to Odell. If you ever need to talk. Thank you, Livia. Take care, Odell. Livia told Knox about Odell's visit, and he seemed pleased. Despite her manner, she has a good heart. I'm just getting that. Livia had decided not to tell him about Odell's warning regarding Amber. Knox looked exhausted and drawn, and she stroked his face. Did the police have any other information? Knox shook his head. Only that Pia was killed in an identical manner to Ariel. I went to see Pia's parents. They're broken. Gosh, poor things. Knox held her hand to his face. When I think of how you used to run around the streets alone. Livia frowned. Knox. I won't let this stop me from living my life, you know. I don't want to be stuck in an ivory tower. I have work, I have college. Everyone you love. That's what the killer wrote. Are you sure he means you? Why else would he put Pia on Ariel's grave? No, I'm sorry, Liv. Until he's caught, you get a protective detail. Livia was annoyed. How about you talk to me about it, rather than tell me, Knox? I don't want some hulking guy with me all the time. I can look after myself. She pushed back her chair and took her plate to the sink, flicking on the water and rinsing it. She felt Knox's arm slide around her waist, but she was too pissed to let it go. Sorry, he mumbled into her hair. I'm just terrified something will take you away from me. She turned in his arms. I get it, but don't ever dictate how I run my life, okay? That's not going to be how this works between us. He nodded, his eyes sad. I know. Forgive me. He bent his head and brushed her lips with his. Despite herself, Liv responded to his touch, kissing him back. She really couldn't get enough of him, his taste, his scent, his hard body and beautiful face. She smoothed his curls back from his face. Take me to bed, Renaud, and show me how sorry you are. Knox's cell phone rang and they both sighed. Rain check for a few? It might be about Pia's case. Go ahead, she said, and let him go. She cleared their dinner things as he answered the call, once again glad Knox wasn't someone with a huge staff. It would make these intimate dinners difficult. She listened to him speaking. Thanks, detective. Are you sure you don't want me to make an official statement? Yes, anything to help. I'd like to pay for the funeral, but I also don't want to upset the family. Yes, of course. He hung up and sighed, rubbing his eyes. Livia could see the strain on his face, and went to him, pulling him into her arms. I'm so sorry, baby. He held her tightly, burying his face in her neck, and she could feel his tears. Just promise me, Livia, don't ever leave me. I promise, she whispered, and knew the truth of her words.
Chapter 16.
Livia was worried about Knox's state of mind for the next few days, and although he told her he was making good progress with Dr. Feldstein, he looked drawn and tired. Livia comforted him the best way she could, spending all her spare time with him talking, making love, and hanging out. Soon, though, she felt unable to cheer him, and asked him if he would like Amber to come see him. Amber's out of town. It was Livia's turn to look surprised. She is. Yeah, why? She shrugged. It's just, you never said. Should I have? Knox smiled at her, his expression a little confused. No, I guess not. Livia brushed it off, but she wondered why Knox knew exactly where Amber was at any one time, and why it bothered her so much. Knox was studying her. She wanted to get away because Pia's murder dragged up bad memories, sweetheart. Nothing insidious. I thought you liked Amber. I do very much, she reassured him, but something felt off to her. Why would Amber desert her best friend at a time like this? Even if it did bring up memories of her sister's murder, why wouldn't she want to be around the people she was closest to? Livia felt her skin prickle with unease. What did she really know about these people, and how they operated? Are you okay? She nodded. Actually, I'm pretty bushed, but I have to practice for the recital. Do you mind if I use your mother's studio? It's your studio now, baby, and of course. Would you like some alone time? If you don't mind, she smiled to soften the blow, otherwise I'll be distracted by your gorgeous body. I'll make it up to you later. Knox grinned, his whole face lighting up, and Liv felt a frisson of desire go through her. I'll hold you to that. At the piano, she ran through her composition again and again, concentrating on the finer details of it. She wondered if it even counted as jazz now. It was so slow and almost classical in its melody. Charvy had assured her that it still had its roots in her favorite genre. It's very New Orleans jazz, she had told Livia at their last tutorial. Slow, sensual, laissez-faire. It's almost listless in its sexuality, as if yes, you desire this man, but just being with him, being still with him, is enough. And it was true, Livia did love just being with Knox, even if they were napping on his couch or reading together, his head on her stomach. Or just being. Being in the moment with Knox felt so natural. Maybe that's why this thing is freaking you out, she told herself. It's all a bit too easy, as if I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. She moved her fingers over the piano keys again and again, losing herself in the rhythm. Time passed unnoticed until, after what felt like hours, she heard the music room door open behind her. A smile tugged at her lips. She didn't open her eyes, still focused on the chords, even as she felt fingers gently sweep her hair back from her shoulder and warm lips press softly against her neck. Knox. He said nothing, simply touched her as if he were part of the music itself. His fingers trailed down her back, slow and reverent, his breath brushing her skin as he kissed along her spine. Livia shivered but kept playing, her heart racing with each note. Keep playing, beautiful, he murmured, voice low and warm. She giggled softly as he gently lifted her and slid behind her on the piano bench, settling her onto his lap. His hand slid over her waist, his touch teasing as he helped ease the fabric of her dress from her shoulders. She did her best to keep playing, though her melody faltered with each caress and kiss. They moved in quiet harmony, laughter dancing between them. There was no rush, just the joy of being close, of knowing and being known. Knox leaned in, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Then with great care, he closed the piano lid and lifted her onto its surface, their mouths never parting. The room seemed to glow with warmth as they shared soft kisses, gentle laughter, and whispered confessions. "I love you," Knox said, his forehead resting against hers. Their closeness deepened, their bodies curled together on the floor like a single breath held in time. The intensity of the moment swept them both away, drawing them into a rhythm that felt deeper than the one she'd been playing on the piano. Whatever tension had lived in her earlier thoughts dissolved in the space between them. Knox held her as if she were the only thing that existed. "You and me forever, Livy. Promise me." "I promise," she whispered, voice caught in the emotion of it. "Yes. Always." They lay tangled together, laughter returning as Knox covered her in kisses. He leaned down to blow a raspberry on her stomach, making her squeal and twist beneath him. "Stop. That tickles, Knox," she shrieked, breathless with laughter. She turned onto her side to escape his teasing and froze. Her laughter caught in her throat as she stared at the window. Someone was standing there. A figure, still and shadowed, watching them from outside.
Chapter 17.
At Livia's scream of fright, Knox took off, immediately grabbing his pants and shoving his legs into them even as he began to run to the door. Livia followed him down the long hallway of the mansion, but she stopped as he yelled at her, "Stay inside, baby. Call 911. Adrenaline was spiking in her veins as she grabbed her cell phone and called, cursing for once the fact that Knox refused a security team. She got through to the emergency services, who assured her someone was on their way. "Keep calm, ma'am, and stay on the line. Is your partner back?" "No," Livia tried to stop her voice from trembling. "He's still out there." She went to the door, peering out into the cold night, shivering from terror and from the cold. She had only managed to grab Knox's shirt to cover herself. She couldn't see Knox, couldn't hear him. "Knox. Stay inside." His voice was far away, but she felt a little relief that he was still within earshot. "He's still looking for whoever it was," she told the dispatcher. "Please hurry." "We are, sweetheart, just stay calm." A gunshot rang out in the night, and Livia screamed, dropping the cell phone. "Knox." Her terror made tears pour down her face as she ran out into the night, not caring about her own safety as long as she got to him. She heard shouting, and another gunshot. She ran towards the sound, screaming his name, and it was a huge relief when he came into view. Knox looked at her, a strange expression in his eyes, and Livia stopped. "Baby?" "I told you to stay inside," he said softly, and to her horror, blood began to drip from his hairline down his perfect face. He reached for her as his knees gave way, and Knox Renault collapsed to the ground. Livia didn't know how she had managed to stop screaming. After the police arrived, followed a few minutes later by a medical team, she watched Knox being loaded unconscious into the ambulance. A policewoman wrapped a blanket around her, and when they got to the hospital, a kindly nurse gave her some scrubs to put on. They wheeled Knox straight into the emergency room, and it wasn't long before the doctor came to look for her. Mr. Renaud was shot in the head, but thankfully it's a relatively minor wound. I say relatively because obviously, any headshot will have its complications. What's encouraging is that the bullet took out a chunk of skull bone, but didn't penetrate his brain. We're going to go in now and see how much damage was done, and I'll come update you as soon as we know more. Doc. Will he be okay? We're going to do everything we can. Keep the faith. The police officer with Livia thanked the doctor. When they were alone, she asked Livia to go over what had happened again, and Livia told her again. Could you make out whether the intruder was male or female? I saw them for maybe a split second, before whoever it was stepped away from the window. Livia was calm, knowing the police had to ask these questions, but desperately worried about Knox. Knox went out after them, and I called you. The next thing I know, Knox is on the ground bleeding. Her voice broke as the shock hit her full force. Oh gosh, oh gosh. She dropped her head into her hands and began to cry. The police officer rubbed her back, and shortly afterward, Livia heard a familiar voice as someone sat down next to her and pulled her into his arms. Shush, it's okay. Sandor held her tightly as she leaned against him. She cried herself out, then looked up. Sandor, drawn and shocked, tried to smile at her. He handed her a tissue and rubbed her back. He's going to be okay, sweetheart. You bet your ass he is, Amber stated determinedly as she walked into the room, nodding at the police officer. Hey there. Amber Duplass. I know who you are, Ms. Duplass, and thanks for coming. You called them? Livia, wiping her eyes, looked surprised. The police officer nodded. You were in no condition, and we know Mr. Renault's contacts. We thought it would be best to call them. Thank you. You're very kind. I'm going to step out now, but I'll be back to ask more questions. Of course. When she was alone with Sandor and Amber, she told them what had happened. They shot him, she said incredulously. They actually shot Knox. Amber put her arm around her. Listen, the docs say he'll be fine. Most likely. They told you that? Amber smiled. I'm legally Knox's next of kin. We're each other's, actually, comes of having no living relatives. I see. Liv felt a wave of exhaustion, and Sandor seemed to notice. Livy, they may be ours. We can get the nurse to bring a cot in for you so you can rest. Thank you, San, but I couldn't. I just need some coffee. Amber stood. I'll go find some. Sandor kept his arm around Livia. At least lean on me and try to relax some. They may be operating for a while. In the end, the doctor came back after a couple of hours. He was smiling, and Livia felt some of the terror lift. Mr. Renault will be fine. The bullet didn't enter the brain cavity at all. As we thought, he lost a bit of skull bone, but he was incredibly lucky. The bullet glanced off of him. He'll be missing a chunk of skin and hair for a while, but we were able to close the wound. He won't even need to see the plastics team. He's in recovery now, and then we just need to wait for the anesthetic to wear off. He might have a concussion. In fact, I'd say that's a given, so we'll keep him in for a couple of days. Livia felt the tears pouring down her face. Thank you, doctor, thank you so much. He patted her hand. Get some rest. You can see him in an hour or so. Alone with Sandor, Livia finally broke down and sobbed, a mix of relief and terror. Sandor held her tightly and let her cry herself out before she finally fell asleep in his arms. Waking an hour later, Livia felt her eyes were swollen and heavy with salt, and tried to smile at Sandor. I know I look like the swamp thing, but I need to see Knox. Doc said we could go through to his room when you awoke. Livia stood, then felt a blood rush and wobbled. Sandor caught her, and she leaned against his solid body. Liv, have you eaten anything? Not since last night. We need to get some food inside you. I want to see him first. Sandor didn't look happy, but he also looked resigned. Come on then, hold on to me. When Livia saw Knox, the tears came again. His head was bandaged, and Livia could see dried blood and the beginnings of a huge bruise, red, purple, black and blue, angry and vicious on the right side of his head. Gosh. Remember what the doc said. It looks worse than it is. Livia bent over her romantic partner and kissed his lips, glad to feel that they were warm. I love you so much, she whispered, and then smiled as Knox opened his eyes and focused on her. Hey, beautiful. He gazed up at her for a few moments, a smile on his face, then his eyes closed and he fell asleep again. Livia gave a sigh of relief and leaned her forehead gently against his. Thank God, Knox. Sandor rubbed her back. Come sit down before you fall down, Liv. I'll grab you some hot food. It was nighttime and Knox was still asleep. Livia stroked his curls back from his pale face and sighed. She had sent Sandor and Amber away, but she was exhausted. She got up, bending over Knox to kiss his cold lips. "Gonna go find some coffee, baby? I'll be right back." She went to find a vending machine, but the one on Knox's floor was out of service. She walked down the stairs, hoping the exercise would wake her up. Now that she knew Knox was out of danger, her adrenaline had disappeared and her body felt heavy and listless. Who the hell would shoot her beloved Knox? Who had been watching them? Her flesh crawled at the thought of it. How had the evening gone from one of sensuality and love to horror? She tried the door to the floor below, and went into the corridor. It was silent, and Livia could see that some sort of remodeling was being carried out. No one was around. To her relief, the vending machines were working, and she quickly purchased a strong black coffee and a power bar. She snagged some fresh cold water from the cooler and drained the plastic cup. A breeze blew cool against her back, and she heard a door slam. Turning, the breath caught in her throat as she saw a figure in shadow standing at the end of the corridor, watching her. Livia took a shaky breath in. "Sorry if I'm not supposed to be down here, but the coffee machine on." She trailed off as the figure started to walk towards her without speaking, and that's when she saw it. The knife in his hand. "Geez, no." She dropped the hot coffee and turned and ran. The intruder was between her and the staircase, so she darted deeper into the corridors, looking for any other way out. She heard him behind her, could hear his breathing as he ran after her. She weaved and slammed through any open door she found until, as she opened a final door, she realized she had run out of luck. In a second, she felt him grab her shoulders and pull her back towards him. Livia screamed, kicked, and struggled with her attacker, determined to fight until either she escaped or he killed her. He was strong, too strong, and when he slammed his fist into her temple, Livia crumpled to the ground, dazed, terrified, and knowing she could do no more. She lay on her back, and felt her attacker pushing her top up, exposing her abdomen. She saw the flash of the blade once before she passed out.
Chapter 18.
"Livia? Livy, sweetheart, wake up." She could hear Sandor's voice but was confused. Why was he telling her to wake up? Wasn't she dead? Her murder had been surprisingly painless, she had to admit, but now her head screeched with agony. She opened her eyes. White light. Blinding. "Ouch," she said, and heard Sandor's relieved chuckle. "Hello again, beauty. You had us scared." "Livia? I'm Dr. Ford. We found you unconscious on the floor below. What happened, my dear?" Livia blinked, and immediately reached down and ran her hand over her stomach. There were no stab wounds. She reached up and touched her temple. Her hand came away bloody. "He chased me and hit me. I think he wanted to kill me, why didn't he?" She saw the doctor and Sandor exchange a skeptical glance, and felt idiotic. She pushed herself up into a seated position. "Who's with Knox? If someone tried to kill me, then he's not safe either." "Amber's with him, sweetheart. Now the doc's going to fix your head right up, and the police want to talk to you, okay?" "Sure." Livia felt as if they were humoring her. Maybe they'll believe me. She couldn't help the snippiness that flooded her tone. The doctor said nothing, but Sandor smiled at her. "It's not that we don't believe you. It's that when I found you downstairs, it clearly looked like you'd fallen and hit your head is all. There were no signs of a struggle. Are you sure you didn't just panic? You're very tired, honey. It's been a long night." When he put it like that, could she have imagined it? Livia closed her eyes, and felt her head spinning. The doctor was cleaning up her head wound. "You won't even need stitches." Livia thanked him. When she and Sandor were alone, she felt tears in her eyes. "I don't know what to think, San. I was so sure he had a knife. I saw it." Sandor sat on the edge of the gurney, and put his arm around her. "Why were you down there?" "Coffee. The vending machine on this floor isn't working. Hey, I remember dropping the cup of coffee when I was being chased. She looked at him hopefully, but he shook his head. We didn't find any spilled liquid, honey. Damn. Was she going crazy? I want to go see Knox. Of course. Livia walked a little unsteadily back to Knox's room. When she pushed open the door, a shot of jealousy flooded through her when she saw Amber stroking Knox's forehead. He was awake, and when he saw her he smiled such a sweet smile that her heart lifted. Hey you. They told me you had a fall. Livia smiled at him cautiously, shooting a glance at Amber, who gave up her bedside seat for Livia. We'll give you two some space, she said, and took Sandor out of the room, closing the door behind them. Livia leaned over and kissed Knox's mouth. You gave me such a scare, baby. I'm sorry, honey. You didn't answer my question. You had a fall? Livia hesitated, not knowing what to tell him, but then nodded. They had more important things to talk about right now. I'm fine, but Knox, do you remember what happened before you were shot? She couldn't help touching the bandage on his head. He caught her hand and pressed it to his face. I can. We were making love, some creep was watching us. When I was outside, I heard something and went towards it. I saw something, a figure, and went after them. He sighed, closing his eyes as she stroked his face. When you called out, I saw the figure turn towards the sound of your voice, and I was so scared he'd come after you. I almost caught up with him, then he or she shot me. I remember not knowing if I was a dead man walking. I just wanted to see you one last time, so I came back for you. He opened his eyes and met her gaze. Sweetheart, I was dazed and concussed, but in the moment before I passed out, I saw someone behind you. Gosh. His expression was guilt-ridden, and Livia felt her throat close. He followed us here, she said softly, and he attacked me. I didn't fall. San and the doctor don't believe me. Who the hell is coming after us, Knox? Knox shook his head grimly, and he reached for her. She crawled into the bed with him, and he wrapped his arms around her. I don't know, sweetheart, but I can tell you this. He won't get near us again. He kissed her forehead. I know you hate the idea, but first thing in the morning, I'm arranging an entire security detail. Agreed? And Livia could not argue with him. Fine. Whatever you think, honey. Knox kissed her forehead. Does it hurt? She shook her head and smiled. Not as much as yours, I'll bet. They've got me hopped up on morphine. Livia chuckled. Things are about to get wild. Knox laughed. Actually, I'm beat. I could do with some more sleep, and by the looks of it, so could you. Livia slept in the bed with Knox, despite the disapproving glance of the nurses who came in to check his vitals. When they awoke, it was evening again. Livia kissed his mouth, tenderly. Thank God you're okay, Knox. I don't know what I would have done. He stroked her face. Now you know how I feel. Whatever is going down, we'll beat it, Liv. I want my happily ever after with you. They heard raised voices outside in the hallway. Knox and Livia looked at each other as Roan and Odell, both looking angry and scared, came in. Odell gave a huge sigh of relief. Thank God. Roan, who looked worse for wear, clutched his friend's hand. Geez, Knox, when they said on the news you'd been shot. It's on the news? Odell nodded. That's how we found out. Livia got up. I'm sorry, that's my fault. I should have called you. She wobbled, and Odell stepped forward to steady her. No, Amber and Sandor should have called us. You had this to deal with. What happened to your head? They didn't mention you being hurt too. This happened in the hospital. I'll tell you about it later. Livia glanced at Roan, who looked distraught. Is he okay? She lowered her voice, and Odell shook her head. No, he isn't. Look, we have to talk, you and I. Let me just have a moment with Knox and we'll go for some coffee and some hot food. You look like you could do with some. Livia nodded, and turned to kiss Knox. I'm going to give you a moment with your friends, darling. I'll be right back. She looked back and saw Knox open his arms and hug Odell. Livia was astonished to hear the other woman crying. Odell was so emotionless most of the time that it came as a shock to hear her upset. Livia realized how much Knox meant to Odell then, and it warmed her even more to the other woman. And Roan, there was something going on with him, something that made him look like a man who was barely hanging on. It was beyond being upset about his friend being shot. Livia went to the restroom to freshen up, using one of the disposable toothbrushes to brush her teeth. She felt dirty and itchy. The scrubs she had been given were spotted with dried blood. A bruise was forming over her temple, and she could now see the outline of knuckles in the wound. She gritted her teeth. She hadn't been hallucinating or imagining the intruder coming after her. So why hadn't he killed her? She pulled her top up and examined her abdomen. Nothing, not even a scratch. She was about to drop the top when something caught her eye. A small cut on the inside of her navel. A speck of dried blood. What the hell? Was it a warning, or had the man intended to carve her up slowly but got interrupted? Maybe by Sandor looking for her? It made her flesh crawl and her breath quicken to realize that if Sandor hadn't looked for her, she could be dead right now. Lying disemboweled, her blood pooled around her, forgotten on the floor below until Knox asked where she was. The assailant had shot Knox in the head then come for her. So why didn't he finish the job? She had been utterly vulnerable. Everyone you love. The warning from Pia's murder scene hit her again. Who was he talking to? Knox? But why? What on earth had triggered this vendetta, 20 years after his family and his romantic partners had all died? Livia stared into the mirror. What the hell was going on? And why did she feel so sure, overwhelmingly sure, that Amber had something to do with it all? Amber and Roan, both of them she felt sure, knew more than they were saying. Was Amber looking for revenge for Ariel's death, now that Knox had finally moved on and fallen in love with another woman? Or was it just that she wanted Knox for herself? What about Roan? He looked like a man destroyed. She couldn't quite believe it had been Roan stalking and attacking her, but then again Roan was a passionate man. Would he have hesitated to kill her quickly and brutally, no matter who was coming? She didn't think so. Livia shook herself. And it could be just some random psycho who killed Pia, and no more than an intruder staking out Knox's mansion to rob it. She spoke the words aloud to try and reassure herself, but faltered. No, it was something more insidious. She knew it in her bones. She jumped as the restroom door slammed behind her and turned. No one. Which meant someone had been watching her. She darted to the door and looked out. Whoever it was, they were long gone. Livia gritted her teeth, but as she looked down she saw it. A long red hair on the linoleum floor. Amber. Livia went back to Knox's room, hearing him speaking in a loving, tender tone. It's okay, Odell, I'm fine. I'll be out of here in a couple of days. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you or Livia. You're my family. Livia was unbelievably touched. Who would have thought she meant so much to the Ice Queen? She knocked gently at the door and poked her head in, smiling at them both. Roan had disappeared. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, baby. Odell came to her and hugged her, and Livia returned the embrace. We're okay, Odell, really. Odell sniffed, and Livia realized she was crying again. The other woman drew away finally, wiping her eyes. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Livia smiled at her, then went to Knox, taking his hand. Odell gathered herself. Look, I can get on the phone right now and have protection set up here, at the home, at the restaurant, and your office, Knox. Knox nodded. That would be a weight off. Thanks, Odie. Odell got straight on her cell phone, stepping out into the hallway. Livia nudged Knox. Odie. He grinned. I'm the only one she lets call her that. And even then, only on special occasions. Like being shot in the head. Like that. They both laughed, the tension lifted by the joke. Knox kissed her. By the way, I'm liking the hot scrubs look. Livia rolled her eyes. I'm filthy. Look, baby, I'll get Sandor to take you home. Eat proper food, grab a shower and some sleep. I'm not going anywhere. It did sound tempting, and after a while Livia agreed. As long as someone is with you. I don't think Odell is going anywhere. Where did Renaud go? Knox shook his head. He got choked up, mumbled something about being sorry and left. Odell is annoyed with him about something. They sat in silence for a while holding hands. Livia cleared her throat. Knox. I have this feeling. A feeling that whoever is behind all this is close to us. To you. I agree. She studied him. Do you think? Renaud? Knox sighed. I hate saying this, but I can't imagine anyone else. He's been drinking, he's broke. Isn't he marrying Odell? Knox's mouth set in a straight line. He is. And he should think himself lucky. But it still doesn't guarantee him any money. Odell's father won't permit it. Livia looked at him, askance. Odell's father realizes this is the 21st century, right? I don't mean he won't consent to the marriage, but Odell is an heiress. She doesn't have money of her own. It's all tied up in her trust fund, which her father can withdraw at any time. So why is Odell marrying him anyway? Knox gave her a strange, half-sad smile. Because she loves him. Knox, would Renaud shoot you? I can only tell you that Renaud is a superb marksman. If it was him, then he didn't intend to kill me. Knox looked sick at having to say the words. When I get out of here, beautiful, we need to talk about a lot of things. Your safety is paramount. Our future too. Odell tells me they have your name in the press. They'll be hounding you at the college, and at the restaurant too. I can cope with that. Knox studied her. You have no idea what they're like. Vultures. They'll dig up anything on you. Livia shrugged. I have no skeletons. Then I have to warn you, Knox said, his handsome face serious, they'll make some up just for you. Things really are about to get crazy. Odell thanked the doorman as she made her way into her apartment building. He called her back. Mr. St. Mark is waiting upstairs for you. Odell nodded, her face impassive. Thank you, Glenn. She took the elevator up to her penthouse and stepped out into the atrium. Renaud was slumped against the wall. He looked up at her, desperation in his eyes, and Odell's plan to send him away evaporated. She had never seen him look so desolate. She crouched next him. What is it, Renaud? What's the matter? Renaud began to sob as he blurted out the words. They're going to say it was me, Odell, they're going to say it was me. That girl, Pia. I was with her the night she was killed, and they're going to say it was me. The police investigation brought up nothing, and as it drew nearer to Christmas and the weather finally turned cold, Livia and Knox holed up in his mansion. Livia only left for work or school, and Knox for any business meetings he couldn't do from home. Neither of them said it, but the self-imposed nearness seemed to have opened up a new element to their relationship, a new intimacy, a closeness they had not known was missing. Of course, their more adventurous sexual exploits had now been restricted to their bedroom. Odell had hired what appeared to be an army of protection for Knox and Livia, and even they were a little stunned by how much of their lives was restricted now. I can't send them away. Odell would kill me, and I like to restrict being murdered to just once a year. Knox grinned at Livia, who laughed. It does get in the way of stuff, doesn't it? I mean, I was just murdered the other day, and I had a whole bunch of laundry to do. How inconvenient. Isn't it? They had been joking with each other like this since Odell had told them about Renaud. He had been sleeping with Pia, and had been with her the night she was killed. Odell had persuaded him to go to the police and speak to them. He had been questioned, and then charged on suspicion of murder. Odell had paid the $2 million bail money, and now Renaud was locked away in her apartment until the trial. Neither Knox nor Livia could believe the turn of events. Worse, when Renaud was questioned about the night Knox and Livia had been attacked, he couldn't provide an alibi. The police, desperate to find someone guilty for Pia's murder, had used Knox's rejection of Renaud's business proposition as motive. Their case is weak, Renaud's lawyer William Corcoran told them when they met at Knox and Sandor's offices. But at the moment he is the only person with motive, and we know he was with the girl. I understand you have arranged a 24-hour guard on him, Ms. Griffonji? Odell, pale and drawn, nodded. He's not going anywhere, Mr. Corcoran. He wants to be proved innocent. Livia took Odell's hand and squeezed it. We're here for you, Odell. She couldn't bring herself to say that she was there for Renaud too. She could well believe that he would hurt Knox and Pia to keep her from telling Odell about their affair. Odell looked shattered, and Livia's heart went out to her. We never did get our girl talk, did we? She said in a low voice to Odell as Knox and Sandor were talking to the lawyer. We should do that. Soon. Odell nodded. I'll come by your restaurant around lunchtime tomorrow, if that's okay. Sure. The next day, Moro and Marcel gave her a hard time, and she couldn't blame them. She had called them from the hospital, but wouldn't allow them to visit. She told them it was because Knox had too many visitors already, but truthfully, she didn't want Moro and Marcel on the killer's radar any more than they already were by associating with her. Pia had barely been a part of the circle, and now she was dead. No one was safe. Moro took one look at the cut on Livia's head, and her mouth set in an angry line. And you didn't mention that, either. I slipped on some water at the hospital. No biggie. She hadn't told them about being attacked. Marcel shook his head at her. This is serious, Liv. I don't want you hurt. Livia nodded back at the two huge bodyguards sitting in the restaurant. It's okay. Those two are always with me, unfortunately. She dumped her bag in the back room and went into the kitchen to wash her hands. She felt tired and drained, but at least she was back to doing something familiar. Knox had been reluctant to see her back at work, but couldn't dissuade her. I have responsibilities, baby. Now she tied her apron around her dress and went out front. The restaurant was quiet, the lunchtime rush away off yet, and Moro and Livia polished wine glasses and chatted as they laid out the tables. So I have news, Moro said with a grin, and Livia's eyebrows shot up. She glanced at Marcel, which made Moro roll her eyes. Will you stop with that? I adore Marcel, but I also work for him. No, it's not Marcel, but I did meet someone. Who? Not ready to say yet. But I am giving up the apartment. I thought you should know. You're moving in with whoever it is? Livia was shocked, but Moro just stuck her tongue in her cheek and gave her friend a defiant stare. Livia grinned sheepishly. Yep, she had no right to be scandalized. Sorry. Where are you moving to? Moro told her, and Livia whistled. It was an upscale apartment building in the city, a block or two from where Odell lived. Very nice. It has one of those old-fashioned elevators, like you see in French movies. All wrought iron and fancy schmancy. Moro sounded so proud that Livia couldn't help but giggle. Fancy. You bet it's fancy. Hey, maybe we'll have to do soirees like you do with all your fancy new friends. Livia grinned. Shut up. Well, I'm happy for you, boo. When do we get to meet Captain Elevator? Ha ha. And soon, hopefully. At least tell me his first name. Nope. Live with it. Spoilsport. Odell arrived just after 1 p.m., and Livia took her break. They sat 2 tables away from Livia's conspicuous bodyguards. Odell looked amused. It must be strange for you to have them around. Livia nodded. It is, but don't think I'm not grateful, Odell. You can call me Odie if you like. Livia smiled at her. You've been a true friend to me and Knox, Odie. The other woman flushed a little. I'm not good at making friends, she said, especially with women. They don't trust me for some reason. I don't know why, it's not like I'm sleeping around with their men. Unlike Amber. Livia sighed. I've been having doubts about her, tracing back to what you said. But at the same time, she hasn't done anything wrong, I don't think. Certainly, Knox doesn't see anything amiss, and I'm hesitant to say anything negative. They're so close. Understandable. Look, maybe I'm biased. I've never liked the woman, and now that I know she was sleeping with Renaud. Odell smiled. As soon as she knew I found out, she dumped him. Amber has no use for men after the wife or girlfriend finds out. She looked at Livia. Does that upset you? Livia nodded. I wanted to believe she was a good one. I thought that she was. Livy, you're your own woman. Do I think Amber is malicious? Not where Knox is concerned, certainly, and to be fair, she seemed to take to you too. So, if we rule out Amber and Renaud, who else would have a grudge against Knox? Even saying the words made Livia tremble. I honestly don't know. We both know Sandor is straight as a die. He's a teddy bear. Odell smiled. He is. He's a good one. If only I'd fallen for him instead. Livia chuckled. I would pay to see that. So, anyone else? Well, there is someone. An ex-girlfriend of Knox's. Well, not really a girlfriend but a fling. At least for Knox. Janine Dupois. Has Knox mentioned her? Livia shook her head. No, but we've never actually had the ex talk, so I don't blame him for not doing so. Who is she? Fashion editor and socialite. I heard she moved to New York, but made the mistake of trying to break into the scene up there without proving herself. Livia rolled her eyes and Odell laughed. It's the way it works, I'm afraid. If Knox and I are going to be long-term, and I hope so, I do hope I won't be expected to become like me. But Odell was smiling and Livia squeezed her hand. You know what I mean. I'm not a socialite. I don't know anything about that world. Odell studied her. You know, Knox is a pretty down-to-earth guy. He couldn't have fallen for someone who wasn't suited to him. Don't ever be afraid you won't fit in, Livy. When Livia arrived home later, a quiet hope settled in her chest, more than she'd felt in weeks. And when Knox walked through the door shortly after, everything seemed to fall into place. She met him at the threshold and kissed him gently. I missed you, she whispered. Without another word, she reached for his hand and led him upstairs. Knox followed, smiling. If this is what missing me looks like. In their bedroom, she slipped the tie from around his neck and began to unbutton his shirt, brushing a soft kiss across his chest. Knox reached for the back of her dress, gently lowering the zipper, his fingertips trailing down her spine with feather-light care. They moved in sync, not with urgency, but with quiet understanding, like a melody that didn't need to be hurried to be felt. Livia guided him toward the bed, laughter glinting in her eyes. Just relax, she whispered. Tonight I've got you. Knox smiled, his gaze filled with warmth as she stepped out of her dress. The room around them hushed, wrapped in shadows and something softly sacred. She joined him beneath the blankets, and the space between them disappeared. They held each other close, fully present, the silence between them speaking louder than words. Each touch was a quiet reassurance. Each kiss a gentle promise. Wrapped in one another's arms, the world outside faded until all that remained was this: comfort, trust, and something too big to name. Much later, tangled in blankets and laughter, they shared quiet conversation the way only people who felt completely safe could do. Odell called me Livy, Livia said, her eyes wide with wonder. And I get to call her Odie. Knox chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She told me she adores you. Said you don't pretend. She really respects that. You're closer to her than I realized, Livia murmured. Which makes me think maybe you and I, should spend more time getting to know each other. Beyond everything else. Knox gently tilted her chin, meeting her eyes. As long as we don't forget how to have fun. She smiled, resting her forehead against his. Don't worry. That's non-negotiable. So what do you want to know? More about Ariel, if it's not too painful. Knox was silent for a while, then nodded. Okay. Livia stroked his face. In your own time, baby. It's all right, Livy. I'm not going to break down. The psychiatrist I've been seeing has helped me immeasurably. He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. Here goes. We met when we were kids, when Ariel and Amber's family moved here. Their parents were nice people, moderately wealthy like us, and Amber's father was a business associate of my dad's. Ariel and I hit it off straight away. You know she and Amber were twins? Non-identical. Ariel had dark brown hair and dark eyes like yours. She always thought she was the plain one, which was a joke. Livia remembered seeing the photographs of Ariel. She was lovely. I know you've told me how she died. Maybe it would help to talk through what happened in the days leading up to her death. Knox looked at her for a long time, then nodded. Okay. Okay then, let's talk.
Chapter 19. 20 years ago.
Ariel fixed Knox with a determined stare, trying not to giggle. I've thought long and hard about it, and I think I know the perfect outfit for prom for both of us. Knox grinned at her, knowing well the look of mischief in her eyes. Oh yeah? Hit me with it. Ariel stood, and proceeded to shuffle sideways, then back again rapidly on her carpeted floor. Knox burst out laughing. What the hell? I'm giving you a clue, she said breathlessly, then started to do the running man, moving her arms and legs energetically. You are quite insane, Miss Duplass, and I have no earthly idea what's going on here. Imagine baggy pants. Ariel moved up and down her bedroom, flailing her arms and urging him to guess. Maybe if I sing. She began to intone "oh ah" repeatedly as she moved, then came to an abrupt halt, shouting, "Stop!" Knox finally got it. Hammer time. He collapsed with laughter as Ariel cheered, then collapsed on the bed beside him, panting for air. So what do you think? We both go in hammer pants and screw the patriarchy. Why should I wear a dress? You could wear anything and still be the queen of the ball. Ariel pretended to puke, and Knox laughed. You really can't take a compliment, Ari, you know that? You know me, Knoxy. I leave the cotillions and debutante stuff to Amber. It's her thing. Knox sensed an undercurrent in her voice. What's up? Ariel shrugged. Nothing really. We're just having one of our timeouts. We're not getting along particularly well at the moment. Any reason? Ariel hesitated, then shrugged. Just reasons. Knox wound a long lock of her hair around his fingers. You don't want to talk about it? Not really. So now that you know what I've planned for prom. Knox grinned. You think I don't know you by now? You say that, then I turn up in hammer pants, and you'll look like some ethereal goddess in a perfect gown. I still remember junior prom. Remember? That was hilarious. For you. My mom spent weeks on my sailor costume. Ariel giggled. So gullible, Mr. Renaud. She bent her head and kissed him, lingering over his lips. Now seriously, do you want to see my dress? I ask because it has some complicated fastening, and you may need to practice if you want to get it off me. Knox's smile widened. Like most couples, they had planned for prom night to be the first time they slept together, even though they'd done practically everything else already. Neither of them could wait. You know, it might be a good idea. Ariel sent him out of the room while she changed, and when she was ready, called him back. Knox pushed the door open, and his breath caught in his throat. The pale gray chiffon draped beautifully over her body, clinging to her curves and setting off the pink tones in her creamy white skin. Wow. Wow. Knox walked to her, cupping her face in his. You look insanely gorgeous. Ariel blushed but laughed. That is the correct answer. You may kiss me now. The kiss went on for so long that Ariel, laughing, had to gently push him away. One more day, Knox, and we'll finish that kiss properly. Knox nodded with a wry smile. Then I'd better get out of here before you make it too hard to walk away. And leave you frustrated? He chuckled as she playfully nudged him. Your trouble, you know that? You love it. She rose on her toes to kiss him again. Tomorrow, Knox Renault. Prom night. Ariel and Amber got ready separately, each in their own rooms, not communicating at all. As she finished her makeup and slipped into the gray dress, Ariel considered going to see her sister, trying to bridge the strange chasm that had opened up between them lately. She had lied to Knox yesterday about what was causing the void. It was Knox himself. Ariel knew Amber was in love with him, and did not blame her sister or Knox for it. Knox was easy to love. Amber knew she would never be with him, and to her credit, she didn't even try to take him from her sister, but her way of dealing with it was to keep her distance from both of them. Ariel tapped cautiously on her sister's door. Ams? Still changing. Flat tone, no invitation in it. Ariel sighed. Okay, well, I'm just going to grab a smoke outside. Distract Mom if she comes to look for me? I will. Ariel stepped out into the sultry Louisiana evening. Sweat popped up on her skin immediately and she cursed, hoping she wouldn't end up with pit stains. This chiffon was too good for that kind of treatment. Not that Knox would give a crap, she smiled to herself fondly, shaking a cigarette from her pack. Her mother probably knew she smoked, but it was a strict don't ask don't tell policy in her house. She walked around the main house to where she sneaked her smokes, out of sight of the house. Hidden by the trees draped with Spanish moss, she breathed in the night air. The bayou was extra smelly on nights like this, the stench of rot creeping across the night. Ariel flicked her butt to the ground, and using the toe of her shoe to stub it out, she turned to go back in. The first thing she registered was a stinging in her neck, then a wave of breathlessness, as whatever had been injected into her flooded her veins. She barely had time to acknowledge that someone had grabbed her, before everything went dark and she passed out. Cold. She was lying down, and whatever surface was beneath her sent a chill up her spine. Ariel shivered, even though the night air was warm. When she opened her eyes, the world spun. Her vision was hazy, her chest tight. A shadowed figure sat motionless on her legs, still, deliberate, and unsettling, as if he had been waiting for her to wake. Panic surged as she realized they were in a graveyard. What's happening? She whispered, her voice trembling. The figure in the dark hood said nothing. She couldn't see his face, just the eerie outline and the silence that stretched between them like a taut wire. Then she saw the glint of metal in his hand. Please. Ariel's breath caught in her throat. Please don't. He didn't respond. Before she could scream, his gloved hand silenced her. Pain bloomed in her abdomen, sharp and overwhelming. Her body twisted in agony as he struck. When his hand dropped away, she struggled to breathe. Why? She gasped, a tear sliding down her cheek as the figure simply watched. Please tell me why. But he never answered her. Knox was getting into his car when his mother called him back. Her face was tense. Amber's on the telephone. She's hysterical, and I can't understand what she's saying. It took Knox a few moments to realize Amber was telling her Ariel was missing. They found her body the next morning, and a devastated, distraught Knox drove straight to the cemetery. He fought with a police officer who wouldn't let him near her, so much so that they had to cuff him to calm him down. Please, please let me see her. In the end, to appease him, he was the son of a powerful New Orleans scion after all, and possibly to gauge his reaction, they let him see her. The sight of Ariel, lifeless, her gray chiffon dress stained deep red, struck Knox like a blow. She lay motionless across the grave, pale as moonlight, her body too still, too quiet. He dropped to his knees, the air knocked from his lungs. Something inside him shattered. The funeral was hell for Knox. He barely acknowledged anyone else, not even Amber or Teague when they tried to reach him. Amber was destroyed by her sister's death, she was changed forever by it. Eventually, the society around them got back to normal, but Knox and Amber spent more time together, feeling disenfranchised from everyone. The police had no leads. Knox had an airtight alibi, and so the police quickly ran out of clues. The case got put on the back burner, much to the rage of the Duplass and Renault families. Then almost exactly a year later, Tynan Renaud murdered his wife and son and shot himself, and Ariel's case was pushed even further to the background. Now, Livia stroked Knox's face as he told her everything. I always felt guilty because when my family died, Ariel was almost forgotten by our circle, by the press, by the police. He sighed, leaning his forehead against hers. I swore I would never let that happen, and yet I was so utterly destroyed by what my father had done. It was almost as if Ariel had been relegated to a place where young, beautiful women are viewed as probable targets, just by being young, beautiful, and female. Livia kissed his eyelids. Sadly though, it does seem to be a truth. We women are always told to be careful. Don't go out alone at night, because someone might hurt you. Don't dress a certain way, as if we're responsible for how someone else chooses to act. It's twisted and unfair, but it's the reality we live with. Knox shook his head. Christ. What a messed up way to live. And yet normal for every woman on the planet. She sighed, thinking about the terror of her recent assault. How close she had come to death. Can I just apologize for my gender? Livia laughed. No, you cannot. You're one of the good ones, Knox, and don't forget it. Don't take the responsibility of others on your shoulders. Just promise me we'll raise our sons not to think of women solely as sexual beings. Knox kissed the tips of her fingers. Absolutely promise. And our sons? Livia flushed. I'm not presuming anything, just if it happens. Gosh, I hope so. He pressed his lips to hers, pulling her close. I want a bunch of them with you, Livia. But you're young, and you have your career in front of you. Waitressing? Yeah, I'll get right on that. Knox laughed. I meant your music career. All that. Knox, I love music. It is my passion. But I never envisioned a career in music as such. I want to be good enough to teach it, like Charvy. I would love that. Maybe play some small concerts here and there, but as far as a fully fledged career as a musician, I think that's a pipe dream. You don't want to be famous? Good God, no. No, can you imagine? The press everywhere. Wait. Yeah, you can imagine. Gosh, I'm dense. Sorry. Knox laughed. It's okay. You know, once they get hold of the fact we're dating, you have them to look forward to. Livia groaned and rolled on top of him. Let's not worry about that at the moment. I'm hoping to put that off for as long as we can. Agreed? Promise. Knox didn't realize just how soon that promise would be broken.
Chapter 20.
At work the next day, the restaurant was so full of customers that Livia and Moro didn't have time to catch their breath, let alone catch up. Livia had mentioned to Knox that she wanted to see more of Moro. I feel since I moved out that we've been drifting apart, and I would hate that. Maury's my girl, you know? She said as much to Moro when they were finally relieved of duty by the evening staff. Moro asked Livia to come back to her new apartment, wanting to show off, she said with a grin. Shadowed discreetly by Livia's bodyguard, they went to Moro's new apartment building, traveling up to the 7th floor in the wrought iron old-fashioned elevator. Fancy, Livia said with a wink at Moro, who grinned. Jealous? Not that you need to be, living in a freaking mansion. Ha! Listen to us, we're both kept women. What happened to the sisterhood? Livia sat down on a vast dark blue couch. Gosh, this is heavenly. Moro laughed. I know, right? And speak for yourself, I pay Lucas rent. Lucas, is it? Tell me more, girl. You've been keeping this Lucas secret for too long. Moro handed Livia a bottle of beer, and sat down next to her. Well, if I saw more of you. Livia punched her shoulder lightly. I know, I'm sorry. I always swore I wouldn't be one of those women who deserted her friends when she fell in love, but I seem to be doing just that. I am sorry, Maury. I'll do better. How are things out on the bayou? Livia talked to Moro about her life with Knox, about how close they had become, and her friend listened with a frown on her face. Sure you two aren't becoming codependent? Livia was stung. What do you mean? Moro sighed. I mean, how long have you actually known each other? Not even 2 months, right? You moved in with him, less than a day after giving him the whole I'm an independent woman speech, I might add, and now you're practically imprisoned in that place. The place where your boyfriend got shot, geez? Moro stopped, dragging a shaky breath into her lungs. Livia had never seen her so riled up before. Maury? Where's this coming from? I mean, No, let me finish. I'm scared, Liv, I'm terrified. I feel like something bad is going to happen to you, like you might die. Like Knox is a dangerous person to be around, and someone, could hurt you, and then his circle of friends will close ranks and we'll never really find out what happened. Livia was stunned for a long moment. I know the thing with Pia is horrific, and yeah, we got assaulted, but... And his girlfriend was murdered and his family got killed. Geez. Death follows him around, Livia. Look, I like Knox, I do. I just don't think he's good for you. Livia felt her eyes fill with tears. Having Maury's blessing for her relationship was important to her, and she hadn't seen this coming. So what? You want me to leave him? Yes. Are you kidding me? Livia blinked at the sudden change in the atmosphere between them, and looking closely at her friend, she could see the strain on her face, the dark circles under her eyes. Maury, is something else going on? Are you okay? No, I'm not okay, Maury yelled suddenly, making Livia jump. Geez, every time I get a phone call, I think it's the police telling me you're dead. Dude, you are way overreacting. No, I'm not. Someone shot your boyfriend, attacked you in a freaking hospital, butchered a young girl to send Knox a message. Everyone you love. Geez. Liv. Maury was trembling, but she backed away when Livia tried to hug her. I had no idea you felt this way. You are my family, Moro said fiercely, my sister. I'm scared, Liv. This time, she let Livia hug her. It's okay, Maury, really? Look at the hulking slab of beef I have outside the door. Actually, that's mean. Jason is very nice, and he's protecting me. Don't you see how messed up it is that you have a bodyguard? Maury clearly wasn't going to let this go, Livia thought in dismay. Look, I get it, I do. But it's only until they catch the guy, Maury. Knox is a powerful man, he's bound to attract weirdos. Even to Livia's ears, that sounded like a feeble way to describe what they were going through. Moro looked at her with cold eyes for a long minute, then stood and went into her bedroom. Livia heard her moving around, then she re-emerged carrying a stuffed manila folder. She flung it at Livia. Just a weirdo, huh? Livia caught the folder, papers scattering everywhere. She slid down to the carpet to spread them out. Old police reports, clippings from newspapers. Livia saw the photographs of a young Knox, dressed in an exquisite suit, being comforted by his mother as a medical examiner and his team removed Ariel's body from the cemetery. The photos of the funeral, The intrusion even into this most private of days was jarring and sickening. All of the photos were accompanied by sensationalist press, condemning the young man before Ariel's body was even cold. The blood on the gravestone. Then later, Knox alone at a funeral service, standing in front of the caskets of his mother and his brother. The look in his eyes was searing, and Livia couldn't help the sob that escaped her. Moro didn't attempt to comfort her. Again the press eviscerated Knox, the only survivor. Had he been in it with his father? He was the only heir now, after all. Moro, if you believe any of these lies about Knox, I don't see how we can continue to be friends. She looked up to see Maury's eyes soften. Of course I don't. The press is and were scum. I want to kill them for what they did to that poor boy. But Liv, you have to see. Darkness follows Knox. He couldn't have a more appropriate name, could he? I can't leave him. I love him so much. He really is a good man. What kind of person would I be, to leave him now? A person who stays alive. The coldness was back. Livia closed her eyes and rubbed her face with her hands. To say she felt as if her equilibrium was smashed was an understatement. Moro was the balls out one of them, the ride-or-die girl, and now she was telling Livia to cut and run. No. Livia stood, gathering the folder to her. Can I keep this for a while? Sure. A long silence, then Livia sighed. I better go. Okay. Moro didn't follow her to the door, and Livia felt her heart falter as she turned to look at her friend. Soon? Moro gave a stiff nod. Stay safe, babe. Livia made it back into Knox's town car before she burst into tears. Knox was actually finding success in putting everything to the back of his mind, although not for the greatest reason. Sandor had come to him that morning and said 2 words that made him sit up and take notice. Hostile takeover. Knox looked up sharply as Sandor came into the room. What did you say? You heard, Knox. Sandor sat down heavily. I can't believe we didn't see this. Whoa, back up. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Roderick Lefevre and his gang of merry men. So? They only have 30% share in the company. Not anymore. Seems Rod has been quietly buying up every last share that you and I don't own. What the hell? Knox's adrenaline pumped through his veins. How do you know? Sandor smiled without humor. Rod had one holdout. Zeke Manners. Zeke called me and told me Rod was offering him 3 times market price. Zeke told him to drop dead. He sighed. I blame myself. If I hadn't urged you to float the company, we would still retain overall control. Wait, Knox looked aghast. You're saying we don't? Do the math, Knox. We gave up 51%. Sandor sighed and leaned forward. Look, whatever Rod's planning, we've still got, with Zeke's shares, a majority. It just means we have to bring Rod in as partner, due to the deal we made. It's not the end of the world. When Knox got home that night, he heard Livia playing piano and went to the music room to find her. He stood at the door watching her, her fingers moving lightly over the keyboard, her body swaying to the melody. He went to her, bending to kiss the soft skin of her shoulder. Don't stop, he said as she started slightly, so Livia continued to play while he sat down beside her. He put his arms around her waist and buried his face in her hair. Screw work, screw everything else, he thought. This is all I want, this woman. She and I, us. Nothing else matters. Come away with me for Christmas, he murmured. We'll go somewhere where no one can find us, nothing can bother us. You and me and a log cabin in the mountains. A white Christmas. His lips were at her ear, then they trailed down her neck and he felt her shiver. She stopped playing and turned to kiss him. That sounds perfect. Just perfect. I'm just so sick of everyone interfering in our relationship, in our lives, our work. All I want is you, Livia, for all time. She wound her arms around his neck. And I you. Just you. He kissed her deeply, pouring all the love he felt for her into the kiss, leaving them both breathless. I love you, Livia whispered, brushing her lips back and forth against his. Knox smiled and standing pulled her to her feet. Come with me. He led her into his study, and to the huge globe he kept in there. Pick somewhere, anywhere in the world, and that's where we'll go. Anywhere. I know you won't let me splurge on you often. Unless it's to buy freakin' Steinways for my college, she interrupted, grinning, and Knox inclined his head with a grin. Touché, but please let me do this. Let me give you the most romantic, over-the-top Christmas. It's our first one together. Let this be my gift to you. Livia studied him for a long moment, then smiled. I guess, for our first one, it would be grinchy of me to decline. Okay then, Knox Renaud, this one's on you, with two conditions. By the grin on her face, he knew she was about to make a joke. Go ahead. One, next year it's my choice, my budget. As long as you promise there will be a next year, and a year after that, and so on. She kissed him tenderly. Gosh, yes, I promise. His arms tightened around her, and he gazed down at her lovely face. And the second one, he murmured, drawing her closer until she let out a happy sigh. That you never ever make me listen to that god-awful Mariah Carey song. Knox laughed. What? We belong together? Haha, no, I actually love that one. And we do. Knox kissed her again. Yes, we do. Now stop prevaricating and choose somewhere to go on vacation. Livia hummed over the globe, spinning it gently. What about you? Where do you want to go for Christmas? All I want for Christmas is you, Knox said innocently, then laughed as she punched his arm. Ouch, devil woman. Have you made up your mind? Okay, Livia said, closing her eyes and spinning the globe. Wherever I put my finger, we go there. Deal. She let the globe spin a couple of times before pushing her finger against it. That's the middle of the Pacific Ocean, doofus. Spin again. Darn it. She repeated her process, but before she could open her eyes to see where she had landed this time, Knox turned her and spun the globe around. I didn't see where I landed, she complained to him, but he just smiled. I know. I'm going to leave it as a surprise until the day. Can you get the time off work? She nodded. Marcel closes for 5 days over Christmas, but he'll need me back for New Year's Eve. Understandable. I'll be partying at your place that night too. They wandered slowly to the kitchen, hand in hand, and Knox pulled open the refrigerator. Pasta. That's good. Livia sat on the tallest stool and watched him prepare their meal. So yeah, you're really not going to tell me where we're going? For as long as I can keep it secret. We'll use my private jet. Yes, we will, just this once, he shot her a glare. I know, the environment, yada yada, but this will be the last time. I'm selling it afterward, so allow me this one last play with my boy toy. Livia grinned. I like playing with your boy toy. Rude girl. You're really selling it? Livia was impressed. Knox grinned ruefully. Your guilt-tripping worked, Enviro woman. Livia snorted with laughter. Seriously, the dullest-sounding superhero name. Isn't it? Knox dumped some onion and garlic into a pan and chopped some herbs. Where did you learn to cook, Renaud? Livia reached over to steal a piece of Parmesan cheese, grinning when Knox batted her hand away. Mom. Italian, you see? Did you ever spend a lot of time in Italy? Knox nodded as he expertly skinned some tomatoes. Long summer vacations. The heat is intense, drier than here, but still. Dad owned some olive groves and vineyards which we spent hours in, picking fruit. We stayed in rustic villas and drank wine with every meal, and it was heaven. Simple life. Livia tugged on a lock of his hair gently. You sound as if you want to go back. I haven't been since my parents died. I was waiting for you to come along. I can see us spending summers like that, making love and walking around the hills of Tuscany. Florence is beautiful. Or watching our kids run and play. He stopped and gave a little laugh. Doesn't it seem surreal to you that we've only known each other this short time, and yet we're talking about kids and the future? Livia successfully stole another piece of cheese. Popping it into her mouth, she grinned. I think it's what happens in all relationships. Right now, I can't imagine doing that with anyone else. He kissed her, brushing her lips with his. Me either. They ate together, then shared a long soak in the tub. Livia leaned back against his chest as he traced patterns with the soap bubbles along her body. Knox? Yeah, babe. Do you think we're codependent? Knox looked askance. No. What the hell? Just something Moro said. Knox was silent for a while. She doesn't like me. She does. Livia sat up and turned to face him. She does, she just thinks, with all that's going on, that? Gosh, I don't know. He cupped her face in his hand. This is really worrying you, right? She nodded. We didn't leave things in the best place, but I don't know how to fix it. She wants me to break up with you, and there's no way that's happening. She actually said that. Knox rocked back a little, hurt. Livia nodded, her face miserable. She's worried someone's going to kill me because of our relationship. Knox sighed. Well, I can't blame her for thinking that. It's something I wrestle with every day. Why should I force all this on you? Livia shook her head. Don't go falling into the trap of thinking you have any responsibility for this. I just wish that we knew who and why this was happening. Knox, I think we should look into things ourselves. I just have this feeling, and I don't know where it comes from, that there are things from Ariel's murder and your family's deaths that are right in front of us and yet we can't see. Everyone said they couldn't believe your dad would turn on his family. Well, I believe that too. Even though I never met him, anyone who could bring a man like you into the world couldn't be bad. Knox's eyes were soft. I love you for saying that. But do you feel it too? Slowly he began to nod. I do. I always have. It's just I've never had someone in my corner. I never had you. I think we were destined to meet, Livy. Not just because we fell in love, but because we were meant to heal each other. Dang, he added with a grin, that was cheesy. Maybe we are codependent. Livia laughed and kissed him. Yep, let's not get too intense here. All I'm saying is, let's be proactive and look at everything and everyone who could be behind this. Because one thing is for sure. What's that? Her smile faded, but she looked at him steadily. It's someone we know. And with a sinking heart, Knox nodded. I know. I know it is.
Chapter 21.
2 days before they were due to fly out to wherever Knox was taking Livia for Christmas, Livia had to perform at her end-of-semester concert. She sat in the dressing room now, surrounded by her fellow students as they got ready. She felt sick to her stomach. Charvy had decided that Livia would finish the show with her new composition, and worse, every single one of her friends would be there to watch, except Moro. I have to work, sweetie. Moro had apologized to her over the phone. Both Marcel and I wanted to come, but one of us has to be here. He won. I'm sorry, boo. Livia had reassured her that it was okay, but she knew Moro had probably volunteered to stay behind at the restaurant. Things hadn't been the same since they had last seen each other. Livia took a deep breath in, listening to the music from the concert hall as it was piped back through the speakers into the dressing room. As each performer was called, the room got emptier until Liv was left alone. Because she was in college, she had asked Jason to stay outside, not wanting the extra attention of a bodyguard around her. She needed to breathe, to get herself into a space where she could perform. She went to splash her face in the small restroom. Looking in the vanity mirror, she saw how pale she was. She hadn't slept well the night before. She rubbed her cheeks to get some color into them, hearing the dressing room door open. Expecting the stagehand coming to call her, she was surprised when there was silence. She walked back into the dressing room. A hand clamped over her face. An arm locked tightly around her waist. Then in an instant, Livia was thrown to the floor. There was no time to scream. Panic surged through her as she kicked out blindly. Not again, she wouldn't let this happen again. But he was strong, much stronger, and he pressed his forearm against her throat, cutting off her air. She thrashed, desperate, as the edges of her vision blurred from lack of oxygen. Then she felt him tug at her clothes, her heart pounding in horror. "Please don't," she whispered, her voice raw, barely audible. But her mind was screaming. He struck her in the stomach, and her body curled inward, gasping for breath. Then suddenly, it was over. He stepped back, breathing heavily, and she realized with confused, sick relief that he hadn't done what she'd feared most. But what he had done was still a violation, humiliating, terrifying. And then she saw the knife. The cold metal touched her throat. "Tell anyone," he hissed, "and I'll kill them all. Knox. Amber. Sandor. Your little friend. I'll come back for you, Livia. Don't doubt it." His voice was full of venom. "Next time," he said, lifting the knife, "you won't be so lucky. Just like Ariel." And then he was gone. The entire encounter had lasted barely 3 minutes, but it had changed everything. Livia lay motionless, her mind trying to catch up with what had just happened. After a moment she pushed herself upright, her movements mechanical. She straightened her clothes with trembling hands and returned to the chair. She sat in silence, staring into nothing. She couldn't even cry. She was too numb. A knock at the door and the stagehand, Jim, stuck his head in and beamed at her. "Hey, Livy, 2 minutes and you're on." "Thanks, Jim." He didn't notice her voice was faint and cracking. Livia blinked a couple of times, and then moved like an automaton through the hallways to the wings. Her ears rang, her body trembled, and she felt colder than she ever had in her life. She barely registered when she was announced, and she walked onto the stage to applause and whoops of delight from her friends. Automatically her eyes searched the room until she saw Knox, and immediately wished she hadn't. She wanted to scream, to cry, to run into his arms. He was smiling and cheering her, but as she stood still she saw his expression change to one of concern. The audience had stopped applauding, and were now murmuring, wondering what was going on. Knox started to stand up, but Livia shook her head and went to sit at the piano. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath in. She began to play, her fingers moving across the keyboard, a slowed-down version of her piece, channeling all her shock, her fear, her pain into the recital. She had no awareness of the audience or anyone else as she played, only wanting to reach one person, wanting him to know just how much she loved and needed him. She played for nearly an hour, cycling through every section easily. Her fingers ached, her back was sore as she finished and sat numb and still. The audience broke out into rapturous applause, which broke Livia out of her reverie. Shakily, she stood and moved to the microphone at the front of the stage, opened her mouth to speak, and passed out cold.
Chapter 22.
Knox looked over at Livia as their plane soared above the Atlantic, heading toward Europe. She'd been silent for most of the journey, her gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the cabin walls. Since the terrifying incident at the concert, she hadn't been the same. When she'd collapsed, he'd leapt over rows of seats to reach her. Charvy, Amber, and Sandor had looked on in shock as Knox carried her off the stage and into the dressing room. She'd come to in his arms, then screamed, panic flooding her eyes as she took in the room around her. He'd noticed the signs of a struggle, her disheveled appearance, her fear, and his heart shattered. He didn't need details to understand what she had endured. At the hospital, the doctors gently insisted on running tests. "This was a serious assault, Miss Chatelaine," one of them said with quiet compassion. "Let us take care of you." Knox stood by her side through it all, holding her hand, refusing to leave. When the police arrived, a kind female officer took Livia's statement with great care. "We're gathering evidence," she said softly. "We may need a DNA sample from both of you." "Of course," Knox responded, steady and calm. "Whatever you need." Livia refused to stay at the hospital overnight, and Knox respected that. He took her home, helped her into bed, and lay beside her. The room was dark and quiet, filled with unspoken pain. "If you want me to sleep somewhere else tonight," he said gently, brushing her hair back from her face, "I'll go. Just say the word." Livia's eyes found his. "Just hold me. Please, Knox. I'm so cold." And so he held her, arms wrapped protectively around her as the night dragged on. Neither of them slept. In the soft hush before dawn he whispered, "Do you want me to cancel our vacation? We can reschedule any time." "No," she said quickly, "I want to go far away." "Far, far away, Knox. Is Europe far enough?" She half smiled. "Europe, is it?" He felt her body relax. "Yes, that's perfect." He pressed his lips to her forehead. "You want me to tell you where?" "No, keep it a surprise." He studied her face. Her eyes were haunted. "I'm so sorry this happened to you, baby. I would do anything to turn back time and prevent it. I swear the day we find out who it is." Livia shook her head. "Please don't. Don't stoop to his level." She hadn't yet told him everything she'd told the police. "What aren't you telling me? What did he say to you?" Livia hesitated, for a long moment. "That he was going to kill me, the next time he saw me. Like Ariel." "Geez." Knox closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. "That's it. No more sending Jason away. No more late shifts at the restaurant. Liv, please, won't you consider taking a leave of absence? We could stay in Europe as long as it takes to get the asshole. I want you safe. I'll quit my job at the restaurant. I'm no good to Marcel if I'm behaving like a scared rabbit every time a stranger comes in. I think he's kind of expecting it anyway. But after New Year's, I don't want to abandon him at his busiest time." Knox's mouth had set in a thin line. "Deal, if you agree to extra protection. I'll make sure Marcel is compensated for the lost business. I'll have obvious guards and plainclothesmen there. No one will get to you. But afterward, please, I know it's a lot to ask, but I just want you safe." Livia tried to smile. "After all my independent woman rants, I'm agreeing to be a kept woman. A safe woman. An alive woman. After we catch this guy, you can have it the world. Until then, I don't think it's wise to be that exposed." So now, 2 days later, they were finally on their way to Europe. Livia looked healthier, at least there was that, but she was subdued. He went to sit next to her and took her hand. She turned and smiled at him. "Hey you." He leaned in to kiss her, felt her lips move against his. "I love you." She tangled her fingers in his curls. "Let's make this vacation a time where we forget the horrors of the past, recent and otherwise, and just make this about us. Romance making love." Knox looked vaguely surprised. "Honey, if you're uncomfortable with sex at the moment, we don't have to." She kissed him fiercely. "Knox Renaud, you better treat me good on this vacation, because that's what I intend to do to you." He laughed with a little shocked surprise. "Well then, you have a deal." If that was what she wanted, or what she thought she might want, who was he to argue? But Knox knew if it came down to it and she panicked, he'd be there for her any way she needed him. Hell, if she just wanted to get mad and pummel someone, he'd let her. He was able to distract her from brooding even more as they crossed into Europe. They flew over France and Germany before he finally relented and told her. Vienna. Or rather, a small ski lodge just outside of it. "I thought you would love the musical heritage of the city." Livia looked delighted. "Seriously? My gosh, Knox, you couldn't have chosen better." Actually, you chose it, remember? Livia squinted at him. Are you sure? I swear. Your finger landed on Austria, or near enough. Livia started to giggle at the mischievous expression on his face. What does near enough mean? Where did I really point? Knox shrugged. Somewhere in Kashmir. Livia started to laugh, and she slid over and perched on his knee. You are a bad man. She giggled as he blew raspberries on her shoulders. Crazy boy. Knox grinned up at her. Your boy. Are you mine? I'm your girl always, baby. The ski lodge, located halfway up a mountain, was secluded and private, and warmly lit for their arrival. Livia walked around it, her mouth open. This is gorgeous, Knox. Just beautiful. She shrugged out of her coat. A log fire was already burning in the grate. She grinned at Knox. Did you have your Christmas elves come in before we arrived? Something like that. He laughed and held out his hand. Come with me. I have some more surprises for you. In the kitchen, he showed a refrigerator stuffed with every kind of food, ready for their Christmas. And a pantry filled of things made entirely of sugar, butter, and chemicals. Knox said this with a mock-serious expression on his face, knowing Livia would laugh. She grinned. Good job. And now the bedroom. He led her along the hallway and pushed open the door to reveal a bedroom, fittingly all in white, with a huge bed in the middle and a glass window overlooking the mountains, the pines heavy with snow outside. From the living room at night, you can see the city lit up. This is heavenly, Livia said, her eyes sparkling as she relaxed into the bed. Then she noticed the box beside her and tilted her head. What's that? Knox gave her a sheepish grin. I debated giving it to you, especially after everything that's happened. But I think you'll appreciate it. Go ahead, open it. Livia lifted the lid, peeled back a layer of tissue paper and burst out laughing. Oh, you cheeky man. Inside was an elegant collection of romantic accessories, soft velvet ties, a sleek leather harness with delicate straps, a riding crop, and a few items clearly meant for adventurous evenings. You went shopping, she said, arching a brow as she held the harness up to her body. Online, he confirmed, grinning. I wasn't brave enough to go in person. Chicken, she teased, both of them laughing now. Knox reached out, curling a lock of her hair around his finger and gently tugging her closer. Guilty. But there's a very well-known boutique in the city, one of the best in Europe. If we need anything else. Livia met his eyes, mischief dancing in hers. Then we make a proper date of it. Livia wound her arms around his neck, feeling absurdly happy for the first time in a while. Here she could pretend nothing bad was happening to them back home, that the rest of the world was just an illusion. Knox Renaud, you make this woman very happy. She pressed her lips to his. Now, what say we grab a shower and something to eat, and then plan our vacation? You want me to slip into this gorgeous harness tonight? Knox grinned. Actually, I was thinking we save it for Christmas Day. As that's tomorrow, I'm okay with that. Just regular old intimacy tonight then? Oh dang it, he said, rolling in his eyes, if we must. He tickled her until she cried with laughter, then they took a long bath together. Livia worked shampoo into Knox's dark curls, which had grown even wilder of late, studying his handsome face. You know, when I look at us as a couple, you wouldn't know there's 12 years between us. You look so much younger than your age. Knox immediately screwed up his face and she laughed. Now that's hot. She poured water over his head to rinse his hair. You know, no one's done that for me since I was a kid, and my mom used to sing to me while she was washing my hair. That's sweet. Every time I see photos of her, I can see you in her features. Not so much your dad. Yeah, that's what everyone said. They ate a small supper, sitting at the large picture windows of the cabin, overlooking the lit-up city. It's so peaceful here, so serene. As long as there isn't an avalanche, Knox grinned as she squeaked in alarm. Relax, I'm kidding. He took her hand. I love you, Livia Chatelaine. She beamed at him. Love you too, rich boy. He laughed. You know, if you married me, it would be your money too. Livia stopped. What? Knox half grinned. Just something to think about. Livia swallowed hard. I wouldn't marry you for your money, Knox. I know that, silly. There was a long silence. Knox, it's only been 3 months. Which is why I'm not asking the question yet, he said lightly, but she could see the depth of his emotion in his eyes. But make no mistake, I will be asking the question. This is it for me. You are the love of my life, Livia Chatelaine. Tears dropped from her eyes then. And you are mine, Knox Renaud. He lifted her left hand and kissed her ring finger. One day. Soon. Later, after they'd made love, Knox lay with his head resting on her stomach, his hands under her hips. Livia tangled her fingers in his hair, and brushed her thumbs gently over his face. You handsome, she sang at him. He pulled a face and blew a raspberry on her navel. She giggled. On all fours, he climbed up the bed until their faces were level. He gently bit her bottom lip, and then kissed her. She pulled him down so his whole weight was on her and sighed happily. What are you thinking? He asked, kissing her neck all the way down to her shoulders. I'm thinking I wish I could erase the past 20 years for you, and make this last forever. Well, he rolled to one side. I can't erase the last 20 years. But I can promise this will last forever. He grinned at her and ran his hand down her body, splaying his long fingers over her belly. Livia wriggled with pleasure and looked at him, seeing his expression fall. What is it? He looked away. I wish my family could have met you. My mom, Teague, even my dad. Liv, I've been thinking and I'm damned if I believe he killed my mom and brother. I want the case reopened. I knew my father, knew him. There's no way he would have done that. I think he was murdered and set up. Liv sat up nodding, energized by what he said. Good. Good, Knox, I'm glad you're thinking like that because I agree. Let's find out the truth. Something tells me that it's linked to what is going on now. I'm glad, sweetheart, and I'll be with you all the way. He was a good man, Knox said finally, and Livia nodded. She pressed her mouth against his. So are you. The very best. Knox started to shake his head. No, I screw up too often. She didn't let him finish. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has their demons. You're not perfect. I'm certainly not. No one is. But you and me together, well, I like those odds. She straddled him, and he grinned up at her. Oh, you the boss now. She laughed. I am chief now. You may call me chief. Always ready for action. A fine Native American name. I thank you. Chief? Yes. I think that's my nightstick you've got hold of. Aha. Okay then. It was late evening when the residential home called Sandor to tell him his father had passed. Sandor listened in silence, then thanked the nurse. I'll make the funeral arrangements, he told her, stoic as ever, but when he hung up the phone he felt a shift inside him. Damn it, Dad, couldn't you have waited until after Christmas? He felt bad then. He had known this was coming, that his father was spiraling downwards, but it was still a shock. His last remaining family. Damn. His cell phone rang again, and he saw it was Odell calling. Hi Odie, what's up? It's Roan. The police just called me because Knox and Livia are out of town. The DNA left by Livy's attacker matched Roan's. Damn that man Sandor. I'm sorry to call and interrupt you, but I didn't know what to do. It's okay, sweetheart. Where's Roan now? I don't know. He's been gone all day. I almost called Amber to see if she was with him, but then I thought I might go off on her, so. I get it. Look, let's meet and talk. Are you at home? I am. I'll come to you and we'll figure out what to do. He hung up and sighed, knowing he wasn't at all surprised that Roan's DNA had been found on Livia. He wondered how he should break the news to them, but didn't want to interrupt their vacation. Instead, he called Amber and got her voicemail. "If you know where Roan is, Amber, tell me now. This has gone too far now. Call me back." It was Christmas morning, and Knox was cooking eggs for their breakfast, sipping his coffee as he gazed out over the snowy landscape. He heard the shower running, and then, a few minutes later, Livia emerged, dressed in a thin white robe, her long hair damp. Knox smiled at her. "Gosh, what a beautiful sight. Merry Christmas, baby." She stood on her tiptoes to kiss his mouth. "Merry Christmas, gorgeous. Hungry?" "Gosh, yes." They ate breakfast, then as they were brushing their teeth, he saw her grinning to herself. "What are you up to with that cheeky smile?" She turned to him with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Want to open your Christmas present?" Knox's gaze dropped to where her fingers played with the belt of her robe. Grinning, he hooked a finger through the fabric and tugged gently. The robe loosened and fell open. Beneath it she wore something new, something bold. Delicate straps of black leather traced elegant lines across her body, wrapping around her curves like a second skin. It was the gift he'd given her, but seeing it on her took his breath away. "My gosh." His voice trembled slightly. Livia smiled and slipped the robe off completely, then took his hand. "Come on," she whispered. "Let's go play." She led him into the bedroom, and he followed, unable to tear his eyes from her. There was confidence in every step she took, and a soft invitation in the way she moved. When she reached for him, he stilled for a moment, heart pounding as her hand slid over him. "Is all this for me?" she asked, her voice low and playful, her eyes looking up into his. "Every bit," he said, his throat thick with emotion. "You take my breath away." Livia laughed, and he lifted her into his arms, laying her gently onto the bed. He kissed her with growing urgency, from her collarbone down the line of her body. Her laughter faded into soft sighs as he slowed down, savoring every moment, every inch of skin. She responded with equal warmth, her fingers threading through his hair, her body arching toward his, their connection magnetic and steady. They moved together slowly at first, then more eagerly, falling into a rhythm that was as natural as breathing. Later, when the world around them had faded into nothing but the hush of their room, he wrapped her in his arms, brushing hair from her face as she looked up at him with a sleepy smile. "I've never felt like this," she whispered. "Like I could trust someone completely." Knox kissed her forehead and held her close. "You're everything to me." They stayed like that, tangled together in soft sheets and shared breath, the magic of the moment wrapping around them like a blanket. "That," Livia murmured, resting her head on his chest, "is definitely how Christmas should be celebrated." Knox laughed. "That's probably quite tame, compared to what we could do." "We have plenty of time." Livia rolled onto her side, hooking her leg over his body and snuggling into his chest. They lay in companionable silence as they caught their breath, kissing softly now and then. Knox gazed down at her. "I cannot imagine my life without you now, Liv. It just wouldn't make any sense." "I feel the same. Weird, when you think of the coincidences that got us here. I keep thinking, what if you had never decided on Marcel to cater your Halloween party? Or what if I had moved to Seattle instead of New Orleans?" Knox looked surprised. "You never mentioned Seattle before." Livia smiled. "It was the other option. Moro and I had another roommate, Juno, and she's a Washington girl. You'd like her and her family, actually. It was a toss-up between there and New Orleans. Nola won out." "Any reason?" Livia gave a small laugh. "It was further away from my father." "Understood." His arms tightened around her. "You don't talk about him a lot." "Nothing to say. He's an asshole who never gave a crap about me or Mom, so as soon as I could get away from him, I did. Worked multiple jobs at one time to get through my undergrad degree, but I tell you, it was worth every lost hour of sleep." Knox smoothed his hands over her face. Have I ever told you you're my heroine? Liv smirked. Dude, it's not an unusual story, truth be told. So many people don't have access to college when they show so much potential. We had a couple of people in our class who could have, and I'm not exaggerating, gone on to become world-class musicians. They had to drop out after not being able to afford to eat, even working 2 or 3 jobs. It was tragic. An idea was forming in Knox's head as she spoke. You know, we could do something about that. Liv grinned at him. You have that I want to save the world look in your eyes again. What's the idea? A charitable foundation in your name to help support students with musical ability but who have no means to fund their education or future. Knox saw Liv's eyes fill with tears. Knox, I'm speechless. Could we make it work? With your help? Definitely. Maybe we could get Charvy and some of the music department faculty to help. Would that be something you'd be interested in? Hell yes. But I do have one suggestion. What's that? She touched his face. We should do it in your mother's name. The Gabriella Renault Foundation. Knox felt his throat close. She would have loved that. And I love you for suggesting it. Livia smiled, kissing him softly. But first, Knox, we need to get this thing at home dealt with. Then we can truly move on to better things. I agree. Liv sat up. We should start to make a plan of how we're going to approach this. Knox laughed and pulled her back into his arms. After this vacation, he said firmly. Until then, this is all that matters. Roan St. Mark buried his head in his hands. He had heard Odell take the call that had damned him, and he knew the police would haul him in and arrest him for assaulting Livia as well as killing Pia. He was a dead man. He walked out of Odell's house with nothing in his hands, nothing in the world. He withdrew as much cash from his checking account as he could, and after debating, he went to Knox's mansion, breaking into the basement. He knew Knox and Livia were away, and that the mansion was empty. He also knew he could live down in Knox's wine cellar, that at least he would have food, drink, and shelter. It didn't take him long to find his way down there. He and Knox had found the hidden entrance from the garden when they were kids. He had dumped his cell phone in the city and purchased a bus ticket with his credit card to throw the police off his trail. Hopefully, they would think he was long gone. He found his way into the wine cellar and dumped his bag. Geez, he'd forgotten how damn cold it was down here in the winter. Cold and dark. He grabbed an extra flashlight, but just as he lit it, he heard the step behind him. Whirling around, he only caught the shape of another human, as something heavy connected with his head, and everything went dark.
Chapter 23.
On the last night of their vacation, their blissful, relaxing, sensual vacation, Knox and Livia shared a bath in the huge tub. The window overlooked the snow, and they'd lit a bunch of candles to make the room softer, more romantic. Livia didn't know how this vacation, this place, this man could be any more romantic, but the candles were a nice touch. She kissed Knox's temple. Can we stay here forever? Knox laughed. It would be nice, huh? But I think eventually you'd get bored. Besides, it'll be nice to have somewhere we can always guarantee to be stress-free, a safe haven to go when things get bad. Livia stroked her hands down his chest as he laid his head back against her breasts. Speaking of which. Yeah. Back to the real world tomorrow. Ah. Livia laughed. But we have a purpose now, baby. We're finally going to lay every single ghost to rest, however painful it is. I got your back. Knox wound his fingers through hers. Couldn't do it without you. You know what surprises me? What's that? That none of your friends have ever suggested doing it. Really looking into the case, seeing if there's a link between Ariel's murder and what happened to your family. It seems to me that if they are linked, then you are at the heart of it. How come Sandor or Roan or Amber never said to you, come on, Let's find out what's really going on here. She sighed and leaned her head against his. Maybe they thought they were protecting you. Maybe. It's a pity Sandor's dad couldn't throw some light on what was going on with your dad. I know they were close. Knox looked surprised. They were business associates, but I wouldn't say they were close. Dad was weirdly protective of Sandor, and it seemed to me that he was shielding him from things Sandor's father did. What? I don't know. This is getting complicated. Well, that's kind of why we left things so long. Too many questions, not enough answers. Was Sandor's dad a bad man? I should say, is he a bad man, sorry? Knox considered. He's not someone I would have chosen to hang out with. I guess the apple fell far from that tree. Knox nodded. Very far. Sandor is one of the best men I've ever known. She smiled fondly and pulled him back against her, kissing the top of his head, running her hands down his chest. You like everybody. He laughed. Yeah. He lifted himself off her and with much splashing, turned to face her. I like you best. He pulled her to him. His hand gathered up the damp hair from her neck, the other slipped between her legs. She sighed at his touch as he buried his face in her neck. He pulled the plug out and as the water drained away, they wrapped themselves around each other, tangled limbs, holding each other, laughing and sweating on the bathroom floor. Later, as Livia slept, Knox went over what she had said. Yeah, this was going to be complicated. Back in the day when his family had died, DNA profiling wasn't such a big thing, but now he wondered if it would help in any way. Could he have his family exhumed and their skeletons tested? What would it prove? Gosh, this was so confusing, but he knew in his bones that something was wrong about the accepted storyline. It was only now that he had found the courage to acknowledge that he believed his father hadn't killed his mother and brother. It just wasn't the man he had grown up with. Not even a psychotic break was believable. Tynan Renaud wasn't a man who got depressed. He worked the problem and found a fix. No. There was no way he would kill Gabriella. Knox's mother had been the love of Tynan's life, just as Livia was Knox's. For a horrible moment, he pictured himself shooting Livia in the stomach and watching her die a slow, agonizing death. Gosh, stop, he muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes to scratch the image from his brain. Focus on the beginning. His father, mother, and brother had been shot dead. Who would have wanted to kill his family? Geez, he knew why the police had questioned him for hours. He still remembered the incessant jabs. Who did you hire to do it, Knox? Did you want your inheritance that much? Why did you do it, Knoxy boy? It dawned on him then that even the police didn't buy Tynan Renaud as a murderer. Why hadn't they pursued that line of thinking, even after they'd cleared Knox of all blame? Someone must have asked them to drop it. A shock ran through him. Gosh, yes. That must be it. Someone had paid the police off. It wouldn't be unheard of. But why? He could rule Sandor out then, to his relief. Sandor might be rich now because of his own hard work, but there was no way he would have been able to afford the payoff the cops would expect. Which left Roan, Amber, and Odell. Odell he ruled out immediately. The woman might be an oddball, but she truly loved Knox and his family. He winced when he thought of Amber and Roan. They had the money certainly, and the influence, but why would? Gosh. Had Amber blamed him for Ariel's death, and had his family killed because of it? He shook his head. No way. No way could Amber have kept that secret for 20 years. But the thought kept nagging at him. Knox? Livia looked up sleepily from the bed, and he went to her, lying down beside her. She stroked his face. Are you okay? I am. Just thinking about what we're about to do. Livia smiled, her cheek adorably crumpled from the pillow. Good sensual times. Knox chuckled softly. I actually meant our little sleuthing adventure, but I like your thinking. He moved on top of her as she rolled onto her back and wrapped her legs around him. We're going to make everything okay again, she said softly, I promise we will. And Knox believed her.
Chapter 24.
Back in New Orleans, Knox and Livia made a plan. Knox would go to the police and ask them to reopen his family's case. Livia would research as much as she could about the family and his father's business connections. At first, the police were hesitant to even listen to Knox, but finally a younger detective, Brian Jones, called him back. "Mr. Renaud, I want to help. I've been working cold cases for a couple of years, and although the official record is murder-suicide, something has always struck me as off. Let's talk." Knox called Liv. "That's fantastic," she enthused, "a real step forward. Haven't found anything online yet, but I'll keep digging. I do have to go into work tonight. I'll try and be back to take you, but if not, make sure you take Jason with you." "My pet bodyguard," she sighed, but agreed to his request. Livia searched the internet and looked at every news story, feature, article, and blog post she could find on the Renault family tragedy. More than one linked it to Ariel's death, calling Knox cursed, which just made Liv angry. By the end of the afternoon, her eyes were sore, and she went upstairs to change for work. As she walked into their bedroom, she froze. On the bed was an envelope, which she knew for certain hadn't been there that morning. She felt her chest cramp up with unease. The envelope looked like the same heavy paper brand as the one that had been left for her at the college. Expensive paper. Careful not to touch it too much, she eased the note out of it. She couldn't help the gasp that escaped her. "I told you to leave him. Now everyone will have to die before I kill you, beautiful Livia. Jason." Her bodyguard came running, flanked by another couple of Knox's security men. She showed Jason the letter. Grim-faced, he told the men to search the house. "And you're sure it wasn't here before this morning?" "Positive." Jason nodded and got on his phone. One of the security guards came back, his face ashen and visibly shaken. "Boss, the wine cellar. You need to see this." Livia insisted on going with them, but immediately wished she hadn't. "Oh geez. Blood. Lots of it smeared across the whole room, stinking, rotting. The corpse was leaning up against the wall, belly sliced open, entrails hanging out. All of them wretched." Jason kicked the corpse with his toe. "Who the hell brings a cow down here to gut it?" Livia, covering her mouth and nose, nodded at it. "Someone sending a message. It's what he's going to do to me." "Get the police down here now," Jason barked at his men, then turned to Livia, was trembling. "Miss Chatelaine, we need to get you someplace safe. I'm taking you to Mr. Renaud's offices. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be out in public." "No, I need to go to work," Livia insisted. "Marcel is always shorthanded near New Year's." Jason wasn't happy and called Knox. When he spoke to Livia, Knox listened to her. "I don't want to be the one to tell you what to do, even if I think this is beyond worrying. I want to go to work," she insisted. "It was a cow. Someone's idea of trying to scare me. The hell with them, Knox." He gave a low chuckle. "Screw them. Okay, but I'm taking you to work, and there will be a fleet of security with you all night long. Deal?" Marcel greeted her with a warm hug, but Livia noticed the strain in his eyes. "You okay?" Marcel shook his head. "Liv, I don't want to pile on, but have you seen or heard from Moro? She didn't come in last night, and it's not like her. I tried to call her, but there was no answer." Livia looked at Knox, and there was terror in her eyes. Knox nodded to Marcel. "We'll go to her place." In the cab, Livia held Knox's hand tightly. "Please be okay, please be okay," she kept whispering as she tried in vain to reach her friend on the phone. In the elevator to Moriko's apartment, she grew almost angry. Why the hell isn't she answering? As she spoke, something hit her shoulder. Liquid. They both looked at it. Blood. It had dropped from above. They both turned to look as they approached Moriko's floor, and with mounting horror, they realized that the floor was covered with blood, and that it was definitely pooling out from Moriko's apartment. No, no, no. Livia fought with the elevator doors, and finally wrenched them open. Knox tried to stop her, his instinct telling him what she'd find, but his outstretched hand missed her. Instead, he kept close as she burst through the door to her friend's apartment. They both saw her at the same time. Moriko, beautiful, sweet Moriko, half sat, half lay against the wall of her apartment, ripped open by a knife that still protruded from her body. Her clothes were soaked in blood, her eyes were closed, her face deathly pale. Oh my gosh, no please. Livia sank to her knees and crawled to her friend, willing life back into her, but they both knew she was gone. Her body bore the marks of a brutal attack. Livia let out a howl of agony that Knox would never forget, and gathered Moriko's body to her, willing her to breathe, to please come back to her. She clutched her to her, not caring that Moriko's blood was soaking her, her sobs heart-wrenching. Knox, his voice shaking, quietly called for backup and the paramedics, but she could see from the amount of blood that there was nothing they could do. Moriko was dead. Murdered. All Livia could see or smell was blood, even after Knox put her into the shower at the hotel. He had told her the mansion was too dangerous now, and she had nodded numbly, not really taking anything in. She felt detached from everything and everyone, even Knox. Moriko was dead. Now she lay in a strange bed, listening as Knox and the police spoke in the other room. She tried to shut out their voices, but also wanted to know what the hell was going on. There was a knock at the door, and Odell came in, shutting the door behind her. She didn't say anything, but sat on the edge of the bed and held Livia's hand. For a long time neither of them said anything. Then Livia, her voice trembling, spoke. Moriko's dead. I know. I'm so sorry, Livy. He killed her because Knox and I are together. Odell shook her head. Whoever it was killed her because they are psychopathic, Liv. This is not your fault. Livia closed her eyes, letting out a sob. Why is this happening? I wish I could tell you, lovely, I do. Odell stroked Livy's hair awkwardly. They're looking for Roan. Do you really think Roan is behind this? Odell looked so sad that Livy sat up and hugged her. I used to think no way, but now? I just don't know. I still think Amber knows more than she's telling, but that just might be my bias. Have you seen her lately? Not since before Christmas. Odell sighed and let Liv go. Well, I guess the police will question her too. Knox said she went out of town. I think she did. She's been acting strangely ever since she broke things off with Roan. Liv studied her friend. Odie, would Roan have hurt Amber? Or vice versa? I don't know. I got the feeling their relationship was about sex, and that was it. Roan doesn't do deep. Unless he's with you. Odell half smiled. I was going to argue that, but I think you're right, actually. He does confide in me. Share his dreams and hopes. I really want to believe that this isn't Roan's doing, Odell. For your sake as much as his and ours. Odell nodded sadly. Me too, Livy, me too. But a week later, as Livia was arranging Moriko's funeral, the police returned with devastating news. Roan's DNA had been found on both Moriko's body and the slaughtered cow. A countryside alert was issued for his arrest. Knox, Livia, Sandor, Odell and Amber sat together in a low-key bar in the French Quarter. All of them looked shattered, but Livia couldn't help studying Amber, who seemed to be on the edge of something else. Hysteria? Grief? The other woman, her red hair dirty and unkempt, was biting her nails down to the quick. What is it, Amber? Livia asked her gently, but Amber ignored her. Knox fixed his friend with a stare. Gosh, are you high? Geez, Amber, at a time like this? She shook her head, but now that Knox had mentioned it, they could all see Amber was tweaking. Odell rolled her eyes and instead spoke to Livia. How are you doing, Livy? Livia shrugged. I keep seeing her lying there, Odie. It's not your fault, Liv. The medical examiner said she'd been dead for hours. I should have gone to find her sooner. Days sooner. She always looked out for me. I should have done the same for her. Livia smiled through her tears. One time at college, she shouted at me for opening my dorm room door to her without checking who it was. It was her room too, the doofus. Anyway, she made me promise to always check who was at the door, and if I didn't know who it was, then I didn't open the door. Her face clouded over. What kind of friend am I that I was? Too busy gallivanting across Europe with Knox, Amber snapped, her tone sharp and cutting. Poor little Livy, always the favorite, chasing billionaires and playing the part of the perfect little girlfriend wherever she goes. It was Odell, moving quickly, who slapped Amber hard across the face, making them all jump. Amber rocked back, then lunged for Odell, who sidestepped her, leaving Amber to sprawl on the floor. Sandor picked Amber up, as Knox stepped between the two women. Livia was too shocked to move. Amber, go home and get cleaned up. And don't ever talk to Livia like that again. Ever. Knox was furious. Amber spat at him. You think that little piece of trash can replace my sister? My sister who loved you? Was devoted to you? Get out of here. Livia jumped up to stop Knox from going after Amber, and Sandor stepped in between them. I'll take her home, Knox. Everyone was staring at them, some people even taking photographs. Knox put his arms around Livia. It's okay, love. She's gone. What was that? Livia said in an incredulous voice. Knox shook his head, holding her tightly. I don't know, baby. It's Amber's birthday, Odell said quietly, and Knox groaned. Oh gosh, I forgot. It's Ariel's birthday too. I've never seen Amber so high on something though. She usually keeps it to pot. That wasn't pot. No. Livia said nothing. Amber's attack had been so out of the blue. Livia could feel the foundations of her composure crumbling, but she leaned into Knox's embrace. Maybe you should go see her. I'm not trying to replace Ariel. I know that. Amber knows that. I apologize on her behalf. She's not herself. Livia looked up at him. Go see her. Make amends. See if she needs help. Knox smiled down at her, stroking her face. This is why I love you. Knox went to meet Amber the next day, and it was a contrite Amber who sat with him. I didn't mean what I said, she began. Please tell Livia I love her. I didn't mean any of it. I was just... Gosh, Knox, I miss Ariel so much. Knox nodded. I do too, Amber, you know that. But neither of us could have stopped what happened. Amber was silent, and Knox was surprised to see something else in her eyes. What? What is it, Ams? She shook her head. I can't tell you, Knox. It's something I did. Something I have to live with, except I don't know how to live with it anymore. Knox was really worried now. Amber, please tell me you didn't have anything to do with the threats to Liv? Amber gave a mirthless snort. No, Knox. Not the threats. Then what? She mumbled something, and Knox couldn't clearly make out the words. What? Did you say scare her? Amber stared at him with endless sorrow in her eyes, then suddenly got up. I can't. I'm sorry, Knox. It wasn't until he was in bed with Livia later that it dawned on him what Amber had said. When he realized, it sent a cold arrow right through his heart. He said the words over and over to himself, hoping beyond hope that they didn't mean what he thought they did. He was only supposed to scare her. Amber wasn't talking about Livia. She was talking about Ariel. Amber knew Ariel's killer.
Chapter 25.
Are you sure? Livia was looking at him with shocked eyes. Knox had related his entire theory to her, As they sat eating breakfast the next day, and now Livia sat back, her distress obvious. You think she hired someone to scare her sister and he went too far and killed her? That's exactly what I think, Knox said, grim-faced. I always knew Amber was jealous of Ariel, but I never thought she would have done this. Liv shook her head. Maybe it was a prank gone wrong. Pranks gone wrong don't end with a woman being stabbed to death, Livia. Whoever killed Ariel meant it. He gutted her, he enjoyed doing it. So Amber got in with the wrong crowd. Maybe she wanted someone to scare her sister, but she picked a psycho who killed Ariel instead, and has been blackmailing Amber ever since. Wow, you really ran with that theory. Knox was impressed. Liv half smiled. It just came to me. It's not hard to figure out Amber's motive. It isn't? You numbnuts? Amber's in love with you. No. Livia rolled her eyes. Dude, wake up. Of course she is. She always has been, but once the plan with Ariel went awry and Ariel died, she knew she could never be with you, that it would make her look guilty and sooner or later she would give herself away. Problem is, what do you do now? Do you go to the police? Knox sighed. I think I'd better talk to her again first. If the killer is the same guy and she knows it, then maybe we get it out of her in return for not bringing her into it. But how will we tell the police how we figured it out? Knox's green eyes were dangerous. We don't. I'll deal with whoever it is. Livia swallowed hard. Knox. No one threatens the woman I love. No one. And for Moro, for Pia, for Ariel. I'll deal with it. Livia was both scared and turned on by the menace in his tone. She leaned over and crushed her lips to his. I love you, she whispered, please take care. I promise. His kiss was sweet and tender, and went on for a lot longer than expected before they were interrupted by his cell phone buzzing. Looking regretful, he broke away from her and glanced down at the screen. It's Detective Jones. He answered the call and Livia listened as he spoke, his face clouding over. What now? She thought wearily, and got up to go take a shower. Knox caught her hand and she saw his distress. Okay, thanks, Detective. I'll be right down. He hung up the phone. What is it, baby? Amber's going to have to wait. They're digging up my family today. Knox insisted on watching as his family members were exhumed from their family mausoleum. Livia stayed with him, holding his hand as his expression changed from determination to sorrow as the coffins were raised. He turned away as the medical examiner opened his brother's casket. Knox gagged and threw up while Livia, not knowing what else to do, rubbed his back and tried to console him. I'm so sorry, baby. Knox wiped his mouth. It's okay. I know we're doing the right thing. His family's caskets were loaded into the Mies van and taken away. Left alone, Knox and Livia gazed down at the empty graves. Promise me, Knox said, that when we die we won't be buried like this. Let's both get cremated and fly in the wind for eternity. Agreed, baby. Mausoleums creep me out. Knox half smiled at her attempt to cheer him up. Our family will be a happy one. Certainly will. Livia said firmly. All this crap we're dealing with right now will be behind us, and we'll have a bunch of kids and we'll be happy. Summer vacations in Italy, Christmases in Vienna. I can't wait. He splayed his fingers out over her belly. Is it wrong that I kind of want you to be pregnant right now? Ha, she said. Let's wait until psychopaths aren't threatening to kill me, shall we? His smile faded and she nudged him. Sorry, bad joke. I won't let anything happen to you. Right back at ya, she said. Come on. Let's go see Detective Jones. He watched them from the farthest end of the cemetery. They had no idea that whatever they were doing was only going to make his plan to kill Livia better. He had almost brought them to their knees, but what he would do next would destroy Knox Renault forever. There was just that one loose end to tie up, and he would do that in spectacular style. Amber. Amber was pale but sober when Knox met her in a small cafe in the city. To her credit, she didn't attempt to speak before Knox sat down and said simply, he was only supposed to scare her. Amber lifted her head from where she had been staring at her coffee, and nodded. It was supposed to be a prank. I knew she would go outside for a smoke before you picked her up. He was supposed to take her for a ride around the block, and then bring her back immediately. I knew something was wrong after a while when he didn't call me like he was supposed to. Who is he, Amber? She shook her head. Please, let me finish the story. He had agreed to do it because he was mad at you. Something to do with your family, I don't know exactly. When he didn't bring her back, I knew. I'd always suspected he was a little off, but nothing like this. When I saw what he did to my sister. She covered her mouth and choked back a sob. He told me if I ever told anyone, he would let them all know that I planned it, that I wanted her dead. I never wanted her dead, Knox, you have to believe me. Knox, a vortex of emotion swirling inside him, stared at her coldly. The sad thing is, I loved you. You and your shiny cap of red hair and your 1,000-watt smile. And you loved me too, as long as I stayed in the box you made for me. Lonely, bereaved, less. While I still grieved for Ariel, you knew you controlled me. I scared you, I know. Once I crept out from the box and began to stretch and crack my limbs out to their full extent, once I stopped letting myself tamp down this fire, this life. This love for Livia. I didn't want to think you were one of those women who only see other women as a threat. One of those friends who kept me around just to make them look better. I've had a lifetime of those. Leeches. I never thought you would turn out to be one of them. But you were the worst of them, because I loved you like a sister, Amber. He fell silent then, swirling his glass, watching the ice melt in the green liquor. Melon. The door blew open, and a cackle of noise rushed in with the rain. Rain on wooden floorboards. 2 elderly women, huddled in woolen coats, trying to warm up from the cold. Tears dropped silently down Amber's face. Knox shook his head. You killed her. Your own sister. Why? Amber looked at him, her eyes not angry, just sad. I loved you. I love you. Knox tried not to lose his temper, but his voice shook as he asked her the questions he needed to. Did you have anything to do with the attacks on Livia? On me? Did you murder Pia? Moro. No, I swear, Amber seemed almost desperate. It wasn't me. Look, I really like Livia, and I can see she is perfect for you. Gosh, no. I swear. But I did do one thing, and I can't believe I did it. Knox remained skeptical. What did you do? Amber hesitated, then lowered her voice. Ron used to leave certain things in my trash. Personal things. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now? Knox made a disgusted noise. What the hell does that have to do with anything? He leaned forward to make her look at him. Who did you hire to kill Ariel, Amber? She closed her eyes. I didn't hire. There was a sharp crack, and for a second everybody in the cafe froze. Amber's eyes widened, then a thin stream of blood began to stream from her temple. In utter shock, Knox saw the bullet hole in the window in the seconds before it smashed. And then Amber slumped forward, her eyes open and staring but very, very dead. Bedlam. People screaming. Knox was up and running, out into the street to see where the gunman was, who the gunman was. But of course, the killer was in the wind. Knox slumped to the ground, deeply shocked, and waited for the police to arrive. Livia ran straight into his arms. Gosh, Knox, thank God you're all right. She held him tightly, as he buried his face in her hair. Enough, he said, his voice muffled, enough people have died. We need to find him right now. Who, darling? Livia stared up at him with scared eyes. Who? Knox looked shattered beyond belief as he said the words. Ron. We need to find Ron. January slunk onwards as the surviving friends worked with the police to find Renaud. More convinced than ever that Renaud was the killer, Knox asked the police to compare any old DNA that didn't belong to his family to Renaud's. Detective Jones agreed. "We've issued a countrywide search for St. Mark, but if he is the one who shot Ms. Duplass, he's obviously around New Orleans waiting to finish the job. Do you have adequate protection?" Knox nodded. Sandor looked at Livia and Knox now. "Look, being at the hotel doesn't work. Come stay with me. It's no mansion, but there's a hell of a lot less dark places for a stalker to hide. Odell, you too. We need to stick together until Renaud is found." Sandor's home was large but comfortable, and Livia felt safer there than she had anywhere else for a while. She worried about her friends though, knowing one of their own was responsible for so much of the mayhem and murder. She had hatred in her heart for Renaud St. Mark, and although she wouldn't say it aloud, she almost wanted him to come for her so she could avenge her friends. Avenge Moro, avenge herself. Even if it killed her. She could feel Odell keeping an eye on her though, and knew that if she needed to break down, Odell would be the one to help her. She didn't want to add to Knox's pain. Of all of them, he was the most affected, she thought, having seen Amber killed in front of him. He looked shell-shocked still, even after a few weeks, and it was hard to tell if it was from Amber's murder or Amber's admissions. "What I don't understand," she said to him, "is how Renaud knew to shoot her at the moment she was about to tell you about him. He couldn't have been bugging her for goodness sake. He didn't have the resources." "It may be that he doesn't know she didn't reveal him," Knox said, "in which case he knows we know and will hopefully trip himself up out of desperation. Or do something reckless that takes someone else's life." Livia sighed. "Gosh, what a mess, but what the hell is his motive? I don't get it. I can't help you there. I honestly have no idea." Livia chewed her lip. And what did Amber mean about Renaud's discarded stuff? It didn't make sense. Unless. Knox watched her closely. Unless what? Livia's stomach turned. Unless she was trying to tell us someone used something of Renaud's, something with his DNA to frame him. And Amber knew. Detective Jones came to see them one afternoon at Knox's office. Having given up her job at Le Chat Noir, Livia now worked on her college projects at Knox's office during the day. She found, to her surprise, that they didn't get tired of seeing each other all day and all night. "This bodes well," Knox grinned as she said as much one night, and she laughed. It was a relief to laugh and be happy, and they made love often, clinging to each other. They also talked more about their charitable foundation ideas, asking Charvy to be involved. Charvy, who much to her disgust also had a protective detail, was enthusiastic. "For a rich dude, Knox Renaud, you're quite the guy." But she looked at him with proud eyes, and Livia knew her approval meant the world to him. Charvy got tearful when Knox told her they were naming the foundation after her former romantic partner, and she hugged Gabriella's son. "I always thought you might resent me," she told him, wiping her tears, "for being with your mother before she met your father. But she loved me truly, and she loved Tynan truly. There was not a bad bone in that woman's body." Knox got choked up then and nodded. Livia smiled at them both. "Family isn't just blood. I know that. I'm looking at mine right here." When Detective Jones came to see them, family was on their minds again. "Something strange, Mr. Renaud. When we went to compare your father's DNA to your friend's, we found a match. A familial match. The thing is, the lab messed up the labeling. So we need to take your DNA again to test against the sample, in case for some reason we've made a mistake." The detective was being cagey, and Knox and Livia shared a look. "What aren't you telling us?" Detective Jones drew in a deep breath. "Look, if the lab is right, then one of your two closest friends is also your half-brother." Knox's eyes widened. "You're kidding me?" "No, sir." When the detective had left, Knox and Livia stared at each other. "My brother. This is just bizarre." I'm sure they must have gotten Teague and someone else's DNA mixed up. It must be. My parents did not cheat on each other. Knox was fierce in his denial, but Livia could see the doubt in his eyes. Look, it can only be Renaud or Sandor, if it's anyone. I can't see any physical similarity between any of you. It's a mistake. Sandor was at the door then, obviously having heard the conversation. The police messed up. Dude, as much as I think of you as my brother, it's not possible. Dad had a vasectomy after they had me, and Mom died before even Teague was born. It doesn't explain how it can be a half-brother if Teague's DNA got mixed up. Teague was my brother, you can see the likeness between us. Knox sighed. Okay, so maybe my dad wasn't a killer but… What? Sandor looked surprised at that comment, and Knox and Livia exchanged a look. Knox cleared his throat. I've been passive for too long, Sandor. I do not believe my father killed my mom and Teague. I do not. Someone else killed them, and I want to know who. Sandor nodded slowly, and Livia studied him. Was there something behind that closed expression, or was it just shock? Well, good. I think you need to look into it. It's been haunting you too long. I got your back, dude. Thanks, man. Sandor smiled at them, before disappearing back out of the room. Livia chewed her lip. Unease settled over her. Sandor's reaction to the news that they were looking into Knox's family tragedy had got her thinking. However, she stayed silent. Knox didn't need more complications. You look tired, baby. Knox pressed his lips to her forehead, and she wrapped her arms around his waist. I am. Let's go home. I'll see if Sandor needs a ride home. Livia hesitated. I meant our home. I want privacy. Knox sighed. It isn't safe, baby. There are too many ways to get into it, and believe me, Renaud knows all of them. And we can't get them secured? Knox was the one to hesitate now. Baby, it's more that I'm scared. Bad things happened there, more than once, and I'm terrified I'll lose concentration for a second and someone will get to you. Seriously, Sandor's place is safer. Within a week of Knox making that statement, he would realize just how horribly wrong he was.
Chapter 26.
Sandor didn't come home with them. I've got some paperwork to catch up on, then I think I'm going to meet a girl. Knox grinned. Oh yeah. Sandor shrugged. It's nothing. But enjoy the privacy, and I'll see you later. In the car on the way home, Livia was pensive. Huh? What? Sandor said enjoy the privacy. How does he know Odell won't be home? Knox shrugged. Probably forgot. She does tend to keep to herself, except when you and she are plotting something. His cell phone buzzed. It's the detective. Hey there. He listened and paled. You're sure? Gosh. Okay, yeah, we'll be right there. He ended the call and looked at Livia. They've pulled a body out of the bayou near the mansion. They think it might be Renaud. They want me to go down there and identify the body. Livia waited in the medical examiner's office while Knox went with the doctor. Soon he was back. He shook his head, looking shaken. Impossible to say. The body's been in the swamp. He didn't have to say any more. Detective Jones followed Knox out of the morgue. Look, we'll do the DNA work, then see where we go from here. Livia cleared her throat. Detective Jones? Has Sandor Carpentier submitted his DNA sample? I'll check, but I think so. Why? Just curious. No reason. Detective Jones smiled at her. Well then, I'll leave you. Thanks for coming in, and sorry to put you through that, Mr. Renaud. Anything to help. In the car, Knox let out a long breath, and Livia looked at him sympathetically. Was it bad? Knox nodded. The body was mutilated and barely looked human. As much as I blame him, I hope to God it wasn't Roan. That body's been in the swamp a while. When they got home, Odell was there, and Knox told her gently about the discovery. Odell nodded calmly. It's him, she said, I know it in my bones. Knox. I think we need to start looking for somewhere else to stay. Knox's eyebrows shot up. Why? I don't feel safe here. Do you feel it, Liv? Odell looked at her, and Livia nodded. I do, but I don't know why. Maybe it's the confusion over the DNA, or that the body. If it's Roan's, it means he didn't kill Amber. But until we have confirmation that Sandor's DNA is in the all clear. Knox stared at them both. You honestly think Sandor might have something to do with this? Let me be clear, Odell said, it's just a feeling I have. I have no proof of anything, just my gut instinct. Knox turned to Livia. And you? The same. There's just been something off lately about Sandor. Or to be fair, it could be paranoia on my part given what's been happening. The only people I trust right now are in this room. Knox sighed, and Livia could see him struggling with the idea that his friend might not be who he thought he was. She put her hand on his arm. Look, we're not saying Sandor has done anything wrong. Just be cautious. That's fair enough. Knox thought it over for a while. Okay, look, we'll tell him we're going to move out because… Gosh, I don't know, to give him his privacy back. I'll look into renting something short-term. In the end, it was Livia who told Sandor they were moving out. He came to find her one morning while Knox was at work. Livia was packing a bag when she heard a step behind her. She spun around, startled to see Sandor there. He smiled at her. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Livia, her hand on her chest, tried to smile. It's okay. I just didn't expect to see you. I thought you were at work with Knox. Her heart was beating uncomfortably against her ribs. Sandor sat down on the edge of the bed without being invited, and nodded at her bag. Going somewhere? Livia felt awkward. Has Knox spoken to you? About what? About us moving out? We just feel that we're giving in to the killer, by huddling together. A thought occurred to her and she half smiled. Knox and I don't want to put you and Odie in the line of fire any more than you already are. I couldn't bear it if anything happened to either of you. That's it, lay it on thick. Sandor touched her face. You're very sweet, Livy. He stood and to Livia's surprise and unease, took her face in his hands. Every day, he said softly, I see more and more why Knox fell in love with you. You are beautiful, inside and out, Livia Chatelaine. Is it inappropriate to say that I wish I had met you before Knox did? Livia was about to brush off the compliment, but then Sandor quickly brushed his lips against hers. He immediately dropped his hands and stepped back, making a good show of looking horrified. Gosh, I'm sorry, Liv. That was so inappropriate. I'm sorry. There was a curl of fear in Livy's stomach. What the hell was going on here? It's okay. I'll leave you alone. I will miss all of you, but I understand why you're moving out. He left her alone, stunned and feeling weirdly tearful. She sat down on the bed heavily, and wondered why she felt so upset. The kiss had been wildly inappropriate, but it wasn't even that which upset her. It was the expression in Sandor's eyes the whole time he was speaking. Cold. Dead. Not the eyes of the man she had hoped, had assumed he was. Her gut instincts were kicking in again, as she closed the bedroom door and called Knox. When he answered, she burst into tears, and it took her a minute to calm herself before she said what she wanted to say. Please, Knox. Come get me out of here. They moved into a hotel to begin with, although Odell simply went home. I've hired extra protection, she assured them, and I don't want to play the third wheel as much as I love you both. At the hotel, Knox and Livia ordered room service, shared a long hot shower, and finally allowed themselves the privacy they'd been missing. Livia hadn't felt comfortable being physically close at Sandor's place, but now, in this quiet space with no eyes on them, she clung to Knox, completely at ease. They fell into each other's arms, their connection deep and unhurried. Every touch was purposeful. Every kiss, a promise. He held her gently as they lay entwined, his forehead resting against hers. Livia reached up to smooth his dark eyebrows, her eyes filled with tenderness. "I love you so much, Knox." He smiled, his expression full of affection. "As I love you, pretty girl." They held each other tightly, the quiet between them broken only by soft sighs and whispered names. There was no rush, only the steady unfolding of something deep and sacred. Later, their breath still mingling in the hush of the room, they lay tangled in warm sheets. Knox stroked her stomach absent-mindedly, circling her navel with his fingers, his touch gentle and familiar. "I've been thinking about our Christmas getaway," Livia murmured, her lips brushing his shoulder. "All those games we played." He raised a brow, smiling. "You enjoyed that, huh?" "You know I did," she said with a quiet laugh. "When all this chaos settles, I'd love to do something like that again. Maybe even explore something new." He kissed her shoulder, his touch trailing down her side. "Whatever makes you feel good, Livy." She relaxed against him, eyes fluttering closed as his fingertips brushed over her skin, slow, calming, deliberate. They shared a few more soft words and gentle kisses, wrapped in each other like there was no world beyond the hotel room. For a little while, she could pretend everything was okay. That there was only this moment, this man who knew her body and heart so well. The way he made her feel wasn't just physical. It was all-encompassing. Safe. Loved. But as Knox drifted to sleep, his head resting peacefully against her chest, Livia stared up at the ceiling. Her thoughts churned. There were still too many questions. Too many things that didn't make sense. But deep in her gut, she felt certain she knew who was behind it all. Sandor. And tomorrow she would begin to find out just how right she was.
Chapter 27.
Charvy Sood was surprised to find Livia not in the music room, but at one of the computers in the college's library. "Hey there, kiddo." "Hey, Charvy. What are you doing?" Livia smiled at her. "Research. Charvy, you might be able to help me out." She looked around the library, then lowered her voice. "What do you know about Florian Carpentier, Sandor's father?" Charvy felt cold inside. "Why do you ask?" Livia just looked at her, and Charvy nodded. "Okay, but not here." They went to Charvy's office, and the older woman locked the door behind her. She offered Livia a cup of coffee, and when they had their drinks, they sat on her old comfortable couch. Charvy sighed. "What I'm about to tell you, I've never told anybody, mostly out of respect for Gabriella's wishes. When she died, I thought about going to the police about it, but they seemed so certain that Tynan had killed her and Teague that I didn't want to cause Knox any more pain. That was the real reason I stayed away from him." She sipped her coffee, collecting her thoughts. "Before Gabriella met Tynan, and after we had decided to split up, she was worried what our relationship could mean for my career. Can you believe it? She worked a little for the Carpentiers as a consultant. Eleanor Carpentier was a lovely woman, and she and Gabriella became good friends. Then one day Gabriella called me, hysterical. I went to her apartment to find it in disarray, and Gabriella bleeding and bruised. She had been assaulted. Oh gosh." Livia felt sick. At first she wouldn't tell me by whom. She just said she couldn't go out in New Orleans anymore for fear of seeing him. Eventually, I got it out of her. Florian Carpentier was not a good man. He beat Eleanor, hurt her too, I believe, and Florian didn't even bother to hide it. I tried to make Gabriella go to the police, but she swore he would kill her if she did. She swore me to secrecy, and for a time it seemed like things would go back to normal. Then, about a month later, Gabriella left town unexpectedly and didn't return for a year. Livia's eyes were full of understanding. She was pregnant. Charvy nodded. She had the child, and Florian and Eleanor brought him up as their own. Sandor. Sandor is Knox's half-brother. Charvy nodded. When Eleanor died, and when Florian got Alzheimer's, Sandor took over the business with Teague. Then when Knox was at college, they all died. Over the years, I've tried to find reasons why Tynan would have done it, but there are still none. He loved Gabriella, and those two boys were his life. I truly believe they were all murdered. Livia swallowed. I think Florian got confused and thought his secret might be revealed. He went mad and shot them all. But how the hell would he have had the brainpower to frame Tynan then? He was a vicious man, no doubt about it, and thought himself above the law. But I believe he had help. Livia closed her eyes. Sandor. Charvy nodded. Over the years I've become more convinced. I don't know Sandor at all, so I can't speak to whether he takes after his mother or his father. Wouldn't any loyal son help his father, even after his father committed such a heinous act? Livia was silent for a time. But to frame Tynan? And do that to his supposed best friend? Did Sandor know he was Gabriella's son? I don't know. What if he found out? Got angry? Sandor does a good job of appearing friendly and warm, but there's something else there. An anger. What if it wasn't Florian who killed Gabriella? What if Sandor, on finding out the truth about his parentage, got angry and went to confront her? He took a gun, and when she tried to deny him, he killed her. Tynan and Teague were collateral damage. Livia looked sick, but Charvy nodded. It could have easily happened that way. And Ariel, what if Amber and Sandor had planned the prank together, then Sandor went way off script? Got off on killing women. He could have been. Livia darling, let's work one problem at a time. But I think you should stay well away from this, if your theory is correct. I have to talk to Knox, Livia said, but Sandor is his business partner as well as his best friend, and I know that they're having enough trouble. Someone's been buying up all the shares. Sandor, perhaps? Trying to oust Knox? Livia shook her head. He mentioned someone called Roderick Lefevre. Rod. Charvy looked surprised. I'm surprised. It doesn't seem like his M.O. The Rod I know is a straight shooter. If you know him, could you get me in to see him? I'm sure that can be arranged. An hour later, Livia was waiting nervously in the reception of Roderick Lefevre's company. His opulent offices and sleek staff made Knox's building look shabby and old-fashioned. Why on earth would Roderick be interested in it? Miss Chatelaine? A tall, blonde, classically handsome man smiled at her. Rod Lefevre. Please, we'll meet in my office. Liv followed him. So you're the lady who's won Knox's heart? She smiled hesitantly at him. I am. And you're the man who's been buying all the shares in his company. Rod laughed. I am. I like you already. Straight to the point. In his office, he invited her to sit. Livia studied him. He was a little older than Knox, mid-40s, short hair, dark green eyes. His face could go from friendly to dangerous in a moment, she guessed, but he exuded warmth and honesty. She drew in a deep breath. You seem like you like honesty, so here goes. Was it your idea to buy all the shares you could in Renault? Or did Sandor Carpentier come to you and ask you to do it? Rod's eyebrows shot up. My. Okay, well, Miss Chatelaine. Livia. I could, of course, tell you to mind your own business. You could, and I would respect that. Livia met his gaze steadily. Rod smiled. Yes, I do like you. Well, to answer your question, yes, he did. He told me he wanted to buy the company from underneath Knox, that he thought Knox's heart wasn't in it anymore, and he wanted to give him the push to try something new. Sandor told me that if I bought the shares, he would pay me double for them. Livia scoffed. And you believe him about him wanting to help Knox? Of course not, but that's none of my concern. I'm a businessman, Livia, and what Sandor was suggesting would have made me in the region of $700 million. Livia whistled and shook her head. You people deal in figures I can't even comprehend. What is it you do, Livia? She lifted her chin proudly. I'm a grad student and until recently a waitress. Rod smiled. Both admirable vocations. I had heard you were one of the finest students ever to study at the university. Livia looked surprised and Rod laughed. I do my research too, Livia. And because I am who I am, if women were my type, I'd be fighting Knox Renault for a woman like you. He grinned. Thankfully for all of us, my husband would object. Livia giggled at his teasing, and decided she liked this man very much. Could I ask you not to reveal our conversation to Sandor, please? You have my word. He walked her to the door but then stopped her. Livia. I won't share this conversation, but I can't speak for anyone who might have seen you come here. New Orleans is a relatively small town when it comes to who knows who in certain circles. Please tell Knox you came here and make sure you have adequate protection in place. Livia studied him. You think Sandor's dangerous? I have no evidence of it, just gut instinct. Rod nodded, half smiling. Exactly. Livia nodded. Did you know Sandor's father? Florian Carpentier? Rod's smile faded. I did, unfortunately. Why, unfortunately? He was a vicious creep. There was that honesty again, and Liv half smiled. Understood. Thank you again, Mr. Lefevre. Rod, please. Goodbye, Livia. Livia, being driven back to the hotel by Jason, called Knox. She didn't want to tell him what she had discovered over the phone, just in case Sandor was listening in, but merely said she'd come to his office later that day. I love you. Love you too, babe. After she ended the call, she looked over at Jason. Jason, could we stop somewhere else before home? She gave him the address, and he turned the car around without comment. At the residential home, she asked if she could see Florian Carpenter. I'm his niece from out of town and I just got here, she lied smoothly. I haven't seen him in years. The receptionist looked at her for a long moment, then turned away. Just a moment please, ma'am. Nervous, her hands clenched with fingernails digging into her palms, Livia waited. Soon enough, a smartly dressed administrator came to collect her. If we could just step into my office. Damn, they didn't believe her niece story. If I could just see my uncle. The administrator, whose named tag said Susan, ushered her into the office. Her expression softened. I'm so sorry, Miss Carpentier. We assumed all the family knew. Did Mr. Carpentier's son not inform you? Inform me of what? I'm sorry to tell you that Mr. Carpentier Sr. passed away last month. Livia stared at her, not needing to pretend her shock now. What? I'm so sorry, my dear. He passed peacefully. Gosh, no. I didn't want him to pass peacefully. I wanted him to suffer after what he did to Gabriella. Livia tried hard to keep the hatred off her face. Susan, reading her, mistook her anger. You weren't down as his next of kin, you see. I haven't spoken to Sandor yet, Livia said by way of explanation. She sighed, closing her eyes. May I see his room? I'm afraid it's occupied, dear. Unfortunately, we can't keep the rooms open for long. Too much demand. Of course, I'm sorry. Another idea came to her. Did Sandor, Mr. Carpentier Jr., take possession of Florian's personal items? Susan nodded. He did. He didn't want to linger. He arranged the cremation quickly, and took the small amount of personal possessions that were left. Livia thanked the woman, and left the residential home. She sat in silence in the car as Jason turned the car. Where to, Miss Chatelaine? She chewed her lip for a moment. You know, I think I left some personal items at Mr. Carpentier's mansion. Do you think we could swing by there?
Chapter 28.
Knox looked up as Sandor poked his head around his office door. Skipping out for some lunch. Want to join? Knox shook his head. Not for me, thanks. I'm meeting Liv in a while. Cool. See you around. Knox got back to his paperwork, but found he couldn't concentrate. Livia was right, there was something off about Sandor. Oh, he gave the impression of just being your friendly everyman, but behind his eyes. Damn, Knox shook his head. Were they both just paranoid? Instead, he called Livia. He was surprised when she seemed cagey. Where are you? I left something at Sandor's place, and we're just about to go pick it up. Knox frowned. Livia had been so adamant that she didn't feel safe there. Why not just get Sandor to bring it to the office? I don't want to bother him, it's only a hairbrush. She was lying, he knew it in his bones. Liv, what are you up to? Tell me. Nothing, honestly. I spent the morning with Charvy, and then remembered I'd left my hairbrush at Sandor's. Random, I know. But it was a present from Moro. Ah. Well, is Jason with you? Of course, darling. It won't take long. A few minutes later, Harriet, the new receptionist, called him. I have a Roderick Lefevre on the phone for you. Knox was surprised. Calling to buy my shares too, Rod? Rod gave a chuckle, but then his voice turned serious. No, actually, it's about your lovely lady. Livia. Knox was astonished. Unless you have more than one. Knox shook himself. What about Livia? She came to see me this morning. Asked me point blank if Sandor Carpentier was the one who was really buying all the shares in your company. And what did you tell her? Ice was creeping through Knox's veins. What the hell was going on? I told her he was. The shock hit Knox full force in the chest. What? Rod Lefevre explained the same thing to Knox as he had to Livia. Sandor Carpentier is not your friend, he concluded, and damn it if I can't stop worrying about your lovely lady. If Sandor finds out she was asking questions. Thanks, Rod. Listen, I have to call her. Stay safe, Renaud, and I'm sorry. Knox tried to call Livia and then Jason, but to his distress could not reach either of them. As he hung up, his phone rang again and it was Detective Jones. The body is Roan St. Mark, the detective told him, and he's been dead a good couple of months. Multiple skull fractures, he was beaten to death. He couldn't have killed Amber Duplass or Moro Lee. Knox closed his eyes. What about the DNA? Sandor. It's confirmed. Sandor Carpentier is your half-brother. We have men on the way to your office and to his mansion right now. He's not in the office, and Livia is at his home. Gotcha. We're on our way. He got up and raced out of the office, ignoring Harriet's startled yell as he pushed past her and out to his car. Answer your phone, damn it. He called Charvy in desperation. Charvy, I know Livia came to see you this morning. I need you to tell me everything. Everything. Right now.
Chapter 29.
As Livia moved through the hallways of Sandor's mansion, her heart thumping, she looked for his security team but there was no one. Where the hell is everybody? Jason was looking tense. I think we should get you out of here, Miss Chatelaine. Livia shook her head, heading for Sandor's study. Keep a lookout for me. I'll be quick, I promise. Inside, she rummaged through every drawer in Sandor's desk, every file she could get her hands on from his cabinet. Nothing. Finally, she found a box shoved on the windowsill behind the curtain. She opened it and saw various personal items, toothbrush, toiletries, old postcards and photos. At the bottom, a stack of letters. She flipped through them, and saw they were all addressed to Gabriella. She stuck them in the back pocket of her jeans, and returned the box to where it came from. "Miss Chatelaine, I think we should go." Jason had stepped into the room, but before she could answer, he gave a strange gargling noise, his eyes bulging, and in horror she saw blood spurt from his neck. "Jason." He looked at her, his expression confused, pained. Blood spurted from the hole in his neck that Sandor's knife had made. Sandor grinned at her as he yanked the knife out of Jason, who slumped dead to the floor. "Hey there, Livia. Good to see you." He waved the knife. "Time to be gutted, pretty girl." And he went for her. Charvy told him everything, and desperate, Knox drove like a madman toward Sandor's home, knowing he might be too late, that Sandor had a head start, and if he caught Livia snooping. Images of Ariel dead, of Pia all superimposed with Livia's face. Livia lying dead on the grave, her belly cut open, her blood soaking everything. No. No. Not again. And his family. Knox knew in his gut, deep, unshakable, that Sandor and Florian had been behind it all. They had destroyed everything. They had framed his beloved father, taken his brother's life, shot the defenseless Gabriella, and left her to die slowly in pain and fear. And all of it, because Florian Carpentier had been a jealous, twisted man who couldn't bear to lose control. Cowards. Monsters. But right now, none of that mattered more than getting to Livia. Saving her. Please, please let her be okay. Sandor cuffed her across the face so hard her ears rang as she crashed to the floor. "I knew you suspected me, Livia, as soon as I saw your face yesterday. When the home called me this morning and told me you'd been snooping around." He straddled her and tried to bind her hands. Livia struggled, yelling at him, hoping that anyone would come. He grabbed her head and bounced it viciously off the floor. Livia. Knox. Knox was coming. The thought gave Livia strength. She braced herself and slammed her knee upward, hitting Sandor hard enough to stagger him. But it wasn't enough. As she tried to scramble away, he grabbed her roughly and shoved her against the wall. Her shirt tore at the shoulder, and she gasped as his forearm pressed across her throat. "You're not going to win," she rasped, choking for air. "You can hurt me, but you won't get away with it." Sandor's expression twisted into something cruel. And then, with terrifying force, he drove the knife into her side. The pain was blinding. It stole her breath, radiating through her like fire. "Such a shame," he muttered coldly. "I'd have taken my time if I had it." Livia's knees buckled, but before she could fall, another sharp blow struck her. She didn't know where it landed, just that everything inside her felt like it was tearing apart. And then Knox was there. With a furious cry, he tackled Sandor, throwing him off her. Livia collapsed to the floor, dazed and bleeding, hands clutching her side. Through a haze of pain, she saw the struggle unfold, the violence, the desperation. She crawled toward Jason's body, praying her strength would hold. Her fingers found the gun. She turned back, just in time to see Sandor stab Knox in the stomach. "No," she screamed, lifting the weapon and pulling the trigger. Click. The gun didn't fire. Empty. Safety on? She fumbled with it in confusion. Before she could react, Sandor delivered a brutal blow to Knox's head and then turned toward her. "You always were the foolish one," he sneered. "Let me show you how this works." As Knox lunged after him again, Sandor turned the weapon on Livia and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out. Livia gasped as pain exploded through her middle, and she collapsed. The world tilted. She could barely feel her legs. "This is it," she thought. "We're going to die here." "Knox," she whispered, barely able to speak. Blood soaked her hands. The air was heavy. Her vision blurred. "Stay with me, baby," Knox begged, eyes wild with panic. "You hear me? Just breathe. We'll make it through this, I promise." They fought for the gun. Another shot went off. Then another, into the wall. Knox reeled back, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his shirt. Sandor raised the gun again. No matter what you do now, Knox, he sneered, she's not walking out of here. Look at her. Just like your precious Ariel. You'll lose her too. But Knox didn't hesitate. He threw himself at Sandor again, fury and desperation driving him. They fell crashing to the ground. Livia, barely conscious, reached out blindly. Her fingers brushed against something cold, Sandor's discarded knife. With every ounce of strength she had left, she crawled closer and gripped the handle. As the men wrestled beside her, she drove the blade into the back of Sandor's leg. He cried out, dropping to his knees. Livia struck again, disabling him. Knox tore the gun from his grasp. Sandor slumped, defeated. She'll still bleed out, he muttered, breath ragged. That's the only regret I have, that I didn't get to end her twice. Knox's eyes darkened with fury. Without another word, he aimed and fired. It was over. Knox dropped to his knees beside Livia, his own wound slowing him, but nothing could stop him from reaching her. He pressed his hands to her side, trying to stop the bleeding. Stay with me, Livy. Please. We get our happy ending. We fought too hard not to. Just breathe. Just hold on. He whispered to her over and over, willing her to stay alive, holding her close as darkness hovered at the edges of both their vision, but love, fierce and determined, remained. Livia stroked his face. If I die, I want you to know, I loved you more than you will ever know. You are the reason I lived. If you die, I die. We go together or we live together, baby, that's the deal. Live? Live, please, no. Livia heard his beautiful voice, begging her to live, hearing the love in his voice. But then the darkness took over, and she heard nothing more.
Chapter 30.
There was so much pain, and Livia didn't want to open her eyes, but she had to know if she was alive. Please, please, she begged, let Knox be alive too. If he's dead. Livy. She had never heard such a beautiful voice in her life. Livy, baby, you can open your eyes, sweetheart. She opened her eyes and focused on his face. Knox was pale and needed a shave, but he was there, alive and smiling at her. He stroked her hair back from her face. We made it, Livy. Kiss me. She said the words, but no sound came out, her throat was so dry. Knox smiled and helped her sip some water. Kiss me, she said again, and this time her voice rang out, pure and strong. Knox pressed his lips to hers, and she sighed happily. We're alive. Yes, we are. Knox took her hand. You just barely. But you're a fighter, Livy. She touched his face, as if she couldn't believe he was real. Sandor. Knox's expression hardened. Dead. Good riddance. Agreed. He was a hell of an actor, though. Imagine holding on to that anger, that jealousy, that rage, all those years just waiting for when you fell in love again? All because his daddy couldn't keep it in his pants. Knox nodded. Sandor didn't intend to get arrested either. He left a suicide note and mailed it to the local news station. He intended to kill us, then himself. I saved him the bother. He'd killed Renaud weeks before. That's how I knew it must have been Sandor. That's how I knew to get to you. My hero. She kissed him again, then groaned. Gosh, I could kill him all over again for how much this hurts. I know. I'm sorry, honey. Press this if you need the morphine, but Doc said you'd be in pain for a while. Livia pressed the button, and felt a warm rush of something in her veins. It took the edge off. How about you? Why do you look so good? Knox grinned and pulled his shirt up. A heart-shaped scar was healing well, stark pink against his skin. Livia was confused. Knox, how long have I been out? Knox's smile faded. 3 weeks. You had a pulmonary embolism, plus the bullet damaged your liver. Gosh. It was touch and go for a long time. You were in a coma, which, strange to say, was a blessing. He shook his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was saying. Livia took all this in, and then nodded. Knox? Yes, baby? Is it all over now? Knox nodded. It is, honey. It was all in the letters Florian wrote to my mom. He didn't regret a thing, the creep. He wrote such vile things, telling her the way he was going to kill her. He never mailed them, obviously. Florian hurt my mom. She had the baby and gave it to them to raise. Then she met my dad. Florian held on to that jealousy for years, and one day he just snapped. He killed them all, saving my mom for last. In his letters, he wrote that Florian wasn't even the one who pulled the trigger on my mom. It was Sandor. Livia felt sick. He murdered his own mother? Knox nodded. He was a sick creep. I don't get why he killed Pia or Moro. I understand Roan to frame him and Amber to silence her, but why those two innocent girls? Knox hesitated. Liv, they think he was responsible for more than we ever imagined. There's evidence suggesting he'd been targeting women across the country for years. He swallowed hard, the words bitter on his tongue. He seemed to enjoy it. Sandor kept journals, pages and pages where he described everything. He murdered Ariel, and then forced Amber into silence. Pia, Moro, there was even an entire notebook filled with his twisted plans for you. He looked away for a moment, his voice low. It was horrifying. He was calculated. And cruel. Livia's eyes narrowed, fury flashing behind them. Monster. Knox nodded grimly. Exactly. Livia sighed. How's Odell? How is she taking the news of Roan's death? She's doing okay. She's outside if you want to see her. Gosh, yes. Knox grinned, kissed her forehead, and went to fetch his friend. Odell walked in, and her face was blank as she stared at Livia for a second. Well, look at you, lounging around doing nothing but costing my friend more money. For a moment Livia was shocked, but then Knox burst out laughing and Odell cracked a smile. Livia giggled. Odie, did you just make a joke? I think I may have. Hello, darling, it's good to see you awake. Odie bent down and kissed Livia's cheek, then held her hand. Livia was surprised to see tears in her friend's eyes. We nearly lost you. But I'm still here, Livia said, squeezing her hand. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm so happy, honey, so glad you're okay. I love you so much. Livia did cry then, and Odell hugged her, awkwardly of course, but Livia clung to her friend. Thank you, Odie. I love you too. Odell couldn't speak then, and soon after she left them alone, promising to come back and bring some contraband food with her. Alone, Livia smiled at Knox. Have I told you how much I love you? Even though I got you into all this? She pulled his head down for another kiss. I would take every minute of pain over and over again for you, Knox Renault. This is us, this is our life. Knox kissed her as if for the first time. From now on, he promised, I swear it will be a good, happy life. Knox? He pressed his lips to her forehead. Yeah, baby. His voice was soft and tender. Knox Renault. He grinned at her formal tone. That's me. Livia gazed at him, her eyes shining. Knox Renault, would you do me the great honor of marrying me? Knox's eyes widened and he began to chuckle. Well, damn woman, you just stole my best line. Livia grinned and pulled his face to hers, crushing her lips against his. Is that a yes? Knox kissed her passionately and then nodded. It's a hell yes, Miss Chatelaine. It's a yes and a yes and a yes. The end.
Sneak peek for Saved by the Boss. We hope you enjoyed listening to The Billionaire's Secret Desire by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Saved by the Boss by Michelle Love. Saved by the Boss, a doctor romance.
Chapter 1. Seattle.
Romy shoved her chestnut-brown hair up into a ponytail as she jogged quickly along the hospital corridors. Damn Seattle traffic. She had been so organized right up until she'd hit the traffic accident on the Alaskan Way Viaduct. Now she'd missed the first few minutes of rounds, and on the worst possible day. So not a good first impression to make. Still cursing herself, she hurried to catch up with her colleagues in the general surgery department. Rounding the corner at a fast clip, she heard his voice before she saw him, a deep mellifluous tone which she knew made woman weak. She might never have met the man, but his voice was as legendary as his surgical skills. Oh yeah. And his body. People talked about that in the same breath as his medical accomplishments. He spoke again, and she thrilled at the husky hint of an accent, Italian maybe, in it. If the infection worsens, we'll consider a shunt, but in all likelihood it will resolve rapidly since it was caught at the outset. Romy blinked in surprise at the words. Blue Allende, he of the oh-so-sexy voice, was a superstar surgeon. Not even 40 years old, he was at the top of his game and also at the top of most hospitals' wish lists. With the reputed looks of a movie star and the serious, brooding intelligence of someone a lot older, Blue Allende's reputation preceded him. So why was he standing around with a motley crew of doctors, nurses, and interns, discussing something as mundane as a shunt? It gave her pause and jump-started her liking for the man who apparently wasn't your average arrogant genius surgeon. But Romy was still late, and no doctor appreciated tardiness, particularly not one with such a packed schedule. Damn it. Stopping outside the door, she saw a bunch of other residents and slipped in among them, hoping she wouldn't be noticed and knowing she didn't stand a prayer. Her friend Mac, an affable African-American with a sweet face and a wicked sense of humor, grinned and nudged her. Late for the rockstar sass, he hissed, genius move. Romy poked him with her elbow, rolling her eyes. What did I miss? Suddenly the crowd of doctors parted, and she saw him where he'd been leaning over a sedated patient. Her breath caught in her throat as Blue Allende turned bright green eyes on her. All the usual hospital noises faded into the background as she was caught in that fiercely intelligent gaze. Geez, Romy thought, this man doesn't belong in an operating theater. He belongs on a catwalk or on the cover of Vogue. He was gorgeous. The bright green eyes were surrounded by thick black eyelashes on a face carved from Italian marble. A shock of dark curls fell messily about his head, then she noticed his wide sensual mouth set in a thin line. Ah damn. She'd like to have seen that mouth in something other than a scowl. Dr. Sass, welcome. That voice from up close. Wow. And he knew her name? Romy prayed not to stutter. Apologies for my tardiness, Dr. Allende. It won't happen again. Was that a hint of amusement that flashed in those devastatingly beautiful eyes, and maybe a slight hitching up of the mouth? No sooner had Romy thought she'd seen it than it was gone. He turned back to his patient, and Romy was grateful he hadn't shamed her in front of everyone else. One more point in his favor, big time. Got away with it, Mac muttered in her ear, and Romy sighed with relief. As they moved through rounds, she was impressed by Allende's in-depth knowledge of his cases and the way he coaxed the residents to find answers to his questions, rather than merely lecturing. Even when they got a fact wrong, he didn't sneer or bark at them. Furthermore, he treated patients like friends, addressing them with as much candor as compassion, taking his time rather than rushing right along. More than slightly blown away by the whole picture, Romy watched him carefully, and was confused when she spotted him in an unguarded moment when the group was discussing a situation, and he apparently thought no one was paying attention to him. Also not typical. Grandstanding surgeons believed the spotlight was always on them. In that brief second, though, she saw something in his eyes that she recognized all too well. Pain. Sorrow. Romy was so distracted by the revelation that she didn't realize the focus had shifted and everyone was staring at her. Suddenly feeling the heat of their stares, she swallowed hard, flushing. I'm sorry, Dr. Allende. Could you repeat the question? The amused look was back, displacing sorrow. I was asking if you could give me the ways we can use to diagnose ankylosing spondylitis? Romy cleared her throat. Of course. She ran through the options and then concluded, of course the disease is notoriously hard to diagnose, and once identified, it usually is a case of pain management. Opioids have little effect pain-wise, but we could try a plant-based therapy as a last resort. Hail Mary, said the patient, a young man in his 20s, and they all laughed. As a last resort, Billy. Blue smiled, and Romy felt warmth bloom through her chest and ripple down her spine. It lit up his handsome face, and her whole body responded instinctively. Stop it, she told herself, do not get a crush on your boss. After rounds, Blue asked to see her in his office. He motioned to the chair opposite his desk, and Romy sat down, trembling with nervousness. Was she about to be bawled out for being late? Don't look so scared, he said mildly, his tone neutral but somehow still warm. It's just an introduction. I didn't get to meet you like the other residents. From someone else, that would have sounded passive-aggressive. From him, it came across as oddly sincere. I'm sorry for being late, Dr. Allende, she apologized. Happens to us all. Before she could blink at that, he picked up a file and opened it. Dr. Romy Sass, age 29, graduated top of your class at Stanford, did your internship and part of your residency at Johns Hopkins. Why transfer here for your last year? Johns Hopkins was very reluctant to let you go. We had to fight for you. Old memories made her cold inside. I had to come home to Seattle. Personal reasons. Also, my mother is getting married, rather unexpectedly. And she needs you to be here? Romy hesitated. No, it's not that, but what? Romy sighed. It was none of his business, but she owed him this much after being late. My sisters, Juno and Artemis, asked me to come. I'm the middle sister, the peacemaker. They have some concerns about Mom's fiancé. Really? Blue looked interested, even though Romy couldn't for the life of her figure out why. Or why she just kept talking. It's not that he's a bad person, though I still haven't officially met him yet. But he's so entirely not what we thought Mom would go for. Abruptly she halted, catching herself in mid-ramble. I'm sorry, you really don't need to know this. No, please go on. Romy frowned. Well, then you should know. My mom is a free spirit, a rainbow child, a hippie. Look at our names. Blue smiled. Okay, so Juno and Artemis I get, but Romy? Short for Romulus. Yes, I know it's technically a boy's name, but you see I was a twin. Fraternal. My brother Remus, died when we were 5 years old. Gosh, the pain of it still haunted Romy. Mom thought I was a boy too when she was pregnant, hence the name. So your name is actually Romulus? She was grateful he didn't press her for more details about Remy. No, she managed to change it at the last moment on the birth certificate. Romy is my legal name. And you don't like your future stepfather? I don't know him. Suddenly Blue grinned. I think your mom and Stuart Eames will be just fine. Romy gaped at him in astonishment. How the hell? He laughed, and his face looked even more desperately handsome than ever. Believe it or not, I wasn't interrogating you without an actual purpose. You see, Romy Sass, Stuart Eames is my father. So technically, we're about to be siblings. Welcome to the family, Romy.
Chapter 2.
Romy was still shell-shocked when she went to her mother's house that evening. Part of it was admittedly from the additional time she'd spent giddily talking in Blue's office. He'd insisted she call him that, and the rest was entirely due to his revelation. Why didn't you tell me Stuart was Blue Allende's father? Magda Sass looked up from the cutting board and grinned at her middle daughter's abrupt greeting. Hello to you too. Because, dear one, Blue said he didn't want you to know right away. He wanted you to be on his service, and thought you might not want to if you knew. Your reputation as a first-class doctor precedes you, honey, and I'm very proud." Romy smiled and hugged her mother. "Thank you, Mama Bear. Anyway, Blue told me he will be with us for Thanksgiving." Upon hearing that, she'd been hard-pressed to keep it together in the surgeon's office. Blue in her home, having dinner with her family, why was that weirdly hot? "Will it be awkward?" her mother asked in concern. Romy hoisted herself up onto the kitchen counter and stole a piece of bell pepper Magda was slicing for salad. "I don't think so. Well, at least I hope not. He's a pretty even-tempered guy." Magda smiled. "You like him?" "Gosh, yes. He's the sexiest man I've ever met." "Yeah, he's nice." Nice was an understatement. "He's an incredible surgeon. Watching him is like watching a maestro at work." Speaking of maestros, Magda often changed the direction of conversations on a whim, so Romy wasn't fazed. "Your sister has a new job. She's going to work for Livia's foundation as a lecturer." Romy's eyebrows shot up. "She is? Juno's moving out?" Her youngest sister, Juno, was the sister who most resembled their free-spirited mother. Tall and willowy with a shock of messy blonde hair, and a confirmed tomboy, Juno Sass had made music her first love and passion from a young age. She was the cherished baby of the family, and Romy had half suspected she'd never leave. "She is," Magda confirmed, a touch of melancholy in her voice. Eternally supportive of her daughters though she was, Romy knew her mother would struggle with empty nest syndrome. "Although I'm trying desperately not to think about that day. She's starting in the new year, so at least we'll have Christmas as a family." "With Stuart's family too?" Magda shot her a nervous look. "Well, yes. If that's okay with you and Artie." "Why wouldn't it be?" Romy asked. Magda sighed. "There is how can I put it, some unpleasantness with Stuart's wife. Hopefully soon-to-be ex-wife, if she ever signs the damn papers. She keeps harassing Stuart, usually through her son." Romy raised an eyebrow, not liking the sound of that. "What's the son's name again?" "Gaius. I've only met him once, but he seems friendly enough." "Hasn't Blue ever mentioned him?" "We're careful to keep family stuff away from work. And I don't actually socialize with Blue Allende, remember? We'd never even met, until today. He might be my brother soon, but he's still in a league of his own." Romy grinned as Magda rolled her eyes. "You mean you don't socialize at all? Romy, you're beautiful, you're young. Don't let what happened in New York stop you from living your life." Romy grimaced, feeling the familiar cold feeling at the memories. "Mom, Dacre doesn't know I'm back home, and if he finds out, he'll come here and—" "Gosh, I don't want to imagine." Her mother looked down at her hands as they continued to move swiftly, her knife skills in the kitchen as good as any surgeon's were in an operating theater. "I hate that you were with him. You're too young to have gone through a divorce or anything else he did to you." Romy marshaled her emotions, reminding herself that those days were long past. She was safe now, however much Dacre Mortimer was an animal. Her leg still hurt from where he'd stamped on it and broken it the previous year, at the same time that he'd almost beaten her to death. "Look, at least I learned a lesson," Romy said to her mother now. "Don't go on first impressions. Dacre was Mr. Charm until he wasn't." "Was that a dig at me?" Magda didn't sound upset, just sad. "Because I know Stuart and I haven't known each other that long." Romy hopped down to kiss her mother's cheek and gave her a warm hug. "Mom, no, it wasn't a dig at you, more one at myself." Magda smiled in relief. "Romy, I have never felt like this. Not even with your father," she added apologetically. "I figured with Dad." Romy nodded, unsurprised. Romy's father, a professor of Magda's back in the day, had never been present much in his daughters' lives. He supported them financially, but soon after Juno had been born, he and Magda had quietly and amicably divorced, and James Sass had remarried and moved to London. Being a single mother didn't faze Magda, and she'd somehow kept her girls clothed and fed as they grew, bringing them all up to be independent young people who never depended on someone else. The loss of Remy, Romy's brother, had shattered them all, but the four women were as close now as they had ever been. Artemis, Magda's eldest, had followed her father into the teaching profession and now taught physics at the University of Washington. Romy had headed for medical school as soon as she graduated from Harvard, and Juno was a musical prodigy. The one thing James had provided was money for their education, and Magda was grateful for that, she often told Romy. Magda had been brought up in a hippie commune, and she'd carried those values her whole life, finally having reached a point in her life where she could sculpt for a living. Which was why Romy and her sisters had been astounded to hear that Magda was about to marry a multi-billionaire. Stuart Eames had made his fortune in tech, and had such a large share of the tech market that no one could compete. Romy was looking forward to meeting the billionaire who had captured her mother's laid-back heart. A random thought occurred to her as she reached for the salad bowl and started to assemble the various ingredients her mother had diced. How come Blue has a different last name? Magda drained the pot of rice she was cooking. He's Stuart's son from an affair. Romy's eyebrows shot up. I think his mother was Italian, Magda went on, confirming at least that suspicion, though Romy was far more interested in the other revelation. So, Stuart had an affair. Magda gave her a warning look. Darling, if you had ever met his wife, you wouldn't blame him. Though Magda was far from conservative, she was fiercely loyal, and it was an unusual stance for her to take. Nevertheless, Romy decided to let it go, at least until she'd had a chance to cross-examine Eames and ensure that he wasn't about to cheat on her mother. Because if he did, she and her sisters would have plenty to say. Mom, she said, suddenly noticing how much food her mother was preparing, you realize there's only 4 of us, right? 5, Magda flushed bright red and ducked her head. Stuart's joining us. Oh, getting in an introduction under the wire, huh? Romy grinned. I guess I should help you with the rest of dinner, then. Stuart Eames had the same bright green eyes as his son, but his hair was close-cropped and white. He had an easy smile that Romy liked, and a friendly manner which made the party all feel at ease. He greeted them all with utmost respect. It's so good to finally meet you. Magda is so proud of you all. Juno, curling herself into a chair, grinned at him. I assure you, we don't deserve it. Artemis, her blonde hair falling gracefully to her shoulders, shot her younger sister a warning look. Don't tease, Juno. Stuart laughed. No, don't stop teasing. Blue and I are always busting each other's chops. It's what families are supposed to do. Speaking of which, do you mind if I just have a quiet word with your mom about something? I swear it'll take no more than 5 minutes. Sure thing. Left alone, the sisters looked at one another. He's cute, Juno decided, and Artemis chuckled. Can you call a 60-year-old cute? Artemis smoothed her skirt down over her long legs, crossing them elegantly. Romy sighed. Of all the Sass sisters, she was the odd one out, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and small in stature, if not in figure. Where her sisters were all long limbs and athletic, Romy was curvy, thick, and petite. She still worked out as much as her siblings, but her figure was always going to be soft instead of athletic like them. Juno and Artemis took after their mother. Romy didn't know where she'd gotten her curves from. She barely remembered what her father looked like. Oh, she knew people considered her beautiful, but she never played it up. Slightly myopic from a young age, she wore glasses instead of contacts, and stuffed her long, thick chestnut hair up into a messy bun more often than not. Juno poked her with a foot now. Will you be coming to our traditional Thanksgiving run this year? Giving her sister a cheesy smile, Romy said, Sadly, I'll be working. Roms. Sorry, Romy sang in a not-so-at-all voice. She loathed running, unless it was toward something. Like pizza. Juno sulked while Artemis grinned at Romy. Nice work, Romy. And what with my broken ankle? What broken ankle? Juno shot her eldest sister a confused look. The one I'll mysteriously acquire on Thanksgiving. Artemis laughed and high-fived Romy. Don't blame me when the pair of you get old and fat. Juno sighed dramatically. Then, lowering her voice, she nodded towards the kitchen where Stuart and their mother talking. What do you think? Too early to say. He looks like Blue a little. Same eyes. Juno grinned. You got a little crush, Romulus? Romy threw a pillow at her. None of your business, Quisling. Dinner was a fun affair, and Romy decided she liked Stuart very much. He was charming, intelligent, and seemed to adore her mother. Romy noticed, however, that Artemis was a little quieter than normal, and when she questioned her sister afterward, Artemis shrugged. I'm just reserving judgment is all, Romy. We don't know him that well yet. Romy went to work the next day, wondering if she should mention Stuart to Blue, but when she walked into the locker room, the place was in a chaotic state with people running every which way. What's going on? She asked, preparing herself mentally and physically for what would likely be a long haul. There's been an attack at a sorority house, Mac told her, his face pale. Really nasty stuff. 8 girls, 3 dead. The rest are being brought in here. Allende is already operating. Every time she thought she was used to the darker side of her profession, Romy got a reality check. Because truthfully, there was no way to ever get used to innocents slaughtered. Reaching for her scrubs automatically, she asked, Does he want us in the observation room? No. They heard Blue's voice behind them and turned. Clad in bloodstained scrubs, the handsome surgeon looked weary and grim-faced. Romy, you're with me in OR3. Mac, with Dr. Fredericks in OR7. Jim, Molly, and Flynn, emergency room until we can find theaters for the less injured girls. Come on, Romy. She changed and was back in under a minute. Blue briefed her, on the way to theater. Patient is Yasmin Levant, 19, multiple stab wounds, shattered left femur, looks like the killer stamped on it, possibly to incapacitate her. We've got ortho coming in, but her abdominal wounds are catastrophic, at least 29 separate wounds. Gosh, poor girl. Blue nodded as they went to scrub. Look, Romy, we're going to do everything and anything to save her, but I have to warn you. The odds are against us. She'd expected as much, sadly, but appreciated the warning anyway. After scrubbing, Romy followed him into the operating room where the victim lay on the table. She was covered in blood and barely breathing, blood bags and saline trying to keep her alive. Automatically, Romy avoided looking at anything but the injuries. Looking at the faces right off the bat when the situation was so dire, it didn't help things. For hours they operated, trying to repair the damage the knife had caused, pumping her full of blood, but at midnight, Blue called it. There was nothing else to do. Yasmin Levant was dead.
Chapter 3.
The adrenaline leaving her system, Romy felt weirdly emotional, horrified, and drained by the experience. She waited until almost everyone had left the room before walking up to Yasmin's head. Finally, looking at the young girl's still pale face, her dark hair blood-soaked to an auburn color, Romy saw herself reflected in the victim's silent, still features. She whispered a silent apology for her failure and started removing the tubes from her throat. The nurses will do that, Blue said gently, putting his hand on her back. Romy, unable to speak, just shook her head, and eventually Blue began to help her, both working in silence until all the medical equipment had been cleared away, and Yasmin lay on the table silent and still, but at least with slightly more dignity. Can I wash her face? Romy found her voice breaking as she asked, but Blue, his eyes sad, shook his head. No, we have to keep her secure for the forensic team now. Even all of our equipment will need to be saved. The police will probably want a statement from all of us. Romy looked back down at Yasmin, and a sob choked its way out of her. Who would do this? Why? She felt Blue draw her away from the victim then, and wrap his arms around her. It wasn't what colleagues usually did, but Romy allowed it because she needed it. She leaned into him, tears filling her eyes. "I wish I could tell you it gets easier in these cases, Romy, but it doesn't," he said softly, his voice achingly sad and kind. "The vile things people do to other humans, sometimes there is no reason why. Sometimes people are monsters." Romy nodded and looked up at him, wiping her eyes. "I know the type." Blue stopped, and his green eyes were intense on hers. For a long moment they gazed at each other before blushing. Romy gave an awkward smile and stepped away. "I'm okay now. We'd better go talk to the family." Of course. There was pain in that beautiful voice of his, and Romy wanted to hold him and comfort him as he had done with her, but Blue walked away. She followed him, running slightly to keep up with his long stride. He dwarfed her 5'2" by at least a foot, and suddenly he slowed down. "Sorry, Piccolo, I'll try not to walk so fast." "Piccolo." "Little one," he explained, the tenderness in his voice tugging at her heart as much as the hint of a smile. Then as they neared the relative's room, his smile faded. "Is this your first one?" "First murder." Romy's heart began to beat out of her chest. Blue nodded, squeezing her hand. "Just follow my lead." They knocked and walked in. A middle-aged woman, terrified, was sitting down, her arms wrapped around herself, and when she saw their faces she moaned. "No, no, no, no." A man, her husband, his face etched with pain, stood. "Doc. Please don't tell me." "I'm so sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Levant. Despite our best efforts, Yasmin's injuries were too severe and she died a short time ago." The woman collapsed in a sobbing, weeping huddle, and Blue kept talking to her husband as Romy moved to try and comfort Yasmin's mother. "There are no words for the regret we feel at your loss." Trying futilely to soothe the mother's unsoothable grief, Romy listened to Blue talk first to Yasmin's father, then watched him take a turn gently addressing her bereft mother, comforting both as best as he could, answering all of their questions patiently and as fully as possible. But the truth was, the one question would never be adequately answered. Why? Romy's chest was tight with sorrow, but she maintained her composure. Afterward they talked to the police, those questions prolonging the endless night even further. Finally, as dawn began to break over Seattle, Romy went back to the locker room to change out of her bloody scrubs. The room was empty and echoed with each footstep and slam of the locker door. Somehow managing to drag on her jeans and shirt, Romy slumped onto a bench afterward and put her head in her hands. The adrenaline from the surgery was long gone, and now she felt wrecked. Her hip and leg ached from standing too long, but she ignored the pain, trying not to break down. She failed, and silent hot tears poured down her face. She buried her face in her hands to cry, her entire body trembling. She heard him come in. It was impossible not to in the silence, but she didn't expect to feel his arms go around her for the second time that evening. Gently, he drew her head to his chest. His clean soap and spice smell was familiar now, and Romy pressed her face into his sweater, breathing him in. He stroked her hair and whispered soft Italian words, resting his chin on her head and just letting her weep. When she finally stopped crying, she looked up at him. His eyes were sad, but he held her gaze for a moment before brushing his lips against hers just briefly. It was clear from the look on his face that he'd intended it as no more than a reassurance, but the heat that instantly flared between them changed those intentions. They both felt it, so there was not even the slightest chance of denying the chemistry. Blue gently framed her face with his hands. "Are you sure, Romy?" His voice was low, steady, and sent a wave of warmth through her. "Is it wrong?" she whispered, searching his eyes. "She just died. How can we?" "Life has to go on, Piccolo," he said softly. "We honor those we've lost by continuing to live, fully and deeply. But if this doesn't feel right to you, I'll understand. Truly." Romy hesitated. Then, her voice trembling, she whispered, "No." "Yes." She slid her fingers into his dark curls and kissed him, needing closeness, comfort, something real to hold on to. The kiss was deep and emotional, not rushed, filled with the kind of intensity born of grief and connection. Blue stood, lifting her gently into his arms as if she were weightless. He carried her into the on-call room, kicked the door closed behind them, and quietly turned the lock. He set her down and brushed her cheek with his knuckles. Their eyes met, and Romy saw admiration in his gaze, no judgment, only understanding. "You're beautiful," he murmured. She gave a soft smile and reached up to touch his chest. They removed the rest of the space between them without a word, exchanging soft touches and tender gestures. The moment was quiet, grounded, and full of unspoken meaning. He held her close, and they moved together as one, no urgency, no need to rush. Just presence. Just peace. When emotion overcame her, tears surprised even Romy herself. Blue wrapped her in his arms and kissed her temple with such tenderness that her heart ached. "Don't cry, Piccolo," he whispered. "You're safe with me." She stroked his face, unable to find words, and simply held him close. Later, curled up together, her head resting over his heart, she let the calm settle around her like a blanket. "Are you okay?" he asked gently. She nodded and smiled, brushing his cheek with her thumb. "More than okay. Strangely at peace." Blue gave a small wry grin. "Maybe not the best timing, but I've felt connected to you since the moment we met." Romy was amazed. "Me?" He laughed. "Yes, why is that so hard to believe? You're beautiful, smart, funny, the whole package. Who wouldn't want you? But you could be with anyone, Blue? Literally anyone. And I choose you, Romy." He exhaled slowly. "Even knowing it won't be easy, not just at work but with our families too." Romy groaned, rubbing her face with her hands. "I didn't even think about that. Gosh. Maybe we should keep this," she gestured between them, cheeks flushing, "just between us for now." Blue nodded, his grin playfully mischievous. "I'm not opposed to keeping you all to myself." She laughed, nudging his shoulder. "I'm serious." "I know," he said, the teasing fading from his voice. "Secret liaisons, though? There's something kind of exciting about that." He kissed her gently, pressing his lips to her neck, then her mouth. "Can't get enough of these lips." Romy smiled into the kiss, but when they pulled apart, her expression turned thoughtful. "This is complicated. You're technically my boss. Our families are already intertwined. I just think we need to be careful. Quiet. That is, assuming this wasn't a one-time thing." He shook his head, his voice sincere. "It's not. Not for me. But I agree, we keep it private for now. Maybe next time somewhere a little less fluorescent." He glanced around the staff on-call room with a wry smile. "But tonight emotions were running high. I needed this. I needed you." She was touched. Reaching up, she cupped his cheek. "Well, you've got me. Just off the record, okay? I've worked too hard to risk my career." "I understand completely, Romy." He leaned his forehead to hers, his voice soft. "And I hate to say it, but rounds start in 3 hours. We both need sleep." "Yeah," she sighed. "Time to head home." Separately, she added, smiling when he chuckled. They managed, barely, to pull themselves together and get dressed without falling back into each other's arms. Down in the parking lot, Blue stole a final quiet kiss beneath the early morning sky. "You're extraordinary," he murmured. "I'll see you in a few hours. Take your time, I'll cover for you." Romy caught the way he watched her as she drove off, her thoughts spinning. He made her feel alive again, in ways she hadn't since before Dacre. There was passion, yes, but also something else, safety. Care. Maybe even something real. Keeping their connection a secret wouldn't be easy. But as she watched him fade into the rearview mirror, one thing was clear. It was definitely worth the risk. Chapter 4. At home, Romy set an alarm for 2 hours and fell onto her bed still fully clothed. She groaned when the alarm went off and hauled herself out of bed, finally discarding her work clothes and stepping into the shower. As she ate a quick breakfast, She flicked on the television and watched the reports of the murders. It was an awful idea, but she needed to see it somehow, as though it helped atone slightly for being unable to save Yasmin. As thought it might help her understand even slightly. The 4 deceased young women, savagely attacked in their sorority house, have now been named as Rebecca Folsom, 20, Una White, 19, Madeline Culpepper, 21, and the youngest victim, Yasmin Levant, who at just 18 died last night of her wounds at the Rainier Hope Hospital. Hospital officials say that their best surgeons worked tirelessly to save Miss Levant, but she succumbed to her injuries in the early hours of this morning. Police say the attacker broke in through an open window and attacked each girl in her bedroom before leaving the premises. So far, no suspects have been identified, but the murders mirror a similar case in New York 2 years ago. Romy swallowed the last of her cereal, feeling sick. She'd forgotten all about the murders in New York. Gosh, there were monsters everywhere. She remembered her own personal monster, the midnight beatings, the forced sex. Face it, Sass. He crossed a boundary no one had the right to. He took what you never gave. Creep. She drove into work and was assailed by her friends, wanting to know about working with Blue in an emergency situation. Romy, exhausted, was grateful when Mac rescued her, shooing everyone away and bearing her off to the cafeteria. Allende sent me. He saw you come in and knew you'd get caught by the pack. Damn hyenas. Romy smiled at him and at Blue's thoughtfulness. Mac, if it had been someone else but me, we would have been hyenas too. Mac shrugged. Fair point. Are you okay? You look done in. It was a long night. In more ways than one. Is Dr. Allende all right? He had it worse than me. He looks good, but then he always does. True story. Mac grinned at her. So you're not immune to the good doctor's charisma then? I thought you were the one holdout. Romy cursed silently but faked a smile. I'm here to work, not get laid. I'm just saying, out of all us I reckon you'd be his type. Romy shrugged off the conversation. Did you hear the news this morning? The murders in New York? The same as here. Yeah. Geez, humans, huh? Humans. She agreed. Her pager went off a second before Max. We're summoned. It was evening before she even saw Blue again. There was so much paperwork from the murders and the subsequent medical procedures that Romy was sequestered with a police team most of the day. They went over everything again and again. Romy told them again how Yasmin Levant had been stabbed, that her abdominal artery had been shredded, that she had simply bled out before they could attempt any kind of repair. What about her left femur? Dead. Halsey asked her eventually. Did your orthopedic department attend the surgery? Romy nodded. But to be honest, it was secondary to the abdominal wounds. I'm not an expert, but I assume he or she broke her femur to subdue her enough that she couldn't fight him or her off. We're pretty sure it's a him, Halsey said quietly. Romy, overtired, bristled. Because women aren't strong enough to do that to a person? Halsey held his hands up. I meant no offense, Dr. Sass. We found DNA on the victim. Male DNA. Romy backed down. I'm sorry. Bad day. Of course. Look, we need to talk about the survivors' injuries. We got the report that they weren't as serious as the deceased victims. No, that was strange, Romy said. They were badly beaten, and they'll probably need serious psychiatric counseling, but yeah, it is odd that he didn't finish the job, so to speak. Gosh. And Ms. Levant was the only one with a broken femur? Romy's own leg ached, and she rubbed it unconsciously. Detective, the femur is the longest, strongest bone in the human body. The force it takes to break it, it would take anger. Rage. It's sadistic too, but then that's what we're talking about here, isn't it? He's a sadist. He is, the detective agreed, then smiled kindly at her. You'll tell your friends to be careful when they leave at night? Romy gave a hollow laugh. Detective, you're talking about everyday life for a woman in this world. Not even halfway through her shift, Romy was hollowed out through and through. She didn't know if she even had the strength to walk out of the hospital for a breath of fresh air, when Blue appeared in the break room. He didn't say a word, helping himself to coffee nonchalantly before stepping into the supply closet. She knew he was giving her a chance to choose, and choose she did. Dragging herself out of her seat, she joined him in the small room and locked the door. This isn't keeping it out of work, Dr. Allende. Blue reached for her. Shut up and kiss me, woman. He kissed her with intensity, his arms circling her waist and drawing her close. Romy melted into him for a moment, her weariness forgotten in the warmth of his embrace. But then reality tugged at her thoughts. Gosh, I want you, but she murmured, gently stepping back. She gave him a teasing look and wagged her finger. Bad boy. He chuckled. Come home with me tonight and I'll show you just how mischievous I can be. Romy hesitated, her heart tugging toward him. Those green eyes, that smile, the quiet strength in the way he looked at her. Piccolo, he said softly, his arms loosening but still holding her close. Only if you want to. It's been a long 2 days. Another time if that's better. No. Romy made her decision, a quiet confidence rising in her chest. I'm off tomorrow. I can take the risk. Blue's face lit up with a grin. Oh, you're off tomorrow? What a coincidence, so am I. Romy laughed, her heart lighter than it had been in days. What are the odds? Come here. They kissed again, slower this time, savoring the moment. Romy rested her hand over his chest, feeling the beat of his heart beneath her palm. He pressed his face into the curve of her neck, holding her like she was something precious. It's a good thing we've got the day off, he murmured, voice thick with heat. Because after I'm done with you, walking straight might be a challenge. Is that right? Gosh, yes. Romy giggled, as he pretended to ravish her. Easy, soldier. You're the one who's not going to be able to walk properly, and we still have rounds. Spoil sport. Get over it, Doc. Romy's body felt electrified all day at the thought of what Blue had promised. That electricity gave her a much-needed boost that, paired with caffeine, got her through the remainder of the long hours. But as the day wound down and she walked down to the concession stand to grab a new toothbrush, she groaned inwardly as she saw a tall, blonde, and very familiar figure looping towards her. Yo, sis. Juno grinned, flinging her long arms around her diminutive sister. Hey boo, what are you doing here? Just finished a class and wanted to say hi. Also to check out the famous Doc. Is he here? Romy opened her mouth to answer just as Blue came toward her, grinning. She gave a quick, almost imperceptible shake of the head, and cut her eyes to Juno. Blue slowed his pace, his smile faltering in confusion. Dr. Allende, do you have a moment? Romy said formally. My sister Juno would like to meet you. Understanding now, Blue smiled at Juno, shaking her hand. Hey, nice to meet you at last. You too. Juno's amazed expression was written all over her face, as she took in the gorgeous man. Can I call you Blue? Of course. Listen, would you ladies like to grab a coffee? Romy was gesturing wildly behind Juno's back, but Blue didn't understand her signal, and when Juno agreed, a little too enthusiastically, Romy sighed. She knew Juno. Any excuse to stay at Romy's place overnight in the city, especially if there was a chance to gossip. Damn it. They went for a coffee, at a little independent place on 6th Avenue. Blue smiled at Juno. So we're about to be siblings? Looks like. Juno was stuffing a Danish pastry into her mouth. We haven't met your brother yet, either. Mom's looking forward to Thanksgiving dinner, just a warning. She cooks Brussels sprouts and given it's, she checked her watch, 2 weeks until Thanksgiving, she'll be putting them on to boil about now. Blue laughed. Duly noted. Dad and I are looking forward to spending that day with you. And your brother? There was a pause, a beat too long. And Gaius. Of course. You don't mention your brother much, Romy said, and saw a flicker of something in his eyes before he gave them a half-smile. We're not as close as you three appear to be. I always wanted a sister. Juno, Romy tells me you're quite the musical prodigy. Ha! Juno grinned at him. She flatters me. But it is my passion, and I'm about to start working for the Gabriella Renault Foundation down in New Orleans. Just when I move back to Seattle, she moves out, Romy grinned. I might take it personally. Then you'll have to make the most of me while I'm here. Like tonight. I could stay over at your place. Juno looked hopeful, and Romy had to work to keep the disappointment out of her face. Of course, Boo. She shot an apologetic look at Blue, who winked at her and mouthed, "Don't worry at her." But, Romy added, thinking quickly, I have to be out early tomorrow for a training seminar. All day, I'm afraid. Yes, she does, Blue caught on, trying not to smile. I'm leading that seminar, and I'm very strict about time. One of my things, I'm afraid, punctuality. He is. Juno shrugged, surprisingly clueless. Usually she picked up on these things with a terrifying radar. What's the training about? Orthopedics, Blue said smoothly, mostly about the recovery time of someone's gait after strenuous exercise. Romy snorted her coffee from her nose and was embarrassed, wiping her nose. Sorry, went down the wrong way. That's not like you, Blue said innocently, and Romy had to hide her laughter in her tissue. Juno still didn't notice anything, already making inroads on Romy's carrot cake, which she'd left alone. Romy, trying to stop her giggles, cleared her throat. So yeah, if you don't mind being left alone in the apartment. Of course not. Juno shrugged. Blue's eyes were twinkling. Don't forget, we also have that patient we might need to check in on overnight too. I'll page you if I need you. Please do, Romy was enjoying their little game. I'd like to make sure the patient is responding to stimulus. It was Blue's turn to hide his laughter now. Do excuse me, I have to use the bathroom. When they were alone, Juno turned to Romy. Well, he's gorgeous and sweet and cute. How do you concentrate on work with a man like that around? A man who will soon be our brother, Romy reminded her, cringing inwardly. She hated lying to Juno, who was so trusting that she would believe anything Romy told her. Also, he's my boss. Ha, flirty boss. But Juno didn't push it. She gave up on the carrot cake, licking cream cheese frosting from her fingers. Look, maybe I will go home tonight. Seems like you're preoccupied with work anyway. But we must have a sister's night before I leave for New Orleans. Are you going before Christmas? For some reason, Romy was confused about the timeline. Had Juno told her and she'd just forgotten? Only for a couple of weeks, just so Livia can get me trained before she gives birth. Can you believe she's having a baby? I'm just glad she's well enough to. Their friend Livia had been stabbed and shot by a psychopath the year before, and had barely survived. Give her and Knox my love, won't you? Speaking of gorgeous men. Juno muttered, then grinned as Blue returned. It was so good to meet you, bro, but I think I'm going to head back home, leave you your second in command. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. Faintly surprised, Blue smiled and returned the embrace. You're coming to Thanksgiving, right? Blue nodded. Just try and stop me. I'm a sucker for overboiled sprouts. Laughing, Juno kissed Romy's cheek and then loped out, garnering the appreciative looks of a table of young men as she walked out of the coffeehouse. Blue grinned at Romy. So you're free after all? He sat down next to her and slid his hand along her thigh. Romy wiggled with pleasure. Dr. Allende? Yes, Dr. Sass. I believe you prescribed me some full-body therapy earlier. Ready to administer the dose? Blue laughed. That was the worst Dr. Dirty talk I've ever heard, but yes, I need to do that immediately. Gaius Eames tapped on his father's office door, not waiting for a reply before he opened it. Hey Pa. Stuart looked up over from his computer, annoyed. Gaius, why bother to knock if you're just going to come in anyway? Gaius was unrepentant, shrugging as he flopped into the chair opposite his father. I just get into town, and that's the greeting I get? What would I have caught you doing? One of your secretaries? That's enough, Gaius. Stuart glared at his eldest son. Gaius grinned widely, knowing his barb had hit home. Geez, Pa, take a chill pill. I was kidding. How is the lovely Magda? Stuart's face softened. She's wonderful, and looking forward to seeing you at Thanksgiving. You are coming, I take it? Gaius nodded. Although Mom's not happy, yes, I'll be there. Stuart sighed. At this point, I really don't care what Hillary thinks anymore, Gaius. She burned her bridges long ago. I don't want to fight, Pa. Gaius held his hands up. So, Thanksgiving. Will I meet the daughters? I've done my research, 2 blondes, 1 brunette. Have they got the same father? I'm just asking, he added as his father looked annoyed. No judgment. As far as I know, yes. Artemis and Juno take after Magda, and Romy after her father, I understand. Anyway, you'll meet all of them then. Have you spoken to the Italian? Gaius finished his father's sentence. No, but then that's nothing new. Stuart sighed. Blue is your brother, Gaius, and it's about time you both grew up. Gaius stayed silent. He would never ever bond with Blue Allende, and not just because he was his half-brother. The jealous that squirmed in his gut when he thought about Blue's success, his devastating good looks, his decency. Damn. I hear he's working with one of the SAS girls. Stuart nodded. Romy. She's in her last year of residency. Blue says she's the best he's ever seen. Gaius chuckled darkly. Is he sleeping with her? Stuart's blue eyes went gray, and Gaius knew he'd gone too far this time. Don't ever talk about one of Magda's daughters like that again. Ever. Forgive me. Gaius tried to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. Look, I just got into town. Can I use the condo? I'm assuming you've moved in with Magda already? Close enough. I spend every night there. Here. Stuart reached into his desk drawer and threw Gaius a set of keys. You know the rules. Pa, you realize I'm 42, right? And Charlie Sheen is 50-something. No tramps, no illicit substances. Not in my condo. Gaius sighed and got up. Fine. Well, I guess I'll see you at Thanksgiving. Stuart relented a little. The man had a soft spot that made Gaius respect him even less. Look, have dinner with me, just me, on Tuesday. Gaius masked a smirk. It's a date. At his father's condo, Gaius unpacked, then grabbed a beer from the refrigerator and stretched out on the couch, flicking through the television channels disinterestedly. It was gnawing at his gut the way his father talked about Blue, the pride, the love in his voice. Gaius had been 17 when his father had revealed his affair with Blue's mother. He hadn't blamed his father for straying. He knew his own mother Hillary hadn't been faithful at any point during his parents' marriage, but he'd resented the fact that there was a child. Blue, 12 at the time that his father brought him into their family, was quiet, kind, intense, and everything Gaius wanted to be. Even as a child, Blue's big green eyes, full of intelligence and compassion, garnered him quick acceptance into their family circle, something Gaius had struggled with. However much Blue had tried to befriend his new brother, Gaius, ridden by jealousy, had been uninterested. Gaius gave a humorless laugh. Now Blue already had an in with his father's new wife, and her daughters too. Unbelievable. Gaius snatched up his iPad and typed a name into the search engine. Dr. Romy Sass. Her photo popped up immediately on the alumni page of Stanford's website. Gaius studied it. Long dark hair fell in waves past her shoulders. She had that soft, wide-eyed look, olive-toned skin, a faint flush in her cheeks, and the fitted white coat hinted at a figure that didn't hurt either. Yeah, Gaius thought. If Blue isn't seeing her, he's missing something. He read everything he could find on her, but oddly there wasn't much. Wasn't it normal for doctors to publish research? So why wasn't her name listed on the Rainier Hope Hospital website? Why only this alumni blurb? Was she trying to keep a low profile? Intrigued, Gaius took out his phone and dialed. Yeah, Greg? It's Gaius Eames. Yes, good, thanks. Listen, I have a job for you if you're interested. Yeah, I want you to find out everything you can on a Dr. Romy Sass. She's a resident at Rainier Hope Hospital. Find out what she's hiding or who she's hiding from.
End of sneak peek for Saved by the Boss, a Dr. Romance Secret Babies 2. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.